the Board of Supervisors meeting for November 6, 2018. And first we'd like to invite the clerk to conduct roll.
Supervisor Brown.
Here.
Supervisor McCowan.
Here.
Chair Krosky.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Chair Hamburg is absent by prearrangement.
Thank you. And I'd like to invite Randy Johnson to please lead the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now moving on to public expression. Other members of the audience? Looks like we have one. Okay, we have Bob Madlam, Eric Prawl, and Reese Vineyards. Would like to comment?
Morning. Bob and I just wanted to come down and say how Eric Prawl, and this is Bob Madlam.
Bob Madlam.
Bob and I just wanted to come down and say how great it has been to work with the county, specifically the building department, on our project on Masonite Road. It's been all the inspections, everything has been great, specifically Mike Oliphant and Richard Swanson and Taylor Baker at the front desk. So.
And Taylor and the whole office has really helped us go ahead and start Crush this year, which is pretty amazing. And they've been real helpful and guided us on the way as far as the process. And we've been really thankful for their assistance.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
And if I may, just to make sure everyone's aware, this is in connection with the Reese Winery project currently under construction.
Correct.
Yeah. And great to hear that you're so appreciative of the efforts our staff have been making with that project.
Yeah, we feel like they need some positive, and they've really helped us in our project. So that would help them a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other members of the public that would like to speak?
I wanted to speak on the floodplain regulations. I don't know when or how to do that. Is that now?
So that is
5C.
5C. So be in a few moments. This is for items not on the agenda. Okay, seeing no one else, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, and it looks like we do have a request to pull one item for separate consideration, item 4K. Are there any other items that anyone would like pulled for comment or separate vote? Okay, any motions for the consent calendar?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 4K.
Second.
Okay. And we'll vote by the button? Oh, sorry.
Public.
Oh, sorry, any more public comment on the consent calendar, except for 4K? Okay, now we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Okay, and moving on to 4K. Do we have any comments for 4K?
Yes, I do, and this is approval of Memorandum of Understanding with Friends of the Round Valley Public Library in the amount of $23,984.69 annually, effective upon date of execution of agreement for use of the Round Valley Library building in Covelo. And I see that we do have our library director present. And the first thing that I noticed, Section 4 provides for a COLA, but there's no cap. And you know, we're certainly not in a hyperinflation period, but the agreement that I would sign would have a 3% cap for the COLA. And I also had a question regarding Section 18 insurance. Would the county actually buy insurance? Because typically we're self-insuring. So, and then finally, do we have a similar agreement for the Point Arena Library?
So Karen Horner, County Librarian, and I'll start with addressing the Coast Community Library MOU. We do have an MOU with them. We do not pay rent, and I have had conversations with the Friends of the Coast Community Library, and they are currently working on a new revised MOU where they will be asking for rent, and so basically I'm just waiting for them to initiate that. I've been told by Assistant CEO Steve Duncliffe, he has checked with risk management, Heather Carell, that the county doesn't need insurance in that capacity, and that in terms of the 3% cap, that would be fine. And basically this reason for approaching you with the MOU is that while the MOU was started, I believe, in 2013, the rent has never increased from that time, and so we've revisited it and given them the appropriate increase in rent based on the CPI.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So presumably it would be acceptable to make a motion that would approve it subject to revising Section 4 to put a 3% cap on the COLA?
It appears that you're looking at me. That would be fine.
So moved.
Can you repeat your motion, please?
Approval of item 4K on the agenda, subject to Section 4 being revised to include a 3% cap on the COLA. 3% annual cap.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Do we have any further public comment? Okay, then we will vote by the button on 4K.
And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Okay, thank you. We are going to move on to item 6A. This is sponsored by Supervisor Hamburg. This is discussion and possible action to waive boards and commissions residency and voter registration requirement and appoint Patty Rock as an alternate member to the Hopland Municipal Advisory Council.
So moved.
Second.
Any public comment? Okay, let's vote by the button, please.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Okay, Agenda 5A, Human Resources and Child Support Services of the sponsor. This is discussion and possible action regarding the proposed reorganization of the county's Child Support Services Department, including possible adoption of resolutions creating the classification of Assistant Child Support Services Director, amending the position allocation table for Budget Unit 2090 by adding and deleting various positions, and approval to lay off one full-time equivalent chief child support attorney. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board, CEO Angelo. As I mentioned in the past when I was in front of you, that I'd be returning with a plan for the department after much consideration and research with direction from the board at budget time for efficiencies. I've spoken with numerous other directors.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Randy Johnson, temporary interim director, Child Support Services. So I've met with many other directors around the state, also our state regional administrator, along with the executive director of the Directors Association, compared many different agencies, smaller, larger, and so on. This plan is a result of that research and development, working with those other agencies, the state, and so on, to bring to you a model that provides more efficiency and service to the public that will be increased, particularly with the assistant director.
Okay, anything further?
The layoff of the attorney is unfortunate. However, the model will be a shared services agreement with Sonoma County, who has 4 attorneys. One of those attorneys who used to be the attorney here, and they've agreed shared service agreement is common throughout child support. We have 2 other shared service agreements in place already. with different agencies, different child support agencies. One that handles all of our phone calls and a different one that handles all of our workers' compensation child support cases. So the state has been involved and supports the decision to make this reorganization.
Good morning. Heidi Dunham, Human Resources Director. Human Resources' role in this reorganization was to look at the requested positions for upgrade and to make sure that they were appropriate classifications for the work being done. And we agree and have recommended the positions, the upgrades that are included in the item. Also, we have met and conferred with SEIU, and we have not yet met and conferred with the Attorneys Association, with MCPA. So we would ask, if the board were to approve this motion, that they would approve it subject to fulfilling all meet and confer obligations with that bargaining unit.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. There is a letter in opposition that's attached to our agenda. I'm sure you've read it. Can we talk about some of those points that were made?
Certainly. I've seen the letter as well. That letter comes from an attorney in a much bigger organization. However, we'll have 4 attorneys to draw from, so we'll always have an attorney available for us. It's the service, the public very rarely operates with the need of the attorney, as our attorney at child support does not represent any public. They only represent and see through the process through the court. So the parties still have the same options they've had for their own representation through private attorney or for legal assistance or the family mediator. So it won't affect any of that. Any questions you might have specific to the letter?
Well, it's raising questions and pointing out that we have a responsibility and duty, and so I just wanted to make sure that we have gone over this letter and feel comfortable if we decide to move forward.
So I think the board has seen me enough times and understands my work that I would never compromise the board or the county in any responsibility to carry out our duties. So that has obviously been considered. We will be working with Sonoma County, and they are prepared to adapt and adopt any processes that's going to work better for us. They were up here Monday and handled court, and so they're just starting to get into it. They did that by prearrangement as our attorney was out for medical reasons and asked that I cover that way. So we're just getting started. I've talked to the CEO at the court and the commissioner who hears our cases. Neither one of them have any concerns. So that's where we're at so far.
Any further board comments?
Well, some of the complaints raised in the letter don't really seem to hold up. For instance, one of them is that by not having an attorney, a full-time attorney locally, we won't have the full understanding of the demographics of the community and know the people and all of that. And yet, as I understand it, the cases essentially are prepared by support staff and not directly by the attorney.
That's correct. And one of the attorneys that is on staff in Sonoma County and was up here this week used to be our attorney here at the agency. And it is the case managers who interact with the public more than any. And then the legal staff handles the court matters in court, and then there's legal support staff that then handle the orders after court.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any further board comments? we have any speaker cards on this? Okay, I'd like to invite Shannon Richards to come and speak.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chief Officer Carmel Angelo. I am Shannon Richards, and I am the Chief Child Support Attorney for Mendocino County. I am out on leave because my husband had surgery yesterday. I learned, I was provided notice by Mr. Johnson last, I believe it was Monday, that this action was coming before the board and that my job was to be impacted. I thought that I would express to you some of the things that we do at our office and what child support does so that it can give you some acclimation about what your job here today is, to make some decisions about what will happen with this department. So the LCSA, which stands for Local Child Support Agency, is essentially a law firm that operates within the county to help families receive the support that they want, and in addition to recoup welfare funds that this county expends. It is an essential function of our office to process legal documents and to do so within the strict time requirements to attend the court proceedings and to interact with our customers. The role of the attorney within this legal department is to know and keep in contact with the state and federal laws, regulations, and policies. And I spent 1 week at a conference in October, keeping abreast of the changes, to bring those back to the changes, and to provide some chief counsel duties to the director. There are areas in the law that are not clear with respect to child support, and there may be various options available, and those would be places where the director would be making some choices. It is the job of the attorney to advise the director on those items. We also advise our caseworkers on a daily basis about what to do in particular cases. We strategize with them about what direction to take on cases. I do keep statistics of that in my office. Once in October, I had to advise Mr. Johnson on a question about policy in the law because there was some inconsistencies. 56 times in October, I had caseworkers in my office asking them about what to do in particular cases and what the law might include. We also process legal documents. In October, we processed 115 legal documents. In addition, I had to review for compliance 94 additional documents. I sign documents which establish parentage, support. I liaison with our court and our court staff. I have weekly discussions with them and emails with them about what's upcoming on the court calendar. Outreach and training, I attend the Family Law Bar and I have provided training to them, and I reach out with local counsel about their own particular cases about what the law in child support is.
I need you to wrap up, I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me talk about this plan. We don't know enough about this plan. And Sonoma County has not been fully informed about what their responsibilities
Your time's up, I'm sorry.
are. Sonoma County came up this past week, and they did not understand that we have 4 different calendars and that my average cases on those calendars are about 18 to 20 cases a week. It's inconsistent and not what you've been advised, and I ask you to take the time necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like Matt Finnegan to come up, please.
Good morning, Board, Council, CEO. My name's Matt Finnegan. I'm an attorney with the local Teamsters 856. I represent the child support attorneys here. I actually represent the child support attorneys in Sonoma County, too. I would echo Ms. Richards' request that the Board not take an action today. We have not had a chance to really look at this plan and see how it affects the services that we think that we provide. And I know there's been a lot of research. I think there's been some consultants that were hired that actually did a report or at least some information. But this is an agency that's been around for quite a long time, and it hasn't changed much in a long time. And that's probably why there's been a review, is because it hasn't changed. It's sort of been in, the same mode for a long time. I would urge you guys to not take action because I don't think there's a rush here. We don't even have a permanent director of this agency. We have a lot of information that I think's been gathered. I'd like to look at that information with Ms. Richards. I would also like to look at this information and how it is actually going to be executed with Sonoma County if there is a services agreement signed with them. Upon talking to them, I think there's been discussions, but I don't think it's actually been penciled out how actually we're gonna, if we bring them up here, how they're gonna serve. Will all 4 attorneys be available? Can all 4 attorneys be available? Who's gonna, pay for the travel? Who's gonna accept the liability? That kind of thing. And so, looking at the idea of just eliminating the legal services, I think that would hinder the department in general if you don't have someone who's actually in the office to be able to ask advice. It may not, but again, I haven't been provided with this information. I think I was told that this was on the board last Thursday. And I've reached out to HR. They have absolutely agreed to, get us that information. But I'd ask the board not to take any action at this time and bring it back after we have more information and more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have a card for Lisa Hilligus. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Good morning, board. Ms. Angelo. My name is Lisa Hilligus. I've been a family law attorney for the past 5 years in our community. I'm the treasurer of the Mendocino County Family Bar Association. And as you know, I worked for 10 years with Legal Aid. I believe that the current proposal to cut the family law attorney from the child support services is not a good one. Loss of having a full-time attorney in the office lowers the quality of services to our families and limits client access to an attorney. The local family law bar provides very little child support services, and when they do, clients must pay them thousands of dollars for that help. Frequently, we interface with the child support attorney. Most family support clients can't afford a private attorney. And even if they could afford a private attorney, the local family bar has decreased in numbers by 7 very long-term experienced family law attorneys just in the past 3 years, and nobody's coming into our community to fill those positions. During my 5 years of family law practice, the Family Support Division has had 4 different directors. The last 3 have been in the last 2 years, and none of them have had any training in child support services or family support in any way. There's been lots of turnover with attorneys in that office during that time as well, until the current attorney, Shannon Richards, took the position 3 years ago and has created stability that the department has sorely needed. Ms. Richards is a family law specialist and is the only attorney in Mendocino County with that special accreditation. Ms. Richards, unlike her predecessors, has developed strong ties with the Family Law Bar. She's actually our treasurer. The Family Law Facilitator's Office, who provides free legal services to families who need family law help, and the Family Law Bar. She commands an enviable reputation for her skills and knowledge of child support and family law generally. She regularly interfaces with the Family Law Bar and the family law judges. She's a valuable asset to our county. By building strong ties with the legal community, she has improved the reputation of the department, which the local bar has now encouraging clients to contact the department without reservation. This has not always been the case. Although past directors of this department have met with the Family Law Bar fairly regularly, we have quarterly meetings, Mr. Johnson has not had any contact with the bar. I believe that his restructuring plan falls short because he has not assessed the important community interface between the Family Law Bar, the Family Law Facilitator's Office, and the Court Self-Help Center.
I'm afraid you're out of time.
Okay, could I have a few more minutes, please?
I'm sorry. Time's up. Anyone have any further questions?
I'm just, in closing, what I'd like to say is the loss of the efficacy and quality of child support services to our already struggling families in our community is too high of a price to pay.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to the board. Any further discussion?
I'd like to ask a question of staff to just go into a little more detail on the narrative in the staff report where it talks about the contract with Sonoma County will have no cost. Could you just sort of explain how that works? Is it because of the cost recovery with the child support system covers that cost? I'm just not clear on how that works.
Yes, shared service agreements are between different LCSAs, and there's no cost for that. And the state increases budgetary numbers to those agencies that do shared service agreements. There is currently a lot of work at the state level for a funding model, and all this is being discussed. The director in September at the meeting I was at said that any, excuse me, any shared service agreements that are pinned this year will be fine, but going forward, he didn't know if the state would pay for those or not. So we're fine in that aspect of it. All the activities that Ms. Richards spoke about will be handled by Sonoma County. We do not represent families, so we only give direction on the law and or what they may do. We do not advise or represent any families in our capacity. The director in Sonoma County received a quite prestigious award last year, so she has quite an operation which is well respected in the state, and I was referred to her from our state regional administrator based on that quality that she provides in Sonoma County. We're trying to bring our quality up as well.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did have one discrepancy. The report stated that the attorney makes one appearance a week with an average of 6 cases. She referred to 4 calendars and 18 to 20 cases a week. Can anyone speak to that issue?
We only do court on Mondays generally, and there are 2 calendars, an 8:30 calendar, there's a 10:30 calendar, I think there's a 1:30 calendar. They're all on the same day. So different things are heard if there's contested, or different legal things are heard at different times of the day.
So
but typically it's on Monday.
When you say an average of 6 cases, are those the ones that are contested?
In looking at, so the system, the child support system is statewide, and so meaning that Sonoma County can look at our stuff, the state obviously can look at our stuff, our members can look at other county stuff, and so that, in looking back some history, typically there are 6 to 10 cases calendar per day, typically in the first session in the morning. Sometimes there's some other things in the afternoon. Yesterday there was a few more things in that they handled yesterday. So just trying to go with the average. Obviously that sometimes changes. The signatures and the reviews, all that'll be done by the other attorneys. None of that's going to go away.
Right, but you're saying there is an average of 6 cases heard in court per week.
6 to 10 is what the average, when I looked at.
And it's just, my concern is the attorney is saying something significantly different, and I don't know how to sort that out.
Well, I mean, obviously, we could get exact numbers, but that's always subject, you know, to an average. Is just over this time, there's an average. I've been at the department approximately 6 months, so, you know, I've only been looking and discussing this option since I, you know.
But in any case, by our agreement, Sonoma County would provide whatever coverage is needed?
Yes, Sonoma County has looked at our caseload and has no concerns of covering our caseload and not negatively, and with the fact that it won't negatively impact their caseload. They're committed to.
Currently, they're reimbursed by the state for the shared services.
Yes.
Although that's under review and potentially we might have to pay for shared services in the future.
No, not what the director has said so far. The state director said if it's done now before this new funding model goes in, because we already have 2 shared service agreements in place. And Sonoma County has other shared service agreements for different things that they do for other agencies. My plan would actually be to do some shared services to do case management work for other counties once we get more training and get up to speed in what we're producing. Miss Angelo, when she asked me to work there, wanted to try to get our numbers up, and so that's what we're working on, getting some training foundation so then we can start bringing up our recovery and better assisting our families and the children of our county.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And Mr. Johnson, has the discussion with Sonoma County, has there been any as far as the case managers being able to call the lawyers there for advice? I mean, is that already worked into it, or is it simply the court?
No. We are planning to set up. I've spoken to both our IS people and their IS people, so we can have electronic connection. We'll have phone connection, so they can fire off an email and get an answer right back. They have 4 attorneys, so they don't all go to court at the same time, so there doesn't appear that there'll be any issue that they'll be widely available. And they're committed to making any changes that they need to make sure they obviously know what the needs are of the agency and of the clients, because they handle obviously a much larger client load down there, and because the director has received this award, that's overall for the staff and the improvement and the amount they collect and things of that nature. So they're much further ahead of us than we are in that aspect of collections and operations of child support services.
Okay. Do we have a motion at the board?
Let's see. I'll move to approve the resolution to create the classification of assistant child support services director, and et cetera. Resolution.
But I do believe it will be, Heidi put in some verbiage that we need to include in our motion about confer.
Subject to fulfilling our meet and confer obligation.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Well, it's difficult because I don't know a lot about this department, and so I'm trying to, weigh all the testimony we've had today, plus the work we've done in looking at this reorganization to make it more viable. It's difficult, I think, for us, but I know we have to move forward and either approve or not approve. But I believe I will support the motion, and we can go forward from there. I think it's been quite a long time that we've really evaluated this department through the years. I was very aware of it. I believe it was in the 70s that this was, I believe it was in the early 70s that this department was created. And I'm sure a lot has changed since then. But I think we need to go forward, take our recommendation. Ms. Dunham, did we have consultants that also assisted and advised?
The consultant looked over everything we do at the department and made several recommendations. And the assistant director was one of the strongest recommendations they made.
Okay.
So they did not consult on any reorganization per se.
Okay.
So I will second the motion. I don't think we had a second
Oh,
yet.
I thought we did.
Oh.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And, you know, we do have differing opinions here, but I do believe staff has put a lot of work into reviewing this, and the issue of the impact to legal services being set as a separate issue, all the rest of the rationale provided here, I think, makes a lot of sense, and I'm willing to believe will result in improved services and better recovery, which is a primary goal of this department, I believe. So I'm going to support it.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm certainly in support of the changes in administration and the creation of the Assistant Services Director. But I'll have to say that I don't feel comfortable in the layoff of the attorney at this point. I don't feel comfortable with what I've heard set up with Sonoma County. I'd really like to see something fleshed out better to make me feel that we are going to get the supports we really need, not just, you know, on those cases, but to make sure that they can pick up a phone or email and actually are going to get an answer right away and feel that, you know, our staff has that support. So, you know, I am not going to vote yes on this motion. I will say, though, that I do agree with the rest of the classifications. Yes.
Well, and what we appear not to have is the actual agreement with Sonoma County. It's not in front of us.
I don't think there is an agreement yet, which is why I have some concerns, you know, approval for the position to lay it off when we have no agreement in place. Is that correct, that there's no agreement?
There's no agreement. To work on an agreement before the board's approved it seemed moot. And although I do like, you know, I wish I could provide you more answers. However, they've committed, Sonoma County has committed to doing what it takes to make it work. Part of this is the fact that until I could even if I gave you agreement, until such time that it's in operation, you know, we'll have to be prepared to make regular changes if needed to make sure that our staff has access to the attorneys to get the answers they need. And both the two main attorneys that have been up and the director have both given me their assurance that it will be taken care of. They understand the need for the services. They provide excellent services in Sonoma County. They know what it takes to do that. It's not any different to provide excellent services in Mendocino County. So I understand your concern, and trust me, I will be watching it and working with them so we can make sure that we maintain our quality of service, and particularly in that aspect to make sure our staff can reach somebody when they need to reach somebody, so that support is available. Having 4 attorneys, I'd be more concerned if they had less attorneys, but they have 4 attorneys, so that gives us four times the amount, you know, to be able to contact somebody. So based on the way they operate, based on having discussions with the state regional administrator, who is also the regional administrator for that office, and has recommended that and is supportive of the plan that I have before you.
Ms. McCowan?
I would ask, is there a particular time sensitivity, or if this came back at a future meeting, you know, within the next 30 days, would there be an issue with that?
Moving forward, it'll be important to make all the pieces fall together. I'm happy to report back on and give you status reports moving forward, so you can be assured that the services are what you expect for the county. Because, as you know from my past and the dedication to the county, I want to maintain or improve service to the county as much as you do. So I'm happy to come back and give you status updates as how things are going, if that will help and give you information that you would like to go on.
Well, it's, you know, I'll defer to Supervisor Brown.
Well, what would be the process for the agreement, the approval process? What would that agreement go through with Sonoma County? It would need to go through their probably Board of Supervisors. Is there state oversight with the agreement? Does it come before us?
It's a state oversight because the state pays for it.
So it's only the state. So
Generally,
we
yes.
wouldn't necessarily see what that agreement looks like once it's
I'm happy to bring
been
it to you.
drafted.
We have the other shared services agreements that haven't come, you know, they get by the state, and it's a county option whether it goes in front of the board or not. But I'm happy to share it with you and give you status updates.
So I don't imagine we would be laying off the attorney until we had the agreement in place with Sonoma County, or how do you expect the timing of all that to work?
Heidi Dunham, Human Resources Director. If you approve the layoff of the attorney, we would do the meet and confer process. Once that's completed, we would give the attorney notice of 30-day notice. So, and that could be timed to allow for the development of the agreement. And Randy, you can answer as to how long it would take to develop that agreement. I would assume that you've done some work on that already.
Yeah, I'm ready to start that, but I didn't want to start any agreement process until such time that the board had made their decision. But I've spoken with the state director, the state regional administrator that I work with. I've talked with the Sonoma County director, and so we're prepared to move forward with the shared services agreement, and it would be relatively short process generally.
Any further board comments?
I'll just add that if the county of Mendocino was paying for this agreement, obviously I'd want to see the contract, but because the state's paying for it and they're in support of this change, I feel very comfortable with not seeing the agreement at this point, because we're not paying for it. The state's paying for it.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, and I do believe the administrative changes make sense and will improve the department, and I think we're being given assurances that we're not going to be left without legal coverage. So pending agreement with Sonoma County, even though we're approving the layoff, it won't actually be implemented until such time as we have an agreement in place.
Okay, let's vote by the button, please.
Motion carries with Supervisor Krosky dissenting and Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item 5B, discussion and possible approval of the appointment of Marcia Bonnet as temporary help to fulfill critically needed duties after her retirement pursuant to Government Code 7522.56. Health and Human Services is the sponsor.
Hello, good morning. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. I'm here today to ask for approval for you guys to approve Marsha Bonet to return to an extra help employee prior to the 180-day waiver period. Marsha was an employee with the county since 2006 and providing substance use disorders treatment services to our community. She is extremely knowledgeable in our drug medical regulations and the requirements to meet those regulations with our state and keep the county in compliance. The request is being made to help us cover our mandated services that we are required to provide under drug medical regulations to the county in regards to substance use disorders treatment. Currently, the department has a vacancy rate of about 40%, with the majority of those positions being substance abuse counselor positions. So that's part of the need for why we are really hoping that we'll get the approval to bring Marsha back to help provide substance use disorders treatment services. And we are continuously working with the Human Resources Department on strategies to increase the potential number of candidates that we are getting applying for the positions. We've had a really low number of candidates applying for the positions, which is why we are looking on continuous recruitment, and we're looking to bring Marsha Bonet back as an extra help employee. So if you guys had any questions or concerns.
Any questions or comments? Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I'm ready to make the motion after public comment.
Certainly. Any public comment on this item? Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the appointment of Marcia Bonet as temporary help to fulfill critically needed duties after her retirement pursuant to GC 7522.56.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next agenda item 5C, discussion and possible action including adoption of ordinance amending the local coastal program by adding chapter 22.17, the floodplain ordinance, and amending the coastal zoning code, division 2 of title 20, as recommended by the Planning Commission, and adoption of resolution authorizing planning and building services to submit a local coastal program amendment to the California Coastal Commission. Planning and Building is the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Bill Kinzer, Mendocino Planning and Building Services. I'm a senior planner on the coast. The changes we have before you today, or that you have before you today, are fairly minor in terms of the changes to the coastal element and to the coastal zoning ordinance. In a way, they're cleanup procedures. The project description is staff is submitting an amendment to the local coastal program, the LCP, which is the coastal element in the zoning code and the associated maps, consisting of the addition of chapter 22.17, the floodplain ordinance, which you adopted last year, and combined the inland and the coastal, it's a combining ordinance. And then also it consists of minor changes to Division 2, Title 20. So you've already approved the floodplain ordinance, chapter 22.17, and that will replace in the coastal zoning code, that will replace chapter 420, which contains the current floodplain ordinance. There's also some changes, removal of definitions and referring those definitions to the new floodplain ordinance 2217, or referring the reader to the new floodplain ordinance since it's no longer in the coastal zoning code. And then one other minor change that is just a reference to chapter 420. So the changes to the coastal zoning code are fairly minor, other than all of chapter 420 is being replaced and by 2217. We've done looked at the coastal element of the general plan and gone through the policies and information in there, and found that the proposal is consistent with the coastal element. We also would advise that the changes in 2217 are not huge changes, and that the old Chapter 420 was approved and certified by the California Coastal Commission. We don't think that the new changes that are in 2217 are extremely significant changes. So we think also that it's consistent with the local coastal program. CEQA is not required on this. It's statutorily exempt for projects that are under the Coastal Commission's purview to provide that. We would be sending a packet to the Coastal Commission if this is approved. It has 10 parts to it. The main part would be consistency with the coastal element. And there would be some back and forth with the Coastal Commission on the content of that. Staff's recommendation is provided on page 4, and it is that recommend that the board adopt ordinance 2018-0002 to amend the local coastal program by adding chapter 2217, the floodplain ordinance, and amending the zoning code Title II, Division 20 in those 3 areas that I mentioned, the definitions, the one reference, and then the chapter 420, as recommended by the Planning Commission, and then adopt a resolution authorizing planning and building services to submit a local coastal program amendment to the California Coastal Commission.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the memo, it states the amendments were made to comply with recent changes in federal and state regulations. What is the penalty if we don't comply?
If I may, through the chair, and Ash Gonzalez, Recovery Director, I'm involved with this because I started with the floodplain ordinance a little over a year ago, but the ordinance has been vetted through FEMA, and basically, if the county does not move forward with this updated floodplain ordinance, FEMA has the ability to remove us from the NFIP, and basically people lose flood insurance. That's the consequences.
Because I remember our action back in 2017, I can't remember the date, and it was extremely important that we move forward to comply with state and federal changes.
Yes.
Regulation changes, yes.
And if I may add, I've been having conversations with FEMA for the last 6 months, and the idea is that they understand that we're in a unique situation in that we have to have the Coastal Commission certify this ordinance. So basically at this point, FEMA is saying continue to move forward with the coastal plan amendment and keep us updated on what's going on. In the meantime, any changes, any maps, anything that come through, they'll provide that to us. But at the same time, we're supposed to keep a line of communication open with FEMA. Additionally, if we run into any hurdles or stumbling blocks with the Coastal Commission, they want to be advised immediately so that they may also be able to step in. Because again, what's at stake here is the potential loss of the NFIP for the citizens of the county.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
So I think there may be a couple different things going on at the same time. One is the floodplain update requirement from FEMA, but I'm suspicious that some of the changes being proposed aren't being required at the request of FEMA. I mean, I seriously doubt that FEMA is insisting on language that says that accessory structures must be smaller than the main unit. But is that, or are you saying that they are saying that? This looks like something that might be coming from Coastal Commission staff.
No, that's coming from FEMA.
Yes.
So we have a written document from FEMA saying that they are requiring our updated floodplain to have that language?
No, if I may, what FEMA did is they took a review of the original ordinance that was submitted, and then they reviewed it an additional 2 times to make sure that the definitions were meeting the federal requirements. So once they were happy with the changes, then they basically said, you're good to go. So did we get anything specifically? No, they were just doing a review. They did a review where we went through the changes via telephone.
So my point is, you know, there are already so many restrictions in the coastal zone. There's so much in the way of pre-development costs before someone even is eligible to pull a building permit that I'm not in favor of adopting further restrictions without seeing written correspondence from a state or federal agency that shows that we are required to make those additional restrictions, or it's because we as a community want to add additional restrictions. But it seems to me that we should not be just approving additional restrictions on somewhat, I would say, hearsay, that an employee of a state or federal agency said in a phone conversation that this will be required. I'd like to see the written documentation that our current rules are not in conformance with state or federal requirements before we add additional restrictions to development in the coastal zone.
Supervisor Brown?
I was waiting to see if there was a response to that.
Okay. Do you have a response?
So, through the chair, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I can't speak in terms of the specific changes that FEMA has been directing on throughout the ordinance. I can speak to the comment letter that was written regarding the accessory structures, and I don't think that everything is happening to create a limitation that was being alleged in that comment letter. I think that the definition that is, we're not deleting anything from the LCP and its definition of accessory structure, and in terms of what's in 22.17, that language I think is coming possibly from our inland zoning code. But 22.17 is only there for the purpose of floodplain requirements. The ordinance in 2217, section 100, specifically states that the definitions provided therein are specific to the administration and interpretation of this chapter, which is just for floodplain, and are not meant to conflict with other definitions found in the county code. So I don't think it would be a reasonable reading of the definition of accessory structure and floodplain to be mandating changes in how accessory structures are dealt with in the coastal zoning code. So in terms of at the moment, I don't know that there's a need to address and change things on the accessory structure issue. And we will also be having further discussion with Coastal Commission once we submit this to them. If they have whatever changes they request, we'll be taking those to FEMA again, and then we'll end up at some point, hopefully next year, with the final product. I would defer to Mr. Gonzalez about any more discussion of what we have in writing from FEMA regarding the changes between the old floodplain ordinances and the Chapter 22.17.
And again, the idea was to consolidate the two ordinances, the inland and coastal, and place them in Chapter 22 so we would have one ordinance that would cover the entire county. And so, again, we did spend quite a bit of time with FEMA going back and forth on what the definitions are. But again, one of the things that Matt has pointed out, and I'll point out again, is that we have definitions that are spelled out in the FEMA ordinance, but by no reason do they affect the definitions in the zoning code for what is an accessory structure or others. So again, these are just for floodplain purposes.
And in the coastal zone for accessory structures, currently we have accessory living units that are allowed, and they are guest cottages and detached bedrooms. And that definition is not changing in here. And we also have in our code, in the coastal zone currently, but it's going to be changed, we think, that second residential units as defined by the code in the coastal zone is prohibited. So we're not changing that language, but we think in the coming year that language will be changed in the coastal zone. But the accessory, similar to the definition for development that's in the floodplain ordinance, it's different than the definition for development that is in the coastal zone.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
I think that
answered your question? Yeah. Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I'd like to pursue that a little bit more. So again, I'm referring to the correspondence from Amy Wynn, and she says that in 2217 105B, the sentence is added, in no case shall such accessory structure dominate in area, extent, or purpose the principal lawful structure or use. And so are we being told that would only apply in the floodplain?
If I may, through the chair, yes, this is only in the floodplain ordinance.
Well, I'll accept that. And then a follow-up would be if someone already has a structure that's larger, presumably those would be grandfathered in.
Correct.
This would only apply going forward.
That is correct.
Thank you. And then she also says that the following sentence is deleted from 20.308.020. This definition by itself is not intended to prohibit an accessory structure which is greater in size than the main structure. So taking those two together, it would appear the changes are intended to prohibit an accessory structure being larger than the main structure.
Through the chair, Deputy County Counsel, at least I'll double check the clean version of the ordinance, but in the strike through I have loaded, we're not changing that definition of accessory structure in paragraph F. So I don't know where that is necessarily coming from.
So then that language is not being deleted?
No, we're not changing that definition in the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Then we also had correspondence, if I may, from the Howard Creek Ranch, referring to registered historic sites, and which I believe they have. And I don't think this is something that we were changing, but is there a legitimate concern here, and can it be addressed by one of the suggestions contained in the correspondence?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I read this last night, and I don't think there's legitimate concern for what's happening here. Again, the definition of historic structure is only for the purpose of the floodplain ordinance. So in looking at how that word is used, it's used in the context of if there is significant rehabilitation going on, don't affect your historic structure status. Well, your historic structure status is determined by those four things. The fourth of those is specific to local programs that have been approved by the state or the federal government. I don't know if in '93 what the action the board took was part of a state or federally approved program. If it is, then the structures that are there would be subject to those requirements of the ordinance. If our program was just a resolution not naming something as a historic structure, but we didn't have it certified, then there'd be no impact. That would not be a historic structure as defined, and so it wouldn't be subject to the rules regarding how you can repair or rebuild your historic structure. So I don't know that adding things to the ordinance is necessary, because at worst, the comment letter is referring to structures that may just not need to comply with that requirement. Fitting them into the definition arguably would be more stringent than not.
Well, it may be a situation where complying based on that it's a historic structure might be, the requirements might be more lenient than if it were not a historic structure. I mean, they'd have to be truer to the historic nature of the property, but for instance, they might be exempt from a seismic requirement, whereas non-historic would not. You know, it could be something like that, that they...
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, the floodplain ordinance also provides for the issuance of a variance, which is similar to the county process, but in this case, the variance could look at such things if indeed there was an issue that needed to be addressed. Very rarely does that ever come up, but that is something that I would point out that towards the end of the ordinance, it does provide for variance processes. Again, the idea is that if it is a historic structure, the ordinance would recognize as such. And many of these properties, I would also point out, that are affected by the floodplain in the coastal zone are not necessarily similar to the ones inland where you have a floodplain, where you have the structure in a low-lying area. Most of these parcels are affected by the V zones in the coastal zone because of the tidal effects. And most of the structures, because of the, I'll say, the preservation of estuaries and ischias, most of these structures are up higher on the bluffs, and so they're not necessarily down on the beaches where most of these structures could be impacted or affected. Unlike the development that's occurred on the East Coast, where you see a lot of structures that have been impacted by flooding due to high tides and hurricanes and so on, that are actually built on beaches, most of the development that has occurred here has been in higher elevations. But because the property does touch the ocean, it is considered being in the floodplain and in the V zones. So I just wanted to point that out as additional information for consideration by the board.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments? Yes, Supervisor Jordan.
You mentioned there's a variance process in the floodplain ordinance. You know, variances are terms that are used in planning meetings all the time, and often they're used incorrectly because people say, well, we'll give this project a variance, but a variance, my understanding from state law, is limited to a parcel that has some unusual site constraint, that part of the parcel is unusable because of the site constraint, and therefore a variance is allowed, say, let's say on a setback in one direction or another because of the topography of the parcel. So what would be the variance use in this example? Why would someone be given a variance?
Section B of the ordinance calls for variances may be used issued for the repair or rehabilitation of historic structures as defined in the ordinance upon a determination that the proposed repair or rehabilitation will not preclude the structure's continued designation as a historic structure.
I'm not totally following what you just said.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski. This is section 22.17.510 in regards to variances. This is one of the two situations that the term historic structure is used in the ordinance. And it says that variances may be issued for the repair or rehabilitation of defined historic structures upon a determination that the proposed repair or rehabilitation will not preclude the designation as a historic structure. So in the context of this change, if you're listed and you meet that definition, then you may need a variance to make changes to your building. If you're not as part of that definition, then you wouldn't need a variance. If you're not included or meet the definition of historic structure. So I think in the two cases I see in this ordinance, I think it's possibly more restrictive if we see you as listed than if you're not. And this is something where if we want it, we can revisit this. I think it'd have to be at a later date because right now nothing was agendized for changes to chapter 22.17. Today we're just adding that.
So, but in the definition you just described, I don't hear where you have the legal basis for a variance. I mean, I'm hearing the word being used in the ordinance, but I don't see where's the tie-in.
Simply based on it's a historic structure would be the basis for the variance.
So the variance in terms of what's going on in the floodplain ordinance, I'm not sure this necessarily meets the typical definition of variance under the Planning and Zoning Code, is that the variance may be, you would need a variance to repair or rehabilitate your historic structure. And to get that variance, you have to have a determination that the proposed repair or rehabilitation will not preclude the structure's continued designation as a historic structure. So if you meet the definition of a historic structure and you need to repair or rehabilitate your unit or building, then you need to get a variance, and you have to make a finding that the changes or the repair or rehabilitation won't affect the listing on a historic register. So it's only if you're on that historic designation that it becomes an issue.
So I'm not against the approval. I'm just saying, to me, that sounds like it's the inappropriate use of the term variance.
If I may, through the chair, yes. I think the Supervisor Jordy, as you pointed out, there's the variance processes we use in the planning world, and then there's the variance process that is used in the FEMA world. And so, for example, and I'll try to put this into perspective, when you have a structure that has been substantially destroyed, then that structure would have to conform with the new standards under FEMA. So let's say that the structure today, we'll call it a pre-firm structure that was built before the current maps went into effect. And that structure sits, we'll say, 3 feet below the high water mark. Under the new ordinance, you are supposed to elevate a minimum of 2 feet above the high water mark so that your finished floor is well above. What happens with a variance situation is that one would, if one is doing work to improve the structure, rehabilitate it, and so on, one would seek the variance in order to preserve the historic character and not necessarily create an offset. So if you can picture one portion of the structure being at its current stage and then having the area that's damaged or being rehabilitated having to sit up on stilts because it needs to meet the current floodplain regulations. The variance would be so that you could maintain the existing integrity of the building. And again, there's findings that need to be made, but again, this is what I call the variance in the FEMA world, because these variances are also subject to challenge by FEMA as well, because the county is subjected to being audited. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we couldn't issue a variance if proper findings were made to be able to do that. Again, we just have to be able to withstand an audit from FEMA.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCown?
So I think I'm being told that if they do have a historic designation and they are in the floodplain, then based on the findings cited by Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski, they would not have to elevate 2 feet above the floodplain if those findings could be made. They could rebuild where they are or repair where they are.
I believe that's correct, and if they're not listed as a historic structure as defined in the ordinance, then they'd have to have other reasons for a variance from the hazards. If we were to try, and I would probably want to reach out to FEMA to determine whether they would have issues regarding adding something, if there's an allowance for historical designations that don't meet the criteria that we're working with. I mean, we don't have this definition of historic structure elsewhere in our code. It's here because we're talking about historic structures in a floodplain. While we're proposing to adopt an ordinance, the ordinance won't be codified until it's certified by the Coastal Commission. So we can reach out and have that discussion and see if there's an issue with adding it. But that would be the question of, for floodplain insurance reasons, would the federal government have a problem with, and this is assuming what the county did in '93 didn't qualify as a historic structure. I think that's the essence of the comment on this issue is, if it doesn't, what's the problem then? But if the federal government will have issues with flood insurance regarding a from their perspective, non-compliant historical preservation program, I think we'd want to talk to them first.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment? Oh, we have a card. Thank you. Sally Grigg?
Blowing my knees out. I'm waiting for a knee operation. Anyway, having listened to all
well,
of
to
this,
the microphone, please.
I'll get to the microphone. Okay, my name is Sally Grigg.
you.
This is my husband, Charles. We own and operate Howard Creek Ranch. We've been there 45 years. What we want may not be possible, but the way it is now, we are a registered historic site designated by the Board of Supervisors 26 years ago. We are also very much in the floodplain. We know this. If we're wiped out, we're not going to rebuild there. I mean, obviously. But if we need to rebuild part of it or do something to it, we'd like to be able to. The house was built in 1871. We don't know about the other structures. They didn't keep records. What we had proposed was in section 2217.140 under the definitions. There's now 4. The 4th one has individually listed on a local inventory of historic places, and then it keeps on going under state programs. The board didn't, and the county was not under a state program. You designated at that time, I don't know if you're still doing it, registered historic places, and you registered them as a Mendocino County destination, I guess, something like that. So our idea was that you add a 5th, which was basically just that it's a locally designated historic site without the state overlay, or you add a with or without on the individually listed on a local inventory of historic places. And then you wouldn't need the state overlay. And I don't know if this definition is mandated by FEMA, because we don't have all these categories from 1 to 4 in this county. This doesn't happen most of the time. Okay? Any questions?
Supervisor Jordy?
Just a question. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So you're saying 26 years ago, the county of Mendocino designated your property as a historic site.
Yes.
And I'm not familiar with that process, but I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
It used to. I haven't heard of it lately. Okay.
I know in the city of Fort Bragg, the city of Fort Bragg maintains a list of city-identified historic sites. So it sounds like a similar process exists or has existed with the county of Mendocino. So that's your understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we have documentation. I'm sure you do too.
There you go. Okay, any further board comment?
Well, I have a question
Yes,
on that
Supervisor Jordy.
to staff.
Mm-hmm.
Again, during my time on the board, I haven't heard of discussion of a county historic inventory. Again, I'm very familiar with the city of Fort Bragg's historic inventory and the purpose of the city's historic inventory, because some people might ask, well, thinking of the town of Mendocino and its historic district, some people might say, well, why would someone want to be on the city of Fort Bragg's historic inventory? Well, the way the city of Fort Bragg operates, if you're on the city of Fort Bragg's historic inventory, you're then allowed to use the historic building code rather than the contemporary building code or the provisions for that. So I'm assuming that would have been the purpose of the county of Mendocino having its own historic inventory. So can staff just explain what's the status of the county's historic inventory?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, in quickly conferring with Planning Department, I don't think that we're aware of what that process did entail and its purposes were in 1993. I think that's something we'd be happy to look into to see if that process already fits within the current number 4 in the definition of historic structure, because that would let us know if it was certified by an approved state program or by the Secretary of the Interior. And if it does not, I think we'd want to discuss that with FEMA to say, in the issue of doing variances from flood hazard standards, if there was a local program that didn't meet that requirement, what would the feds have to say about us adding that provision to our local code?
And if I may, through the chair, what FEMA recognizes is anything that's on a federal register. They also recognize anything that's on a state register. I'm not certain how they would look at anything that's done locally. And that would be something that we would have to ask FEMA on this. Again, we are trying to make our ordinance compliant with the federal model, which is what they see and have asked us to do. Again, just something to add is that if any individual wanted to make any improvements to their structures, there is a provision in the ordinance that allows for improvements to be made without going and hitting what I call that substantial improvement mark. So in other words, substantial improvement is 50% or more. You could improve your structure and still maintain that ability to continue to do so, as long as no more than 50% was improved. So again, I throw that out for consideration as well. Should these folks want to do any improvements, they could. And also, the statement that was also made is that if they're wiped out, they wouldn't want to rebuild. The idea is that FEMA, when they see these types of things that happen, when you see total devastation, they discourage people from trying to reestablish things back in the same location. But one of the things that FEMA has done over the years is they've tried to encourage as much as possible to do so. Now, again, a variance is set up to be able to do that for historic structures. Primarily what impacts a lot of folks is that you continue to build in the same place and be destroyed and build. At some point, FEMA says the county and the individuals are no longer eligible for disaster assistance. And then the lending institutions generally say today that if you are in a floodplain, you'll have to obtain floodplain insurance. And if the county's ordinance is not in conformance with the federal regulations, then basically what they do is they can actually pull us from the NFIP and nobody would be eligible for flood insurance in the county.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Drudy?
Well, earlier you were describing the floodplain parcels in the coastal zone being typically on bluffs and not really, the buildings not being in danger of a major storm event. So it just sounds, unless I'm misunderstanding it, that most of these buildings are not really in danger and not really prone to being wiped out in a storm event. So I don't think we're really going to see that there. I mean, I realize this is a county-wide ordinance, and there are other parts of the county where maybe someone's close to a river that has seasonal floods, 50-year floods. But again, I'm just reluctant to want to vote for more restrictions in the coastal zone without seeing written correspondence stipulating why we are required to make these additional restrictions. Unless it's just something that we as a community want to add as an additional restriction.
Supervisor McCown?
Well, if I'm understanding the responses from staff correctly, we're not adding additional restrictions.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for a motion. Amy Nguyen?
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for bringing this item, and thank you to staff. I'm largely don't have a whole lot of issue with this particular item, but there's a sleeper item in this proposed ordinance that I don't know whether it's intentional or not. I submitted a comment late yesterday. I apologize. I wasn't really thinking that this was going to be something that I would want to get into, but there is an item where there's a new definition or a modification to a definition. It's in existing ordinance 22-17-105B. And the first thing it's about accessory structures and defining what an accessory structure is. And I'm sorry, because I did come in late.
I'm going to
Have you
interrupt for
already
just
talked
a
about
moment
this?
because you walked in late, and we actually did have quite a long discussion on
Okay.
it. So
I'm
if you
sorry.
want to talk to staff after, or you can watch the video, but we did discuss the accessory issue in length.
Perfect. Inland.
So,
Okay.
Yes.
And then it'll just be replicated in the coastal zone. I mean, you've hashed it out.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
It's a
I
different
apologize.
definition than
there we
within
are.
the other. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, do we have a motion at the board?
I will make the recommended motion.
And as a matter of principle, I'm going to be voting no because I feel like we have a history at the county of being a little too loosey-goosey with the state and federal agencies, in that we're told by staff that federal agency staff or state agency staff need this, want this, require this, without written correspondence documenting these supposed requirements. And there have been some unintended consequences, I think, of adoption of some of those requirements in our county code. And it's added significantly to pre-development costs and the requirement for many people, particularly in the coastal zone, to have a need to hire people like Amy Nguyen Coastal Development to do what are really rather simple projects in the coastal zone. I think we need to be sending a message to staff that we want, and that they need to communicate to state and federal staff that state and federal staff need to provide written correspondence stipulating the federal or state requirements that they're insisting upon, so that we know that they are in fact requirements.
Okay. Supervisor McCown.
Well, with all due respect, I did not interpret this based on our lengthy discussion that we are adding new requirements that are going to disadvantage individuals in the coastal zone. So, and staff has indicated on the other item related to Howard Creek Ranch, they were willing to look into that further, I believe. And if a change is warranted, potentially we can revisit that.
Yes, thank you. It was also my understanding, based on our discussion on the correspondence from Amy Nguyen, that there were no further restrictions. And also, as Supervisor McCown said, that we would be looking as we move forward to see if we can add the local registration of historic places for FEMA, if they'll allow that. So. Okay, let's vote by the button, please.
Motion carries with Supervisor Jordy dissenting and Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Thank you very much. Okay, next item is 5D, discussion and possible action regarding informational update on the implementation of the Mendocino County Cannabis Cultivation Program and cannabis compliance efforts. Department of Agriculture is the sponsor.
Good morning, members of the board, CEO Angelo, County Council, Dr. Harinder Grewal, Agricultural Commissioner, and Sealer. Cannabis program data is submitted, and the data is as of October 23rd. It's available to you, and it's also available to public. Another brief update. Mendocino County Department of Agriculture, along with California Department of Pesticide Regulation, is holding a cannabis pesticide workshop. It's going on at this time 9 to 12. The purpose of this workshop is to give better understanding to cannabis cultivators that what is required if they do use pesticide. At this time, it's houseful. We are planning to have another workshop tomorrow if we have enough attendees. So again, this is part of my outreach to cannabis community, cannabis cultivators. And there's a lot more going on when we talk about cannabis outreach. I was at one of the radio stations for an hour and a half, talk about our outreach events and also encourage cannabis community to participate in this outreach event. And I'm going to hand over to Siobhan to talk about more outreach events, and then after that, we'll glad to take any questions. Thank you.
Hello, Siobhan Holmes, Program Administrator for the Department of Agriculture. I want to update you on a presentation that the Department of Agriculture hosted yesterday. We had 2 representatives from the California Department of Food and Ag come and speak to consultants and applicants specifically about the state process for temporary and annual licensing. They went through the entire application with the attendees, and they were available for specific questions that I think people who came got a lot out of. One of the largest takeaways were for the attendees to hear directly from representatives from the state about the upcoming deadlines. And I think having that moment of one-on-one communication really speaks volumes, because they have only been hearing the messages through the cannabis division within the county. So that was very helpful. In addition to that, I'm very excited because this Thursday we are hosting our first satellite office in Covelo at the Covelo Common Space. And I'm also delighted to let you know that we will have a representative from the Department of Planning and Building Services. So we've extended our offerings at the satellite offices so people can come and get preliminary zoning clearances and speak directly with a planner about their properties instead of having to come all the way down to Ukiah to have a conversation and discuss the potential of whether or not they can apply for a cannabis cultivation permit. So we're quite excited about that. Throughout the month, we have scheduled 3 additional satellite offices. On November 8th, we'll be in Covelo. The 15th, we'll be back in Willits at the museum. And on November 20th, we'll have our second event in Covelo. I'm really encouraging people to come out and submit your final documentation so we can continue processing the inquiries and reply to the state before the end of the year. So having more dates is really great for us. It allows for people to efficiently do what they need to do without spending a whole day coming to Ukiah, which has been something that the community has been asking for quite some time, and now we're providing that. And we hope to have all of the incomplete applications completed as soon as possible. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much for all of the community outreach. I know it is very, very much appreciated.
Siobhan, could you just repeat the dates and locations?
Sure. So this Thursday, November 5th, will be in Covelo at the Common Space. So it's the space between the library and the cafe. On November 15th, we'll be in Willits in the Wanacott room. You enter the room from behind the museum. Usually when you get to the museum, we do have a sign out front that says Mendocino Department of Agriculture Satellite Office around to the back. And then on November 20th, we'll be in the Common Space again in Covelo. And just to let everyone know, when it comes to the satellite offices, we mean just that. We are able to conduct business as usual that we do in our main office here. So come with your documents. We have IT come up and set up a secured network. It's the Department of Agriculture in Covelo. So I really want people to think of it that way. If you're concerned that maybe we can't do something, feel free to email or call the office, because I also don't want to waste anyone's time. But for the most part, if you need to do business, you can come by the Common Space and get it done.
And just to confirm, the hours are 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay.
In both Willits and Covelo.
Any other board comments? Okay, I have one speaker card. Casey O'Neill.
Good morning. Casey O'Neill, local farmer, Vice Chair, California Growers Association. So I had the pleasure of renewing my permit a couple of weeks ago, which I'm pretty excited about. A definitely big shout out to Department of Ag. I really appreciate the hard work. One thing of concern, the permit renewal came with an application fee that was $1,350. I had assumed I was coming for a permit renewal fee, which would be the $675 permit fee. So now I am to assume that I had to pay $1,350 and also a $675 upcoming. So, you know, it's tight right now, and I don't get a salary from the farm. I have an off-farm job, so every bit helps or hurts, so to speak. And there is some indication that perhaps with direction from the board that $1,351 might be waived, and we might just actually have a renewal fee of $675, because I'm not applying for a new permit, I'm renewing a permit, but it appears that there's some vagaries in the ordinance that are creating this situation. So I have come to ask the board for direction in that arena. Also, just a quick note on the coastal plan amendment for cannabis, hoping to get an update and figure out where we're at with that. I know that the other coastal plan amendment is moving through, but cannabis, I assume the consultant is working diligently on, and I was just curious where we were at with that. Also, so I was at the Planning Commission a couple of weeks ago talking about the overlay zones. Definitely some forward movement there, which is much appreciated, but also some dialogue about the possibility of a use permit for sunset zones, and this being a way to strike a balance in which there are many neighborhoods in which there are some cultivators who would like to move forward with the process, certainly not enough support for an overlay zone, but possibly also not opposition to those cultivators being able to get a permit. And so seems like, you know, there was some discussion at the Planning Commission, and it seemed like for all involved, concerned neighbors, cultivators, Planning Commission, that a possibility of a use permit process for allowing cultivators to continue within a sunset zone might be helpful and make sense. So I wanted to bring that up for discussion. And there was one more. I am to understand that there's a presentation this afternoon about the economic assessments of Mendocino County, and it does not seem like cannabis is included in that, and I it is included. Lovely. Then I have misspoken, yes. And I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I have no more cards.
Good morning, board. Good morning, everybody. Mendocino County, Louis Bigfoot Schultz from Willits. On Thursday, the Planning Commission will hear from the residents of Third Gate. 80 parcels of land are in that area. I'm one of the parcel owners, and they're trying to bring that under a commercial zone, the 80 parcels into commercial production of marijuana honey oil, and we're against it. I don't have one neighbor that's for it. The only people that are for it are the carpetbaggers that have moved in and bought land in the last couple of years, and they want to make a couple $1 million on our backs. Trucks, fire danger, all the above. Now, we're going to be there Thursday at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I want you to know right now we're going to prevail. We're going to win. This is moving too fast. My neighbors weren't even notified. They only sent out four notifications. And I'm going out of my mind because I'm trying to talk to people, but it's impossible because it takes longer than just a short period of time to contact everybody. Most people are either out of town or they're busy, or they're gone or whatever. Some people are home. But this is just moving way too fast, and we don't want it in our community. We don't want commercialization at all. It's a rural residential neighborhood. That's what we paid money for. We've been paying taxes for it, and I'm raged by this. So thank you so much. We'll be seeing you too if the Planning Commission denies our request to deny this application this coming Thursday at 10 o'clock from the residents out by me, Third Gate and beyond. Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Back to staff.
Mary Lynn Hunt, Planning and Building Services. So I'll speak to, first of all, Casey had a question about the coastal plan update, and we have just recently been in conversation with our consultant, and we hope to have something to the board for direction after the first of the year. So you'll be seeing that probably, I would say probably first part of February. As for Mr. Schultz's comments regarding a project at Third Gate, I'm sorry, I have no idea what he's speaking to, and I just looked at staff to see if they knew what was going on, so we're not aware of any project like that in the Third Gate area, if he could be more specific.
Here we have something on zoning administrator, this one item here for use permit for cannabis.
While they look up, oh wait.
Is it in Third Gate? Yes. Okay, so I apologize, we do have something. So we have a zoning administrator hearing this Thursday, and this is for a use permit for a cannabis micro business that will be occurring up in that area. So there was public notice, there would have been notice to the 300 feet within the property and also in the newspaper, and it's listed on our website, so I do apologize, I didn't know that.
No problem, thank you. Supervisor McCown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that issue will work its way through the process and may or may not get to us. On the issue of a use permit was also raised, and I think that's something that will probably be part of the board discussion on the 16th when we're considering the overlay opt-in, opt-out. The one thing that I think we potentially could give some direction on today is the issue of paying both an application fee and a renewal fee. So I don't think we have to have a big discussion here today, but I would request staff to review the ordinance and see exactly what it says. It may be that it's structured in a way that you need to submit a new application each year currently. I know the ad hoc will be presenting an issue on the 16th that would have only an initial application fee. Subsequently, there would be a renewal fee, which makes sense because you don't have to redo all the work of processing the application each year. So, and I may not remember this accurately. It almost seems to me like the board had discussed that issue previously and may have given direction that we intend to simplify the inspection and the application and the renewal process. Again, I'm not certain of that.
I do believe we discussed it.
Yeah, I thought we had, and certainly I think that's the direction we're moving. So again, the request is simply for staff to review the existing ordinance, review previous direction of the board, and if nothing else, perhaps the payment of the application fee could be deferred pending final action of the board. Just a suggestion for staff to consider.
Can you clarify if that was a board directive?
No, it's just a suggestion.
Any further board comments or questions? Any further comments from staff? Okay.
Well, one further comment, it would be to add totals to the charts. Of course, maybe that makes the chart too busy, but both totals coming down, so we would see the total number of applications for each license type or each permit type, and they're running across, so we would see the total for each land use designation. And then previously we were showing, on the other chart, we were showing the change from the previous report. So I think returning to that, or if it's in there, maybe I missed it, but so just a request for a little additional information.
Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, we will take a break. We will come back at, let's do it at 11 o'clock. Okay. We'll take a break, back at 11. We will reconvene at 11:02 with item 5E, discussion and possible action regarding updates associated with the 2017 fire recovery efforts in Mendocino County.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Nash Gonzalez, Recovery Director. I'm going to go ahead and provide you with the update. So as the board is aware, a number of months ago, the county prepared the 2017 Redwood Complex Fire Recovery Project Plan. And so this plan contains a list of projects that lead to long-term recovery, including rebuilding of our infrastructure and economic resiliency. I bring this up as we are using this plan, and again, I know that the board had an opportunity to review this. It's been out for public review. As it comes up as we are applying for a number of grants to try to accomplish a variety of projects. With the help of our grant writer, LACO, we have prioritized a variety of projects utilizing the following criteria: the likelihood of success, public unmet needs, county unmet needs, as well as funding and funding sources. So in the last 3 months, we have submitted 4 grant applications, which have included the general plan safety element update, the hazardous mitigation plan update, ignition resistant construction, and PBS staffing. As well, we have submitted 5 notices of intent to apply, which include the early warning siren systems. That would fund a feasibility study, the Mendocino County Defensible Space Assistance Program, the County Fire Cameras Early Warning System, a fuel reduction grant, and in the County Communications Infrastructure Reliability and Resiliency Improvements. And that would be to retrofit and then allow for defensible space clearing around county communication facilities. The recovery plan continues to be and will continue to be a guidance document that provides direction for targeting such projects and such funding. As of today, we're still waiting to hear back from FEMA and Cal OES on our grant submittals that we did back in September. We do know that we're moving forward with the Redwood Valley Water Project, but we anticipate to hear soon on the NOI submittals and move forward with grant applications, and hopefully by December. Also, I would point out that at the October 16th Board of Supervisors meeting, staff directed staff to partner with MCOG to submit a grant application to Caltrans for the adaptation planning grant. So staff has recently met with MCOG, and based on their experience with Caltrans planning grants, MCOG is going to take the lead, and we're going to provide assistance to MCOG so that we can move forward with this grant. So with that, I just wanted to let the board know we continue to use this document. It is a living, breathing document. It's not just something that sits on the shelf, but it is our guidance so that we can keep looking for grants, keep looking for projects that are contained within the document. So I just wanted to let you know it's still there, and we're using it. I also wanted to go ahead and provide the recovery numbers as far as what planning and building is generating. And so building permits issued to date, they've issued 144 permits. They only have 15 in queue, so the process is moving those permits quickly through the process. That includes 61 for single-family residents, 48 for manufactured homes, and 35 for garages, outbuildings, sheds, and so on. We're still at 16 manufactured homes that have been finaled, 4 single-family, and 9 garage and storage buildings that have received finals. And again, the department continues to process these and provide for an expeditious review. Relative to the administrative permits to put RVs on private property, 70 have been applied for, 67 have been issued so far. And that's where we're at. So we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. It's great to see those numbers just continue to, be approved as quickly as they're coming in. That's wonderful. The only question / comment I had was last week I was driving up Tomkai, and I noticed that we still have a couple of guardrails that have not been repaired. They're still on the ground, with burnt posts, and I'm just concerned as we move into the wet weather that that we're gonna, you know, have some dangerous conditions. And I don't see Director DeShiel here, but it would be nice to know where those are in our priority as far as trying to get those guardrails repaired.
If I may, through the chair, it's my understanding that we should have these finished by 2020, but again, I can't speak for the DOT director.
Wonderful. Yes.
Thank you. He did respond, and I believe they had been working on some 2018 wildfire items, and I can't remember what the other areas, but that he felt they could get out there, but it might not be complete by this winter.
All right, and I know we have a lot of, you know, always important pressing things, and we seem to have disaster stacked upon disaster. You know, it's just a very visible reminder as you're driving up that road of the disaster, and it's a dangerous one too. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I support that concern, and there's a reason why the guardrails were there, and so here we are a year later. It seems like it's in everyone's interest, the county and the public, to get that done as quickly as we possibly can. It doesn't seem like it'd be that complicated either. So I don't know what the process would be to either do it ourselves or contract it out, but I certainly would support either hearing directly from the director on why this can't move forward more quickly, or give a directive that we would like to see it move forward.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I was given a tour of the new construction going on in Redwood Valley and missed the guardrails. As I told Georgianne, I didn't see that they hadn't been fixed. I'm not sure if I went as far out as you did, but it's pretty amazing. It's still a devastated area, but there's a lot of neighbor helping neighbor in these constructions that are taking place, smaller homes, but yet people are, you know, feeling very good about moving forward. It's pretty amazing. Everyone's loaning each other equipment, helping each other in their expertise area. So it made me feel very, very good. And while this is actually 2017 fire recovery, there will be several of us going to Sacramento next week on the 2018 fires and meeting with top state officials about many of the different issues we have. And I feel this is very important to keep engaged. We'll have about 4 staff members going, and hopefully myself. We think about the other fires that took place same time as ours, but we need to be in the room and participate. Really feel strongly about that. So once again, here's staff having to switch over, trying to do the 2017, and now we're on the 2018. So it's quite a bit of work, and I appreciate what everybody does.
Certainly. And I mean, when we're talking road repairs, these are on top of the storm damage that occurred before the 2017 fires as well.
Oh,
so,
yes.
you know, we still are dealing with some of the storm damage from that too.
Madam Chair, we have
Yes.
one more update, and I'll
Okay.
turn that over to Steve.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO, just here to give you a brief update on what we're calling the Western Hills project. So as your board's aware, the county, the city, CAL FIRE, and the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority, along with the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, are all working together to develop a comprehensive plan for fire safety for the Ukiah Valley. This is complementary to, but sort of in addition to, the recovery plan that Director Gonzalez was referencing, the local hazard mitigation plan, other planning documents that are out there. And what we're trying to do is come up with a model that partnership and approach that can be replicated for other communities throughout other communities throughout the county. Typically, this type of initiative takes years to implement. with the support of Supervisor John McCowan, we're ambitious enough that we think that we can get some significant progress in place before next fire season. And we also expect that we'll be getting another joint press release with the City of Ukiah out within a week or a week and a half. As has been mentioned even by Supervisor Brown with Neighbors Helping Neighbors, primary responsibility for fire safety is traditionally it falls on private property owners. And to this end, we all know that many property owners invest significant amounts of resources and effort into to making their properties fire safe and maintaining that fire safety. Ukiah Valley Fire Marshal Kevin Jennings has been meeting with neighborhood groups to kind of continue spreading the education and the news about fire safety, and meeting with groups that are interested in making their communities, their local communities, safer. In addition, the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council has hired a new staff person, Emil Ferrara, and he is going to be further supporting fire safety message through the Fire Safe Council. And the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority and the Fire Safe Council are working together as we speak on developing a concise flyer, two-sided flyer that can be distributed for fire safe with fire safe tips and pointing community members to additional resources that are available for them. And we're hoping that that will be available for distribution by the end of this month. More significantly, we've got in 2004, most people are aware that there was a shaded fuel break that was established at the base of the hills west of the City of Ukiah. We're working again with our partners to see that shaded fuel break implemented from Highway 253 at the south end of the valley all the way up to Hensley Creek Road at Mendocino College. And we're planning at this point to have a community meeting about this shaded fuel break in December, and we're hoping that work, again, recognizing that individual property owners are already doing their part and making their properties more fire safe. We're hoping to see implementation of this coordinated shaded fuel break taking place as weather allows this winter, beginning potentially in January. And then in addition to all these local efforts, I wanted to bring your board up to speed on CAL FIRE's activities. So as you're aware, they're always engaged and involved in making the communities more safer. And CAL FIRE has prioritized the reestablishment of ridgetop fuel breaks along the hills west of the City of Ukiah. As you've most likely seen, approximately 2 years ago, CAL FIRE reestablished a ridgetop fuel break near the U west of Ukiah. And they're working to, again, get a strategic feature in place between Highway 253 and Low Gap Road with the ridgetop fuel breaks, or fire breaks, and we're ambitiously hoping to see that structure in place as well before next fire season. And then finally, the CAL FIRE controlled burn program, they've historically had a controlled burn program that has been active every year. There's what I believe to be a pretty fantastic 5-minute video that can be found online at the UC Division of Ag and Natural Resources. And this is regarding a controlled burn that was conducted out at the Hopland Field Station on the University of California property. It's 5 minutes. I think it's 5 minutes well spent. And 3 local controlled burns have happened in the last month already. At this point, there have been 2 in the Covelo community, 1 at Howard Forest. And CAL FIRE had planned, and when weather conditions allow, we'll be conducting a controlled burn on property, on a large piece of property that's accessed off of Low Gap Road. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to see evidence of that burn when it takes place. And again, that's just waiting for the right weather conditions at this point. So that's my update on the Western Hills.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Any public comment on this item? Okay, thank you very much.
I would just like to acknowledge again the great work that our staff has consistently been doing and is doing on fire recovery efforts, so thank you very much.
Okay, the next agenda item is 5F, discussion and possible action including acceptance of the informational presentation of the County Leadership Initiative by representatives of the County Leadership Team. The Executive Office and Human Resources is the sponsor.
Right. Chair Krosky, I'll go ahead and open up the item while our staff come up front. Just as a reminder, we started the Leadership Initiative in 2012, And when we started the Leadership Initiative, we did that because of two reasons. One, of course, we did have the leadership of Supervisor Brown and Supervisor McCown, who were really pushing that we do something. And what we looked at was the organization and the problems we had in the organization because of the financial issues that we had. And I don't have to go through that. Everybody knows what we experienced over the last 10 years. So we started in 2012. We had some trainings, and we began to develop an initiative that we wanted to utilize to help to pull the organization back together. At that time, we had staff and supervisors and staff and managers that were really not working together, as everybody knows. There were terrible financial issues, and fortunately, we've pulled through that, and we never want to go back, which is one of the reasons why this board directed that we develop a reserve so that we never have to ask our employees to take a pay cut again. At that time, as I said, it was so problematic within the organization that we wanted to give back to the employees, but again, we didn't have money to give for salary increases and benefits. So we developed the Leadership Initiative, which is leadership with heart and leadership at all levels. And what we were pushing is that it doesn't matter where you are in this organization. You can be the CEO or you can be an entry-level person on your first day of work. You have a voice here. We want to hear you, and we value you. And I think that over the last few years, we've actually been quite successful with this. We started in 2012 with 2 staff in the executive office. By 2013, we had 40 employees, which actually was really good. Those 40 employees is the group that came forward and developed the leadership philosophy. And if you recall, on September 9th of 2013, this board adopted the leadership philosophy. And you can see it's up there. And that really was the beginning of trying to not only pull the staff together and really push forward with the Leadership Initiative, but actually to begin to mold the organization and to change the culture of the organization. At this point in time, we have over 200 county employees, and yes, we have approximately 1,200. I still think 200 after a few years is actually pretty good. People give of their own time, and you'll see some of that today. Approximately 200 employees who have been involved in any one or all of the leadership activities. We've also formed a Mendocino County Executive Leadership Team, which is basically a steering committee which assists all the other work groups to lead the charge in some of the transformation we'd like to have. And what you've heard before and what you'll hear again today is that there have been key issues within the organization that have been identified by staff in these work groups as areas that need work, and they've been working on them. And McCelt basically is the steering committee over these projects. There are 70 employees, 70 members that are on the project teams. And then, of course, we've had our high-performance organization trainings, and we've had 120 employees who have been trained in HPO. We have an ongoing leadership reading group that is led by Sherry Johnson, and that seems to be quite popular. And I believe that this board has received some of the books that they've utilized during the reading club. And that seems to be an area that everybody seems to like. I want to say one more thing because, the word leadership is thrown around so much. We hear it. It's just like one of those buzzwords. You hear it everywhere. But I think the actual leadership really came over the last year and a half. And if you look at what happened in 2017 and 2018, our staff stepped up, and Supervisor McCowan just talked about this, so I don't want to belabor it, but I think the real leadership was demonstrated by our staff that stepped up during the fires. And nobody had to tell them that you have to show up or you have to be here or you have to be there. Our staff just showed up. They were there, and they were there every day and every night. They worked in the EOC, they worked in the call center, they worked in the shelters, they worked everywhere. And I think that is clearly a demonstration of leadership at all levels. We could sit in all the trainings we want, all the groups we want, all the classes, but I believe that our staff has lived it and they've demonstrated it. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Sherry Johnson.
Good morning, Chair Krosky, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Elliott. I am Sherry Johnson. I'm the Assistant Human Resource Director and the Leadership Coordinator for Mendocino County. And I would just like to take a moment to thank you, board, for your support for the Leadership Initiative, and also to thank CEO Angelo for support, commitment, and passion for the initiative. And today we will be providing an update on the leadership activities over the last 6 months. So I also want to mention, when you received your information with your agenda summary, you had also received a copy of the leadership philosophy, a list of the team members on the project teams and their charters, and a history of the leadership initiative since 2012. So I will go and turn. So just a really brief overview from me, just what we've been doing. We still, as Carmel had mentioned, that leadership reading group continues monthly. We had the high performance organization training. That was a 2-day training that we had 32 participants. It was hosted and presented by the McKelt members, the Mendocino County Executive Leadership Team. In the past, that way we had brought in a trainer, Tony Gardner, from the University of Virginia. So I'm really proud that we were able to host the training ourselves. So it was very successful. Leadership development trainings, we have done those with Humboldt County. We did not do that this year, but we look forward to doing that in 2019. The expanded leadership quarterly meetings, we have our March, June, September, and December, where we cover county business and also do leadership updates and training. Leadership webpage we have, it has our leadership philosophy. It has a video from CEO Angelo. We have our book group information and variety of leadership videos. And then we, as CEO Angelo mentioned, we have the executive leadership team that's been together for almost 2 years and has been doing great work. And then the development of our work teams that meet quite often. They have scheduled monthly meetings, but they really, many of them meet more often just to get their projects completed. And then we had a keynote address this year with David Marquet, which we'll hear more about too. And then this is just an overview of our leadership teams. And we have the executive leadership team, and then we have our 7 project teams, and you'll be hearing from 4 of the teams today. Okay, and then with me, I have some leadership team presenters, so I will pass it over to them. Thank you.
I have notes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, County Council Elliott. I'm Kyra Studer from the Sheriff's Office, and I'm here to talk about the leadership reading group. We've done a lot of books. I only brought the current one that we're doing, which is the Culture Code. We meet monthly in one of the conference rooms. Some people bring lunch. Some people just, eat lunch back at their desk. It's usually an hour that we meet, and we discuss the chapters that we had been assigned. Sometimes we don't get our homework done, but it's okay. The group's all right with that. We're still able to talk about the book and things that we've read. So the top 5 benefits of the leadership reading group are we're able to form cross-department relationships and bonds are formed. We interact with other county employees who are in similar situations, or we're able to talk about things that worked for us in our department, or different topics from the book. We can talk about how we feel that we can make a difference in our department, because sometimes that's hard to find, just where you can make a difference. We're able to take an active role in leadership at all levels. We learn different management styles and ideas, and we're able to work together and discuss how we can use those or implement them in our own departments. And we enjoy it. It's not always the same group all the time. Some people kind of, either they're busy with their work, and but they'll come back when the next book comes. So it's good. Thank you. I do have one question about the reading group before we move on.
Okay.
Do you choose books that are available through the library or that people can get on their Kindle through one of the free library borrowing apps? Just out of curiosity.
I think that's an option. But usually the book is provided to us.
Oh, they are provided?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chair Krosky, members of the board, CEO Angelo, County Council Elliott. My name is Michael McTesey. I'm a Deputy County Counsel, and I'll be talking about the high performance organization training that I attended back in September. I'll give you some of my thoughts about what it was like, my takeaways, what I've learned, and how that's applied to me in my job here at the county. In general, as you know, it was put on by the McKelp members for the first time, and they did a really good job. I thought it was a good training. I thought they presented well, and it was engaging and interesting. I didn't know exactly what I was going to get when I went there, but I was pleasantly, I shouldn't say surprised, because I thought it was going to be good, but it was better than I expected. And the main themes that they kind of covered, understandably, would be leadership, improving communication, how to engage and become more effective and efficient. They had a focus on team-based approach, which makes sense because a lot of us there are participating in the 7 teams that you saw earlier. But again, it was leadership and high performance, and with our philosophy being leadership at all levels, it didn't just stop at the team approach. It was really leadership at all levels. And so before I get into that, though, I think an unintentional theme was improving quality of life at work. I mean, in engaging as what we're trying to do, leadership at all levels, if you really get engaged like that, I think it also ends up being a better quality for me personally. If I think about those things and I apply it to my work, I'm less stressed and I'm more efficient and I just feel better overall. So for some of those reasons, I think that this training would be good to take for more people, not just the ones that are on the teams, but really if we are doing leadership at all levels, it makes sense for everybody to go and learn a little bit about this. Some of the things that we talked about were, and this was brought up in David Marquet, was giving control to allow leadership. And that requires clarity of purpose and technical competence. And I felt like that really popped out at me to help me understand what was going on. This isn't about management, it's about leadership. And high performance training helps you understand the purpose of the organization, which is the clarity of purpose. And it also helped me and hopefully others understand what we bring, and that would be our technical competence. There's a lot more to it than that, but that kind of framework became more clear to me along with other things. So that was one of the things that popped out at me. Another one that we focused on a lot was the DISC assessment, which you're probably familiar with. We spent a significant time on that. It's an assessment that helps you understand a little bit about your personality, but also your communication style. And what I found that was interesting, especially that when it was involved in the training, was it's not just about yourself, it's really about communication, which necessarily involves others and their own communication style. And so going to this training brings that in, so I think that's a worthwhile thing, because if I understand other people, I know my audience, and so I can speak to them. And when they're talking to me, if I understand their communication style, what on one day might seem odd to me or put me off or make me think, hey, that was kind of weird, if I understand where they're coming from, it's much easier to just say, okay, that's why that was there, and just keep moving on. Keeps me less stressed and keeps me doing my work, which makes me happier rather than just going, hey, what was that all about? So that was one thing I think that I also gained from the training. Coming back to leadership at all levels, again, it's not just about management. And I think this particular training kind of talked and really spent a long time talking about leadership and making that distinction between management and leadership and what that means. And without going through it all, it's really hard to explain, because one thing that I tried to do through the 2 days was get a definition of what leadership meant, what a leader is. And it's kind of hard to just find one definition for it. I think it really depends on the person. It depends on what that person's job or position is, the challenges that they are facing, the challenges that their entire group is facing. So leadership can take a lot of different images. And so understanding leadership kind of in many different ways, that's one of the things that we did. And to get into that a little bit more, because I found it really interesting, one definition that the training provided was it's about who you are, what you do, and what you say. It's not a very tangible definition that can mean a lot of different things. So for me, what I kind of think it is, it's more about being a good team player. It's about pushing your group, whether it's a team, a department, organization, forward by excelling at your own job, but again, doing things and saying things in a certain way. Like if I'm picking up slack as opposed to leaving slack for others, if I'm coming in with a positive attitude because my own goals match the organization's goals, I think that shows. And I know it, and I think it shows not because of me, but because when I see it in other people, that inspires me, that encourages me to go on. And so in that way, I think they're being a leader for me, even though they're not telling me what to do, they're not managing me. And so that's one aspect of leadership. Saying is another thing. It's not just observing what people do, but when they come in with positive an attitude, or if they're looking for solutions as opposed to putting up roadblocks, or they're encouraging you to do things that they see you're doing well instead of telling you how you're not doing things good. I think that you don't think about it necessarily as being a leader, but if that encourages you, inspires you to do better, that's leading the organization to a better place. So it's these kind of themes that I think the high performance organization training brought out. If you really try to get that out of it, I think you can find it. Let's see. The unintentional theme, which I thought was improving quality of life. We spent some time talking about efficiency and effectiveness, and one of the things that was brought up was about scheduling priorities. We all have a lot to do. Some of them are important, some of them are not, some of them are urgent, some of them are not. Identifying which ones those are and putting them in your schedule at a time where you can really do them well. I think I was already sort of doing that, but it kind of got me to reconsider what I was doing, and so now I'm doing things at different times, and I'm finding I'm more effective, I'm more efficient, I'm getting things done, and I'm happier because of it, because I'm less stressed. And so, again, my quality of life, I think, is slowly improving. Another thing is, this is a self-improvement. It's not one training and you're done. This is something that you come back to, and I found that the materials that were presented were also helpful because I got a binder now that has slides, and I can go back and access them fairly easily. So I hope to do that. Other than that, I'm hoping to also present to the county council's office what I've learned and a little bit more insight. So in general, those are my takeaways, and if you have any questions.
Any questions? No, thank you very much.
Chair Krosky, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Elliott. Good morning. My name is Becky Emery with Health and Human Services, and also a member of the McKelt team and a representative on the communications team. So thank you for having us. I have the honor of talking to you today about David Marquet and the presentation that was brought forward. The idea for the presentation was brought forward initially by the Employee Engagement, Morale, and Communications and Cultural Committee for Health and Human Services. They requested the keynote speaker after engaging in the leadership club of the book club, found his information to be really aligned with the theories and the things that we were talking about and the actions that we wanted to move forward with as a county. And so they requested it and to have David Marquet as our speaker. He was supported not only by Health and Human Services, but the Executive Office and by the McKelt Group. And so on October 3rd, we had the great pleasure of having David Marquet as our presenter. We had over 600 employees in at the presentation, including, I believe, all of the McKelt members. We also engaged in the expanded leadership, so all of the book club members and many other staff from all of the departments across the whole county. And it was really well attended, and his message was really great. It was one of a workplace, or developing a workplace where everyone engages and contributes to their full intellect and their full capacity. A place where people are healthier and happier because they have a say in what they do and how they do it. And they have some control over what they do. A place where everyone is a leader. And that's really what the leadership and philosophy is about. It's about making sure that our staff have the tools to be the leaders that they are at the levels that they are and for the levels they strive to achieve. It's really about promoting our staff. And David Marquet's presentation gave us some tools there. And the second day was with the McKelt group. It was on October 4th. We started in the morning and went into the afternoon. We there had a lot of activities that we went through, some strategies, some scenarios, including our ladder of leadership. How do you move people to that next level when you're engaging with them? If somebody comes to you with a problem, how do you get them to bring you a solution when they bring the next problem? It may not be the right solution, but at least it's getting them thinking about that. And how do we engage with our staff in that way? We did breakout groups, but one of the things that I found probably the most beneficial as we are looking for those opportunities of change, because this really is a shift and it's a change for us across all of our departments in various levels and various ways. It's how do we engage with our staff, and how do we, and I really, I have to say Michael really said it best, how do we give control to our staff to engage them to be leaders? And it was a really great discussion about how we give that control, how we empower our staff to help recognize those opportunities that we can encourage them and engage with them and let them have that say and bring out that leadership quality that we really want to develop in our staff. And so it goes both ways. It's not just from the top down, it's from the bottom up, it's from our peers, it's having discussions all the way around in the book club and in the classes and in all of these things, but also in our day-to-day work and how we engage with staff to be able to help them see those opportunities that they can help make decisions, where they can move up to that next level of bringing solutions when they have challenges, of whatever the level that they're at, and recognizing that level and helping them get to the next level was really, really powerful. And I think that when I look at where we have been in the 20 years that I've been with the department, this is probably one of the most exciting changes that I have seen, and really hope that as we continue through these processes and engaging with our staff, that it's going to be an amazing change that expands so many of the things that we do and how we do them. So I really appreciate the opportunity, so thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful keynote speaker for the people that were able to attend, and so I know we are all very appreciative of the hard work that went into getting him here and organizing that, and certainly all the people that attended. It was wonderful. So thank you very much.
So thank you. So Sherry Johnson, Assistant Human Resource Director. Just want to thank these leadership presenters. Thank you very much for your time and your excellent information. So thank you. And the next groups we have our leadership team presenters. We have our work teams. So I have listed their names up here, but I want to make one addition. So Sarah Duquette will be also presenting for the communication team. So I just wanted to add her to that. So thank you.
Good morning, Chair Krosky, members of the board, CEO Angelo, County Council Elliott. My name is Katie Ford. I'm an analyst with Human Resources, and I'm here to talk about a portion of our employee engagement team and what we've been working on. So back in January, our team was kind of formed, and we were tasked with improving employee engagement within the county. We knew early on that in order to do that, the best way to do it is basically to ask the employees. So what's going to improve the culture? What's going to improve employee engagement? So we, in January 2018, we started to create an engagement survey, and we partnered with the communications team and the customer service team so that we had kind of one survey that went out to all employees. It included questions in 12 different engagement driver categories, things like autonomy and empowerment, recognition, resources, customer service, communication, career progression, county administration, and so on. During March and April, our team determined that in addition to a survey, if we had just emailed the survey out in an email, the employees might not totally understand what it is that we were trying to do, why it was important, why they should engage in it. And so we felt really strongly that we should visit as many of the county employees as we could, face-to-face, just person-to-person, peer-to-peer, explain to them what it was we were trying to do. So we visited 18 departments throughout the county, We provided over 40 presentations during March and April. And in total, we visited nearly 700 employees. So we went to places like the Sheriff's Office Jail. We went to talk to Fleet and Facilities employees, Department of Transportation Road Crew. We went to Fort Bragg. We were in Willits. We were in Ukiah. Basically, every nook and cranny of employees that we could reach, we tried to get in front of them. And it was important for us to do that because we really needed to establish that they could trust this process, that there was complete anonymity, that this was something really positive going forward, that they should, when the survey comes out, that they should definitely complete and get their voice out there. So by the end of April 26th, we launched the survey via email. We gave the employees 2 weeks to complete it, and we provided paper copies for employees who were not able to complete something online.
Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, County Counsel Elliott, good morning. My name's Emma Salcido. I'm an analyst with the Human Resources Department. So we had 613 responses, so about 50% of our employees that took the survey. In our survey, we asked them a very important question, and that question is, what do you believe could improve employee engagement in the county? We anticipated that the top response would be pay and compensation, and it was, coming in at 61.7%. So although we know that this topic is something that the employee engagement team cannot impact, we felt it was important to capture that feedback. So beyond that, the top 3 areas that employees feel can improve employee engagement are 35% said training and development, 33.7% said supportive management, 32% said recognition and appreciation. So further, we followed up with the individual departments that had 10 or more responses to the survey and provided them with their specific survey results. And you might be wondering what's next for us.
Good morning, Supervisors, CEO Angelo, County Counsel Elliott. I'm Adrienne Thompson, the Administrative Services Manager for Planning and Building Services. So based on our survey results, our top priorities were training and development, supportive management, and recognition and appreciation. So our group's been discussing multiple items that we could do in each category. At least one program potentially we could launch, maybe as many as 3 or 4 things that we could do in each program. But first, for training and development, our big goal is an onboarding guide for new hires. What people can expect when they come here, some templates, some letters, a welcome guide, just so that they know their supervisors are here for them. Maybe here's some things you use in your department. Here's some things we use countywide. But so they have a little more help when they first come in, because as you and I know, it's a rocky board sometimes, and you come in and you're thrown at it, and this is what you do. Okay, well, where do I go for my teaching? Who helps me? Where do I look? Just read the zoning code, just using my department as an example. But it can be difficult to read those guides and say, what do I do next? So we're gonna help people there, all new hires at every level. It could be someone in management that needs the onboarding guide. It could be a line staff. So there'll be some tweaks, but we do hope to have a standard welcome to come with it. For supportive management, we hope to have an HPO resources guide for them. So along with, as you heard other team members say, the HPO trainings, to go along with it, a supervisor's academy for some training and management. There's the book club, there's reading lists on top of the book club that could help them in their goal as a manager and supervisor to increase their support to their staff, which is another big complaint here. And our last area is recognition and appreciation. And this is where, honestly, we've had the most fun as our group discussing multiple ways we could do things. We're looking at alternatives to our year of service pin. Not everybody likes wearing the pin. Other people just want different options. So what kind of options are out there versus our standard service pins? Also, certificates to hang on walls. A lot of people like getting certificates that a supervisor or manager has noticed what you have done well. So we're working on certificates and badge categories to come out. A toolkit for supervisors of recognizing their staff. It could have thank you cards, different little awards and different items to be in their toolkit. We're still working on all of these different components to go with it. Also, we're talking about countywide events, maybe 1 to 2 a year, but as a county, we don't get together frequently. I don't think we even know multiple employees, and on visiting those 40 different departments, I met a lot of people that I had never known before. So we've increased who we can talk to, I talk to Becky Emery a lot, who I never talked to much before this group, and we, share ideas. And Becky, what do I need to do here on this report? So different divisions, we can communicate and talk to our peers and understand what's going on. The last thing is a universal countywide ID badge. I know different departments use different colors. They mean different things for them, but what if we were a unified front and we all shared the same ID badge? So those are just some ideas that we've been discussing as a group. We hope to launch by January as the new year starts. And again, that online survey is annual, so we hope to launch that again in the spring since we just did it last April. But we'll have more to come. And we're all available for questions if you have anything for us.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Sturdy?
So I know there's been talk about the annual dinner that only a tiny fraction of the employees are invited to, I believe, the department heads and a small number of people. And I know there's been some talk about expanding that a little bit. It sounds like your group's looking into that. I would support having more of an all-county employee event or multiple events so that all employees could go to them rather than just the department heads and upper management.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to, Chair Krosky, Supervisor Jurdy, I'm just going to jump in, and then certainly this group could also comment. When we started a few years ago, our annual holiday party had just department heads. And now our annual holiday party goes between 100 and 120 people. And we keep expanding it. The biggest problem we have to opening up that party to the full county of 1,200 employees, guess what that is? Where are we going to have that party? And as this board knows, what we've done is we've made every attempt to keep the ticket price low so that the staff can come and also bring a guest with them. And so that is also another issue for us. I think your suggestion, though, about having something that where we invite all of the staff is a wonderful suggestion. And I believe that this group has been talking about possibly doing something in the summer, if we had like a summer picnic or something where everybody could come. I just wanted to comment now because we are now planning the holiday party, and we went from department heads to department heads and staff. And if you notice now, we include the whole, everyone in the leadership initiative. The problem is we have 200 people. And so, and if everybody brings a guest, it's 400 staff and their families. And so where we put everybody is really a challenge for us. The conference center charges, everybody charges. And so that's been our biggest challenge. But I absolutely support the idea, and we'll turn it over to the group.
Katie Ford. So our team, it is something that's on our heart, to be honest. We really would like to do countywide events where all the employees can come together and celebrate something at one time. It isn't something that's on our plan for winter, spring, this next year, before the next survey goes out, frankly, because we need a little bit more people on our team. We need a little bit more resources to pull that off. But it is something that we're just trying to be patient. It is something that we would really like to see happen. It's where our heart is for our team. And something that I imagine will continue to stay on our list of things that we would like to see accomplished.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Krosky, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Elliott. Thanks for challenging the county to become a high-performing organization that values leadership at all levels. We represent the communication team. Our mission is to study internal and external communication to encourage the exchange of ideas and information, to foster feedback so that we are more responsive to the people we work with and the public we serve.
Can you state your name for the record real quick?
My name's Dan Hess, branch librarian at Fort Bragg.
Thank you, sir.
Sarah Duquette, Deputy CEO of the Executive Office, and I'm here to talk a little bit about our survey results. So we collaborated with the engagement team and we crafted 9 questions to try to get more information on our employees and how they perceive our internal and our external communications. So with that survey, we got some very interesting results. I'm going to highlight a few of them today. First is we identified that there seems to be a communication gap between management and their staff. Oftentimes, through maybe various communication style, information is perceived as withheld or inaccurate. We also identified that there is a feeling of a lack of transparency and trust and the real desire to see more of a team environment. We also found that there seems to be a limited understanding of the county vision. So we're county employees, but really a lack of clear, we're here, we're public servants, and we have the same type of mission, values, and goals. There also was some weak communication between departments, and sometimes in our larger departments, a lack of communication between divisions. And a little bit of that was touched on the engagements presentation prior. There also seems to be both internally and externally, the delivery mechanism for information is fragmented, and oftentimes both employees or the public aren't quite sure where to go for certain services. And from there, we took these identified survey issues and worked on developing a communication plan to address those and also put together some other aspects. And one thing that we wanted to make sure was that we had some key county message to our target audience, which is both the public and employees, that we focus on making sure our communication is clear, transparent, and consistent for both the organization and the public. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dan, and he's going to talk a little bit about some of the goals and activities we've identified in our communication plan.
Okay, the team will be working on a number of communication projects and activities in 2019, including communication training for employees, including active listening training and understanding different styles of communication. FAQ how-to videos for popular services. One might be how to get a library card. The other might be how to register for emergency alerts. Supporting employee recognition and appreciation programs and collaborating with other teams. Creating a more robust county-wide employee communication system. And having an increased social media presence and participation with our other coworkers. And increased website engagement. So thank you for supporting the Leadership Initiative. We are excited to improve communications in Mendocino County and look forward to learning from you and from all the county's departments as we move forward. We come from diverse backgrounds, different starting points, but we are all headed in the same direction and we need to talk together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Supervisor Drudy?
Well, I'll just say it was interesting reading the survey results and the differences within departments, although there were often consistencies. And I also appreciate the fact that now, I think maybe partly in response to that survey, which was 6-8 months ago, that the CEO report, which has information that comes from multiple departments, is now being sent to every single county employee. So hopefully if that same survey was conducted now, you might get slightly different results because people have a chance now to read what other departments are doing through the CEO's report.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office, and we are looking at the CEO report too and seeing is there ways that we can even make sure more information is out there for the both employees and the public. But that's a great avenue that we'll be looking at when we talk about making a robust countywide employee communication.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Elliott. I'm Natasha Adams, a social worker supervisor in adult and aging services for HHSA, and this is...
My name is Roseanne Wetzel. I work for the Cultural Services Agency, Mendocino County Library, Ukiah branch, and I'm a senior library technician.
So today we're happy to report that the customer service team has been meeting on a consistent basis with the majority of participants present. The customer service team is made up of dedicated and enthusiastic county employees. And during these meetings, we have set goals to improve and/or enhance Mendocino County's customer service. We partnered with the employee engagement team to include 4 questions on the survey. And the survey results have allowed us to learn and focus on the highest areas of need to improve our customer service. One of our goals is to identify what customer service means as a public servant working within a government structure with many facets, including internal and external services that must be provided.
So during the survey, we asked 4 questions, and we wanted to identify if there are clear customer service standards in place, feedback mechanisms for customers, an organizational structure that reflects the needs of customers, and if suggestions to improve processes at work were occurring, and what were those outcomes. Based on the results of this survey, the customer service team is moving forward with the following goals. So we are going to be having a customer service training for all county employees, a customer service component within the new employee orientations, toolkits for departments to access resources quickly and to improve delivery of information to our customers. And we have provided an example for you here. So this is the toolkit. This is specifically set up for the library. So we have information here that different patrons will come in and will ask. And we also have a binder that we set up that has information about different departments and phone numbers for staff members who may have questions or for patrons who would have questions for different departments. We would like all the trainings to be cyclical and to keep customer service standards up to date and consistent. And we also have online customer service modules available to all employees focused on specific topics within customer service. And under feedback mechanisms, the customer service team will be reaching out to departments to find out which mechanisms for customer feedback have been successful and what they are actively using right now, or what hasn't been successful that they have used in the past. So for example, if departments use email, feedback cards, public comment cards, and an example of what the library is using right now is our comment cards here. We also have a spot on our website where staff, patrons, and the community at large can leave feedback. Oh, okay. We've learned that the question regarding organizational structure could have various meanings to employees. For some, it could mean the physical layout of a building and easier access to services. It could also mean how information is explained. Something that we should all take away is that the understanding of our roles is as public servants, and it is an important part of customer service.
And when reviewing the individual responses to our question on whether or not suggestions to improve processes at work were occurring and the outcomes, it gave us an insight to individual employee experiences. We believe the communication, employee engagement, and customer service teams could collaborate to improve these processes together, as there are many things that we found are linked. As we have learned through the high performance organization process, it is important that employees are being heard and are part of solving problems in order to be leaders at every level. So thank you for your time today, and do you have any questions for us?
Looks like no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sherry Johnson, Assistant Human Resource Director. So we have one more presentation from the Economic Development team.
Looks like we're 1 minute into the afternoon, so good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO here on behalf of the county's Economic Development team. So as your board is aware, economic development, it's a term that represents many different activities. It's most easily thought of in terms of traditional business traction, support, development, which is consistent with the efforts of county partners like the Economic Development Finance Corporation, EDFC, and the West Business Development Center, or the West Company, that you're going to be hearing from a little bit later today. The county's economic development leadership team focused on economic recovery for the Redwood Valley community after October's devastating wildfires. The group was unique among the county's leadership teams, primarily in that it was focused or oriented externally. There was very little internal orientation on the work that this group completed. Team members included Howard DeShiel from DOT, along with Amber Munoz from DOT, Vince Hawkins from Environmental Health, Julie Forrester from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, Carla Harris with HHSA, Jason Clonch, and Kenny Spain. The group decided to host an expo as a way to connect the community with resilient, affordable rebuilding options after the devastating wildfires that we had in October, and to ensure that county processes were understood for people that hadn't necessarily planned to be interacting with a permitting entity in rebuilding their homes. Partnerships were formed with the Solar Living Institute, Mendocino College, the Community Foundation, and KZYX, and sponsorships were provided by a number of organizations, notably including Sonoma Clean Power and Mendocino Redwood Company. On March 24th of this year, the event was held. We all believe that it was a fantastic success. We had hundreds of participants or visitors to the expo. We had more than 50 exhibitors and vendors, and we had 15 speakers speaking either to the entire session or in breakout sessions on a variety of topics that included navigating the permit process, fire-safe building and fire-safe landscaping, navigating insurance claims, and energy efficiency and renewable energy. So with the conclusion of the expo, the work of this particular leadership team was completed, and but the work of economic development, of course, for the county is never complete. And so as mentioned at the beginning of my little update, this afternoon we're going to have the county's primary partners in traditional economic development, business support, and development in EDFC and West Business Development Center will be given a presentation on the state of the county's economy, and also you'll be hearing from business owners in different sectors. So that concludes my update.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions for Mr. Dunnicliff.
Okay, Sherry Johnson. So thank you very much for your continued support. That was our leadership presentation today. Just wanted to thank all the presenters and the leadership team, and thank you for their continued work of leadership. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. I was not on this board when it was created, but I am continually impressed with the work that was done and that continues to be done. I was involved in several leadership initiatives when I was in the military, and it very often was just a group that was promoting their own leadership and really was fairly self-serving, it seemed. And this really does seem to look for leadership at all levels. And I'm just really impressed with the outreach and the continued cross-section. I mean, if you look at who is represented on these groups, and we have a lot of different departments that are, here trying to make the county better. So thank you so much. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want you to know I keep these under my mat here. So I read them and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to agree with the Chair's comments, and it is great to see so many people so involved in this initiative, and it's to the benefit, I think, of the organization, the employees, and also the public who we serve, and that's the primary goal, I think. So thank you all.
Thank you. And it looks like we have one public comment. Amy Wynn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, the Board of Supervisors, CEO, and County Council's office for making this leadership initiative happen in 2013. As a customer of the county, with myself and my staff, I could say that the positive growth, the positive effects of this leadership initiative has been felt across the counter. So, we feel in our company like we are team members with the county, and especially in the last couple of years, the positive improvement of this leadership throughout staff has been felt. So I appreciate that. A couple of comments really resonate. Was County Council's office mentioned efficiency and productiveness. cannot read my handwriting. Efficiency and productivity, but it was not. It was a better word than that. And looking for solutions rather than putting up roadblocks. We're experiencing that now, that people are consistently looking for solutions rather than roadblocks. I do feel that there are definitely always, in our organization as well as in this big organization, room for improvement, but the tools and techniques that exist through this initiative, I can see are hitting some ground. We have some suggestions that we will be working with staff on specific items, but this is good. Also, there was something that wasn't mentioned today, but that the Board of Supervisors did implement. I can't remember whether it was a year or two ago, but it had to do with wage increases for some of the departments to try to keep tenure, and also other benefits that maybe aren't your standard benefits. And I would say, as a customer, we are definitely experiencing a more positive, forward-thinking staff. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the positive feedback. Any other public comments? Okay. Anything else from the board? Do you have anything else, Supervisor Brown? Okay. We have a working lunch today, so we will be adjourning to closed session for items 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E. 9A was pulled. And we will reconvene in open session at 1:30. 1:31, and we did meet in closed session on items 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E, and in all cases, direction was given to staff. And we will start with Agenda 5G, discussion and possible action related to a presentation by the Economic Development and Finance Corporation, EDFC, and West Business Development Center, along with business owners, on current economic conditions in Mendocino County. And the Executive Office is the sponsor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO with the County Executive Office, and here to introduce Marianne Petrillo with the West Business Development Center and Heather Gerwitz with the County Economic Development and Finance Corporation. And the purpose of my introduction is primarily to connect the earlier discussion that we had the presentation on the Economic Development Leadership Team Initiative, and then tying that in with the more traditional economic development activities of the county's partners. So with that, I'll turn it over to Marianne.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. My colleague Heather Gerwitz and I would like to thank CEO Carmel Angelo and the executive team for giving us this opportunity to present to you today. I also want to acknowledge the leadership team that spoke this morning and highlight the fact that the work that they're doing is very intertwined with the work that we're doing, especially around employee customer service and employee communications. I think that's a great work that they're doing. I was very impressed with this morning's presentations.
Thank you. And can you state your name for the record?
Oh, it's Marianne Petrillo from West Business Center. EDFC has served the county for over 10 years with sound insights on the economy of Mendocino. Through their loan packages, they have greatly improved the fortunes of many local businesses who otherwise would not have had the chance to succeed in our county. West Company, recently rebranded as West Business Development Center, has been serving entrepreneurs and the business community and fostering economic stability and growth in Mendocino for over 30 years. Through our counseling, we have helped many businesses succeed, and we also have learned why many of them fail. Over the next 90 minutes, with the help of our invited guests here, we hope to provide you with a snapshot of the current economic landscape. We encourage you for this brief moment in time to set aside assumptions and history, because there is no doubt that over the past year, Mendocino County has begun a transformation. One that will test the strength and fortitude of its residents and challenge the capacity of its government leaders to lay a solid foundation during uncertain times. After the recent devastation in Northern California due to wildfires, it is clear to all that havoc from natural disasters can alter an individual's life in seconds. The legalization of cannabis has been heralded as a new day of prosperity. But for many, it has only highlighted the lack of public planning and the need for access to education to create a thriving business. The housing crisis of California has placed a lockdown on our ability to grow our economy. Only a handful of multi-generational families have enough land to grow, while the rest see their sons and daughters leaving our county and our state to find a place to call home. And while the rest of the world is connecting and collaborating, our lack of broadband and high-speed connectivity, alongside an aging IT infrastructure, puts in jeopardy our ability to economically prosper and hampers our capacity to respond when the disaster strikes. Ensuring the economic resiliency of our county and providing a roadmap that charts a way forward has become more important than ever. A roadmap must include a hopeful and realistic vision for our future, along with guardrails that anticipate downturns and saves funds for the next rainy day. It will rest on your shoulders to set the stage for innovation to flourish and in a new rural economy, while maintaining the benefits of a lifestyle that defines our beautiful county. Today you will hear presentations from several industry leaders. You will receive current data on the economic trends. You will gain new insights on the challenges of a fledgling industry. And later, you will learn a great deal about our aging infrastructure. While we have done our best to provide you with this snapshot, I will tell you that it is not enough to capture the full depth and breadth of our county. West Business Development Center works with over 300 business owners and emerging entrepreneurs each year. We know our county is filled with bright, passionate, creative talent. Their success requires support, education, access to funding, and services. I can assure you that there is a rise of a new generation of entrepreneurs with a greater appreciation of collaboration within the public-private sector. They know they cannot do this alone. They are less opposed to government, but more frustrated by lack of efficient government. They want easy access to accurate information they need to succeed. They are community-focused, but they know exactly what is available to them beyond their backyard. For now, many choose to stay, but we are continuing to see a young and established talent leaving our county. This week alone, our offices have seen 3 successful businesses close due to lack of housing and connectivity. We hope that today's presentations will become the catalyst for you to produce a thoughtful and purposeful strategic plan that will lead all of us through our transformation. Because investing in growing our economy now will enhance the prosperity and quality of life for all residents in the future. And with that, let me turn it over to Heather.
I'm gonna stand, 'cause I'm a stander. Okay. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Heather Gerwitz. I'm the Executive Director of Economic Development and Financing Corporation. Thank you for having us here today and giving us the time to share some information with you. As Mary Ann said, we're going to have a really interesting presentation today, and instead of just listening to me give you a quarterly economic development report for the county, we're interlaying data with the actual experiences of what people in different industries are seeing out in the field. So we hope to give you a rich picture that has a foundation in actual data and research with the important narrative that comes from our business community. So the reason that we're doing this is, now keep in mind, we do show you reports every year. Chico State just put out a great report, but that data that you get when you get those annual long-term reports is 2 years old. And you have to make decisions tomorrow or next week that are based on what's happening right now, and that 2-year-old data may or may not be reflective. So we're trying to use benchmarks that in between then and now give you some indication of whether the economy is going as you hoped. And so again, it also helps with checking assumptions. And most importantly, this is something, it's a useful tool, and it's something we need to use as we take our proactive approach. So I'm just going to hop into it. And to start, we're just going to talk about general business conditions. And the most common way that we look at business conditions is through employment. And in going through and finding indicators, the most recent and effective ones come out of the Employment Development Department's Labor Market Information System, which is where this data comes from. And as you can see, employment conditions right now are great if you're an employee. So unemployment is down, much better than it's been all around. So you can see the 2017 line. You can see that line dropping between January and August of 2017. And again, it drops even lower in 2018. So it's currently beating out. So even though it's going down, it's still going down even further. So the trend is better. And also, if you look there, there's been slight growth in actual numbers of employed people. And that colorful chart, which is probably a little bit much to digest, shows the industries. No, we are comparing July 2017 to July 2018 because when this data was compiled, that was the most recent month where you had solid numbers for last year and this year. So it shows slight growth. And in particular, some of the industries that we have seen the most growth in are construction and healthcare. So with that, to give you kind of the broad overview, I would like to introduce our first business owner who is going to share context. And I'd like to welcome Stephanie Duncan from Slam Dunk Pizza.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. As she said, I'm Stephanie Duncan. I'm one of the 4 owners of Slam Dunk Pizza. We've been in business now in this town for 5 years. We just had our 5-year anniversary. And we're seeing a lot of interesting things, I would say, over the last year and a half in the business. Restaurant business is very fickle based on what's popular, millennials versus, baby boomers, those kind of things. And what we're seeing, especially with the wildfires, have really affected the economy for the restaurant industry, because obviously during fire time we're just slammed. And then right now with the weather being a little off, and then so much growth in the community, especially with Costco being down at the other end of town from us, we're seeing a slight decline. Not really bad, but just a little bit. But what's the real challenge in town right now that I'm finding is employees. And a lot of the problem is housing. It's hard to keep employees when they have nowhere to live. As a matter of fact, I just had a manager come to me and say if he doesn't find a house pretty soon, he's gonna have to move. That's really hard on us as business owners to keep our business thriving when we don't have enough staff. We employ 45 people, I believe, right now. So we have a good-sized staff. So housing is definitely an issue, and another issue for us, as I do most of the marketing and internet, being up with the times, with the, what's the word I want to use, like the media, is really difficult because we have an aging building that we are in, and that causes its own issues. So we're working with a lot of companies trying to bring, our internet and different things up to speed, and all that does affect the economy for us, because if we can't be out there advertising the way we need to be advertising, that affects the bottom line. Let's see, for us, I'm reading the questions that were given to me. For us, our competitors obviously are other restaurants. We don't compete against the state of California per se and those kind of things. Barriers for growth for us. One of the things that's really hard as a business owner is getting an answer. Getting a for sure answer when you want to improve your business, when you want to make a change to a building, when you need to find financing, those kind of things. Getting a straight answer on a permit, getting a straight answer on what kind of loan am I actually applying for. This town, unfortunately, and I'm sure it's other towns as well, but it's like as soon as you start getting an answer, somebody leaves that position, and then you're dealing with the next person who has maybe a little bit different of a way that they want it done or how they explain it. We especially do find that in permitting. So our future plans, we have really big plans for 3 to 5 years. We are planning on expanding. We don't just want to sit in one building in Ukiah. We want to expand. There's not a lot of future in one building in retirement when it comes to the restaurant industry. We're very lucky compared to a lot of people. We've worked very hard, and we do have a very successful business, and I give a lot of that to the West Company. They were the people who helped get us started. We spent a year with them prior to opening our doors, so I'm a big advocate for helping them. Unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure. I kind of got asked to do this at the last minute, so. But those are the barriers, and we love this community, and we try to keep our money in this community as much as possible. So any help for us business owners to be able to do that, to keep the baseball fields up, to keep the homeless, whatever we can do. But we need to be able to figure out where we get the answers, how to keep our employees in Ukiah or in this county. Those kind of things is where we're struggling.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. And now I would like to ask John McMemony from Retech to come up, and he comes from an opposite end of the spectrum from Retech, which is a manufacturing company in south of town.
Madam Chair, board members, my name is John McMenemy. Started at Retech 25 years ago. It's business south of town, in case any of you aren't familiar. We make vacuum metallurgical equipment. Basically, we melt high-temperature materials like tantalum, tungsten, titanium, nickel-based alloys for all kinds of things, airplane parts, chemical desalination plants, you name it. It's a very high-tech industry, and the people that love there really love their job and love this community. The people that have been there the longest typically have ties to this community. I have ties here. Our family's been here about 100 years. So one of our biggest challenges is not just to have an employee start, but to retain that employee. We have people all over the country looking for staff for us because we need metallurgists, electrical engineers, programmers, you name it. They might come here for a while. They're typically younger people, maybe in their early 20s, some of them, early 30s, but they'll stay for a few years and then they'll leave. The spouse can't find gainful employment. There's not much in the high-tech industries in this county for people, so that's really hard for us. It usually takes us about 3 years to train somebody to do the job because there's so many facets of it. So for us, we really want to see other high-tech businesses be attracted to this area so that there's a pool of places for people to work. The spouse may work at one company and the other one at the other. So for us, that's a big deal. Another reason that people sometimes don't like living here, there's a big problem with the homeless population. And I don't know how we deal with that. HHSA, I'm sure, does a fine job. I don't know. I'm curious how the funding for that corresponds to the population on the street. But when we have people come from highfalutin areas to this area and they see people walking around that are obviously homeless, it's difficult for everybody. And it's very difficult for the homeless people. We need to get them the care that they need in order to move on with their life. So we really enjoy, the RETEC community enjoys being here. Max brought the company here. Since then, it's gone through several different ownerships, as you know. We're now owned by a Polish company and traded on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. So some of you may or may not have known that. But the base company is still here in Ukiah, although recently we've opened up a new office back east because it's easier to get people to come to work there and stay employed. It's in Buffalo. So we also have offices obviously in Poland and Russia and throughout the world. But another big issue that we have, which I don't think is in any of our control here, is the Trump tariffs. We don't sell many products, but the products we sell are extremely expensive, sometimes $25 or $30 million just for one piece of equipment. So if I'm trying to sell that to China, like I am now, we've had great success there and had a great relationship in working with them. Well, our product is going to be about 20% more expensive than our competition in Germany. Well, the customer's just not going to pay it. They already told us that. So I have to take that job, send it to Poland to be built, and then on to China to be installed. That doesn't really help my fellow employees down here at RETEC. So it's good for the overall business, but I want to keep the dollars here. I want to keep the employees here. I want to keep more high tech in this community. In addition to working at RETEC, I also have a business, vineyards out in Potter Valley. So getting and keeping employees there is also tough just because of the housing. Rent is very expensive, not a lot of places available, and houses are very expensive. So you have a difficult job in front of you, choosing where to put these small pennies that we have to best use. So anyway, those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John and Stephanie. Okay, so we're going to transition into agriculture. And so in 2017, the crop from agriculture, wine grape crop, was estimated at $119.5 million. And they are expecting this year's crop to be bigger, is what I'm hearing on the street, but I don't have any data for that. We did see a decrease in farm employment between July of 2017 and July of 2018. So, but that's a very recent thing, so we don't really have any answers to why. So I am going to invite up Frost Polly to talk about, he is the chair of the Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and he works on Polly Ranch, and he's got some information to tell you about agriculture.
Thank you, Heather. Good morning or afternoon. My name is Frost Polly. I'm the president of the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. I'm also a fourth-generation farmer here in Mendocino. My family farms in Potter Valley and Ukiah, wine grapes and pears. I'm going to change my tack a little bit because Heather asked me to kind of cover in agriculture as an industry and not focus so much on one commodity. I'm going to try to kind of hit the high points for the entire industry. I want to start out with an overall picture of agriculture in Mendocino County. As you know, our farmers and ranchers, timber producers, commercial fishermen, dairy folks all work incredibly hard every day to maintain a happy and healthy lifestyle for their families, sustain their businesses economically, and contribute to the communities they live in. No industry works harder and has as much to lose as these solve the earth people. A single fire or storm or market shift or a new regulation could change not just if or how these folks run their business, but live their lives. Fortunately, overall, agriculture in Mendocino County is doing fairly well. There are always challenges, but as an industry, I'm happy to report that agriculture has had a good year in 2018 so far. The gross economic value of agriculture in this county in 2016 was over $242 million, and I predict that 2018 will be well above that number. Some of the challenges I mentioned. Number one issue this year was the fires. That's no surprise. The ranch fire and the river fire both impacted agriculture directly and indirectly. And before I go into detail on that, I want to be sure and ask the board for your support for the ag commissioner in getting out and getting those surveys done so that we actually know the actual impacts from the losses of the fires. We're still speculating what those losses really are. But those numbers are critical as we move forward as a county so we know what we need to do and where we need to put our focus. We know that the livestock producers were impacted. Grazing land was lost. Animals were lost. Fences were destroyed. The pear industry was impacted. Pear harvest essentially stopped for 2 weeks because of road closures. Picking crews could not get where they needed to go. Trucks could not deliver fruit. And that delay at the end of the season cost some growers because they were not able to harvest their entire crop before it was overripe. We predict there's several hundred tons that were lost to the pear crop directly as a result of the fires. The wine grape losses are substantial. Smoke taint is a real issue, and hundreds of tons of grapes were not harvested this year as a direct result of the fires. Another indirect result was to our tourism industry, in particular to our tasting rooms, which took a huge hit because of negative reporting of the fires. The fact that the fires were named the Mendocino Complex, even though the majority of the fire was not actually in Mendocino County at all, had a major negative impact on our tasting rooms and our tourism around the county because people saw Mendocino and they assumed it was either not safe or there was no reason to travel through Mendocino and spend their money here. Labor has been easier to come by this year than the last few years, but to note, it's not necessarily local labor. There were more people looking for work this year than in past 3 years, and I don't have a specific reason why that would be. One theory is the continual mechanization of the grape industry. Simply less labor is required year after year for harvesting and pruning grapes. But that is good news for our producers. One concern moving forward is federal laws and what the impact from these new rules on immigration could mean for not just Mendocino County, but for California in general. The weather. We are potentially entering a new dry period, and that's a particular concern for our livestock producers, but also for all of our businesses. We need to start to refill that depleted water sources like Lake Pillsbury and Lake Mendocino. Infrastructure. Our county roads are deplorable. I like to say that the roads where I live are the worst, but I know that's not true. Roads all across this county are in bad shape. This directly affects the bottom lines of our agriculturalists by putting unnecessary wear and tear on equipment. And I'd like to see the board agendize a report at your convenience from the Transportation Department on potentially the status of our pending projects and the overall conditions of our county roads. Water supply. I mentioned rain earlier, but I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't mention water supply regulations and the importance to agriculture of an efficient, reliable, and affordable water supply. The Potter Valley project needs no introduction, but I want to thank the board for unanimously recognizing the importance of that water. We must also be mindful, however, of what is happening around the state and right here in our county with groundwater regulations. Regulations in general, it's hard to know where to really start with this one, and I don't want to get too political on you guys, but the fact is, whether you're a crab fisherman or a multi-generational timber producer or wine grape grower like me, every day the state is placing more regulations on everything. That drives costs up. Producers continue to move out of state where these costs are lower. However, agriculturalists usually don't have that luxury. You can't pick up your farm that your grandparents started and move. A perfect example of a regulation that's going to impact agricultural producers in Mendocino County over the next couple of years are the new rules on overtime hours. That's going to cost our producers a lot of money here in Mendocino County. Now I'd like to shift gears and drill down on a few details related to a few specific crops. I've picked out 5 commodities, and I'd like to focus on those for a couple of minutes. I spoke to numerous experts around the county to compile this report for you, because I'm not an expert on most of this stuff. I'll start with pears, and pears, I got to give you a little disclaimer, because if you talk to 3 pear growers in this county, you'll get 3 totally different answers on what the outlook looks like. You'll probably get 2 that are ready to jump off a bridge and 1 that's wringing his hands in celebration. So, little disclaimer. When we talk about pears, we really have to split it into 2 crops, cannery and fresh market pears. In 2018, the cannery prices were excellent, but fresh market has not been very good. And just to remind you, on the fresh market side, growers don't get fully paid for their pears until the packer of those pears sells them to a retailer. So right now, that's what's happening. Those sales are happening. The growers are paid based on that final sales number. So far in 2018, the sales of fresh market pears have been 1/3 less than normal, mainly because of competition from Washington and Oregon. That means that growers are expecting a below average return for fresh market pears. The good news on the cannery side, growers made money, and the prices for 2019 should be roughly the same or just slightly lower. And again, remembering that the prices for cannery are negotiated year after year, so they always change and fluctuate. And those negotiations are based on a number of things. In particular, the size of other crops, such as cannery peaches, that plays a big role. Also, the estimate for the crop, the pear crop year after year, and then market expectations, of course. Another thing to consider for growers this coming year, we lost another cannery business in California. Seneca Foods sold their Modesto plant and announced they're not going to be buying any pears for cannery starting in 2018. So some of our growers this year did have to scramble and sell those pears on the fresh market at the last minute. But it also means there's only going to be 2 major canneries left in California. So the negotiating is going to be more difficult for growers in the future. What does all this mean? Well, we shouldn't see pear orchards being pushed out in large quantities like we've seen over the last 10 years. The market should be relatively balanced going forward. There are several large orchards in Lake County that are being pushed out as we speak, likely to be replaced by wine grapes. And in the Sacramento Valley, growers were struggling with quality issues. Also, Mendocino County, because of our later harvest time, it's actually good for our cannery businesses because they like that late fruit. It doesn't conflict with earlier harvesting around the rest of the state. Also, this means that the pear industry in Mendocino County looks stable and even positive in the coming years, maybe. Switching to grapes, 2018 overall was a good year. The crop size was above average. Quality was average. Overall, the weather was conducive for ripening. The big unknown is smoke taint. We know that numerous growers lost crop and that were rejected by wineries due to taint. We don't know the full picture yet, but growers in Potter Valley, Red Valley, Hopland, and Talmadge did lose fruit, substantial amounts. Looking forward, the wine grape industry in Mendocino County is facing a weak market in the next couple of years. I expect prices to drop for most varieties. In particular, Cabernet Sauvignon, which is the third most produced variety in this county. 2018, the statewide crop was very big. There is a short-term oversupply of grapes. At that same time, the market for bottled wine has slowed. Shipments are down over the last 7 months compared to the last 2 years. Foreign shipments coming into the United States have increased in 2018 over the last 2 years, and all of this means it will be more difficult for Mendocino County grape growers to sell their crops at prices that have actually been above average the last several years. Grape growers have done really well for about 5 years in a row now, but they should start to tighten their belts and think about budgets a little more carefully going forward. Wine grapes represent the leading economic commodity in the county, and in 2016 grossed $120 million. Livestock prices for cattle in 2018 remain relatively good. Last winter produced good rains, and then late spring rains helped make for good grazing conditions well into summer, so feed costs were lower. The rain that we had about a month ago was the perfect amount to sprout seed and get plants starting growing, but no further rain has come, and those grasses have all but stopped and are at a risk of dying before really getting established. This could mean a longer winter of feeding and higher costs for our livestock producers. And again, the fires this year created major problems for livestock folks in Potter Valley and Hopland. We really need the Ag Commissioner's Office to get out there and get those numbers for us so we know what the actual losses are. Looking ahead, producers are concerned about trade issues, which have a huge impact on prices for livestock. Also, because of those concerns, the herd numbers across the state are larger and have risen. And at some point, if a large number of animals go to market at the same time, we could see the prices quickly plunge. And that could potentially happen in 2019, but hopefully it will not. Timber. The timber industry has been exceptionally strong the last couple of years, driven by strong construction demand. 2018 saw some of the highest ever log prices and has been excellent for landowners. The economy as a whole is good, therefore construction has been strong, and therefore the need for timber has been high. Prices for logs, redwood, pine, and fir have all been at record high numbers. Again, the fires over the last several years have played a major role. The timber that is being salvaged from burned areas has been in demand, but after this year's fires, there is a short-term oversupply and prices are dropping. Fir and pine will be available from salvage operations for the next 2 years in large quantities. Timber companies have already reported that they will likely not be harvesting any of their own inventory and will be focused solely on burned salvage operation. Redwood demand is strong and prices should remain strong for redwood, but fir prices will likely drop, and pine is always tough in Mendocino County. But we're getting there on pine. I'm almost done. Pine, because there's no local processors, it's more difficult. It all has to go east, and they've had their own large fires there, and there's an abundance of pine. Last but not least, commercial fishing. Out of all the experts I talked to gain information for the report, the commercial fishermen I talked to by far gave me the most pessimistic and negative outlook. As he stated, the commercial fishing industry on our coast is nearly dead. In fact, the commercial fishing industry up and down California is nearly dead. Overregulation, higher costs, old inefficient infrastructure are all taking a toll on the few remaining fleets. And most of the larger operations have moved to Oregon and Washington. In Fort Bragg, there is only one processor left, only one ice house, which apparently is in rough shape. Fueling is a problem, and in general, everything is old and worn out. There are few mechanics and really no businesses serving commercial fishing. The seasons are getting shorter and shorter due to regulations. The crab season is almost impossible to predict, and even good crab season is not nearly what it used to be. The 2016 gross economic value of the commercial fishing catch was $7.6 million in Mendocino County, and Dungeness crab and sablefish were the leading two species harvested. Just to wrap it up, and I know I went way over my time limit, but I appreciate Heather giving me the opportunity, and hopefully you found the information useful. Overall, agriculture in this county, as I said, is doing well. And the good news for farmers is they always see the silver lining in everything. And with that, on that note, I just want to say that our Ag Commissioner is doing a fantastic job and has really turned the Ag Commissioner's office around. So thank you again for your time, and I'll yield back to Heather.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Frost. All right, next up is, oh, no, that was it. All right, everyone's favorite topic. And I know it feels like for you guys, you've been talking about cannabis forever at every single meeting. But keep in mind, this is a fledgling industry. It is very new. So our economic indicators on cannabis, at what you're looking at, is really baseline data. And to be honest, it's not very good at this point. So right now there's a backlog at the state that could be 8 to 12 weeks for getting permits. So they're only issuing temporary permits. They only go for 6 months, and based on the renewal process, this is not the greatest data, but it's a starting place. And instead, what I'm gonna do is turn it over to Donna Frank, who is the owner of Natural Cannabis Company and the creator of High Art, a global cannabis-inspired contest. And she's gonna give you a little context about the industry.
Hello, my name is Donna Frank, and I am the owner and operator of the Organic Cannabis Foundation, Natural Cannabis Company. I work in 4 different counties. I have permits in retail, I have permits in distribution, in manufacturing, and also in cultivation. I'm really flattered to be here today. I'm a little bit nervous, I'm sorry. I'll slow down a bit. One thing I want to let you guys know is that you have something here. You have an industry that if you go deep and you capitalize on it, it is a multi-billion-dollar industry. I think you possibly realize that Canada just legalized and Mexico legalized last week. And there's a famous song by the Beatles where they say Jojo left his home in Tucson, Arizona for some California grass. They didn't say Canadian grass or Mexican grass. They said California grass. And the place where people came and have come for so many years is Mendocino County. And I really believe that you need to capitalize on your name, you need to capitalize on your brand, and you have to allow your farmers to have permits. And you need to make that permit process easy. And I think that the whole Nancy Reagan just say no era is over. And I just want to read something really quickly to you. For a bottle of sparkling wine to be labeled champagne, it has to be made in Champagne, France, produced using the method champagnaise. If that bottle is produced using the exact same method anywhere else in the world, it must carry a different name. The production method itself must even be referred to differently as method traditionnel, being the usual substitute. These rules are strictly enforced. They are codified in national law, European Union regulations, international trade agreements, and treaties. When they're broken, even in the most tangential ways, lawsuits are quickly filed. When a sparkling wine producer in some country may ignore this rule, their bottles will never make it onto the shelves in the European Union, and as of 2005, the same is true for the United States. As of yet, right now you can get only 3 brands, Corbel, Cook's, and Andre, because that loophole went all the way back to World War I and the 19th century. The reason I'm telling you this is because you have the same ability to do this with Mendocino Cannabis. You're a very strong part of the Emerald Triangle here. And I really recommend that you use the term Mendocino grown. And you trademark that name, and you do whatever it takes. If you need to sue for people that are putting Mendocino, I think it's kind of like Napa. In Napa, you have to have a certain amount of grapes in order to, in that bottle of wine, to call it Napa. You can't call it anything, or people elsewhere can't call it Napa or Napa Valley wine. And as I said, I really implore you to use your name, use the brand, help your farmers, and grow cannabis, because that's what we do best here, is grow cannabis. And you've got some great farmers, and you have some great staff. And if your staff and your farmers can work together and just expedite this process, because the state is really trying to help us. The state calls me on the phone personally and talks to me about my permits. Please do this. If you don't, you're going to miss out on the chance of a lifetime. This was 100 years ago where Champagne capitalized on that name. You have the chance to shape the future for 100 years from now. So please take the time and let your farmers grow. Let them do what they do best. Thanks.
I just have to say, it isn't the county, it's the state that is stopping people from being able to move forward, and I don't want to debate it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed what you said.
Your mic wasn't on.
It is not the county, it is the state that is a barrier to people getting permitted.
Oh,
and I don't want to debate it, but that's my perception.
No, I meant just make the process easier at the county level, which I have to be honest, I had a pretty easy time. You guys are great. But my thing is about branding, and it's about capitalizing on your name. And don't let anybody else in the world have that name or be able to use that name.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Allison DeGrassi and Travis Scott from Visit Mendocino. They're going to share the results of a great brand campaign that they are just launched this past September. Welcome.
Allison DeGrassi, Director of Marketing and Media for Visit Mendocino County. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Travis Scott, Executive Director, Visit Mendocino County. I'm new to the organization. New to our organization, started in June. Prior to my coming on board, Allison and our previous executive directors worked with our marketing consultants to create a wide-reaching rebrand campaign for Visit Mendocino County. There were three main goals in mind. To assess the awareness of Mendocino County among potential visitors, develop a new brand with an appeal to our target audience, and develop and launch a new website highlighting the great things to do and places to stay in Mendocino County.
We're kind of the tag team here. So our first thing was we worked with our marketing consultants, Theory SF. They're a marketing agency based in San Francisco. We did a lot of due diligence to find them and felt they were the best match for what we needed to accomplish, which was to raise awareness of Mendocino County, which was extremely low. When we went out and did research, we found that, if you ask people what were their top 5 destinations, it was Carmel, Santa Barbara, Monterey, Napa, Sonoma. We didn't stand a chance. So this is our goal, is to get people to think of Mendocino County, put us top of mind. So we did that research, and then we took the data. We went back with Theory SF and came up with a new brand, which is Mendocino County Find Your Happy. We did a lot of market testing on that brand, the key fob, the logo, the tagline, and this is what we came up with. And really, when you think about it, people do come to Mendocino County to be happy. So we're happy with it, and we hope you are too. So we along with, once we got the brand dialed in, we started work on our new website, which we launched in May 2018. It's very interactive. There's lots of great data on it. We try and list every travel-related business in the county. Some we're missing. If we're missing anyone, we're happy to add you. And so along with that, we also did a brand launch campaign in the San Francisco Bay Area. We took Mendocino to the streets, and we wrapped buses on major bus lines in the city. We put up billboards at 10 strategic areas around the Bay Area, from Silicon Valley to Vallejo. And we put taxi toppers up and put buskings on the sides of buses. We also did full bus wraps. And we paid for 4 weeks of this campaign, and some of those buses are still trundling around the city, which is great free advertising for Mendocino County. So now I'm going to turn it over to Travis to talk a little bit more about other things that support marketing and advertising.
So we made it easy. We partner with the North Coast Tourism Commission to promote Mendocino County internationally. Most international countries still use travel agents to book their travel over the internet. So one of the things we do through North Coast Tourism Commission is get in front of those travel agents at large conferences and get our name out there. Our largest international markets are Canada, Germany, the UK, Mexico, Japan, France, and Australia.
Okay, am I up next? Okay, all right. Well, so we go on to some economic data, and here we do have some good news. We just took a look at the latest bid and TOT figures that were released by the county. They're on the MendocinoCounty.org website under the assessor's office if anybody wants to look. And they show a year-over-year increase in TOT, transient occupancy tax, of 5%, and a year-over-year Business Improvement District assessment increase of 6%. So we're really doing well. These numbers historically have risen over the past, ever since the recession back in 2008. We saw a dip, and ever since then we've seen a year-over-year increase, which is very encouraging. The revenue collections, this is sort of just a little aside here. Revenue collections are divided between inland, and that includes Anderson Valley, and the coast. And that's fairly well represented. It's about 50-50, 48-52, I think. But when you look at the actual revenue, it's divided 38% for inland and 62% for the coast. So that's where most of our bread and butter comes from. So we've seen an increase in TOT and bid. What made that happen? We can only think it's a number of factors. We don't actually have hard data to show this, but the average daily rate could have increased around the county, and that's the average daily rate for rooms. So rooms on the coast could be going for, say, $50 or more per night than previous years. So that's one factor. The number of room nights has increased, so that could mean more visitors and more visitors staying longer. So that's another factor. The wildfires, unfortunately, had a factor in raising TOT and bid because people were in hotels. Displaced people and fire personnel were filling up hotel rooms. And we hope that that trend does not continue. The county, I will congratulate. They've been very, very successful in working with host compliance to track down vacation rental owners who were non-compliant and bring them into compliance. So thank you to the county for that. In terms of data on the screen in front of you, this data comes from the Dean Runyon report. It's a report commissioned by the Visit California, the major marketing arm for the state. I see my red lights flashing. I'll hurry up. And it's actually the Dean Runyon report is called the Economic Impact by State, Region, and County report, and it's issued every May. And we have data going back to the year 2000. So it's a great resource to track data over time. We do look at comparable counties in terms of TOT. We compare ourselves with Humboldt, Shasta, and Yolo. We're about the same size in terms of revenue. And the things we look at typically are travel-related spending. This last year, for the year 2017, was up by, where's my notes? From 386 million. So that's quite a huge increase, actually, year over year. The tax revenue was up by almost 15%, from 34.7 million in 2016. And employment in the tourism-related businesses, and this could be dishwashers, busboys, restaurant owners, lodging maids, gardeners, etc. That also rose by 15.25% to 7,100 tourism-related jobs in 2017, and that's been an upward trend for a number of years now. So, back to Travis.
So heading into 2019, our Visit Mendocino County's future is bright. We're working on an aggressive digital campaign for our newly branded Crab Feast Mendocino, which is replacing Crab Wine and Beer Festival. We're doing a marketing rollout in the Sacramento area, which is a key market for us in the summer months. We'll be doing light rail trains wrapped with Visit Mendocino County, Find Your Happy, as well as buses and some digital billboards. And we will also continue to have billboards in San Francisco Bay Area. We're going to be targeting digital placements to foodies, people who like the outdoors, families, and moms.
Pet owners.
And we're also planning for the launch of Taste Mendocino, which is an event that'll be held in San Francisco in April. And that the main highlight of that will be an A-list media event and then a parallel event here in the county. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
If I could add,
Supervisor Jordy.
I appreciate seeing the third food festival on the list, and the fact that they're all three in the shoulder or winter seasons, because as you know, you'll hear from lodging operators who will say, especially at least on the coast, who will say that they can't fill up, they have no more rooms available in July and August. They're already filled up. And so these events that take place in the shoulder season or the off season really do help bring in people in times when they otherwise would not fill up their hotels.
Yeah, that's really our focus, to keep that shoulder season occupancy up. As you know, we can only do so much, but of course, our stakeholders also need to advertise. We're not, we can't represent 500 properties in the county, but we do our best. And I think with this new campaign, we've got some very aggressive marketing plans afoot. So next time you're traveling to Sacramento or to the Bay Area, look for our billboards and look for our buses.
One more thing. I also wanted to let you know that we have moved our main office from Fort Bragg to Ukiah. We're located at 105 West Clay Street, and I would love to have any of you stop in and visit anytime. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I also would like to just say that they did an extensive amount of research about target audiences. There isn't time to talk about it here today, but I did see a lot of the pre-work that they did for this brand, and it was really remarkable, and I think they're going to get a lot of run for this particular job.
Okay, thank you, Travis and Allison. So into our next area that we're going to talk about is real estate conditions. And what is really interesting, so I don't know if you have heard, we've been hearing this on the street, is that there's a glut of larger properties on the market. And so the big question is, does the data reflect that? And so I will show you what we have, which if you look at the first line graph on here, the green top line is the number of properties on the market, and you can see that's going up. And then the bottom two are pending and sold, and that is, it fluctuates a little, but it's pretty stable. And what is important to know is that the average price for sale of properties on the market is about $864,846. And the average price sold was about $535,000. Now, if you look at the second graph, that shows you price per square foot. And what you can see is, yes, again, fluctuation, but there's not a steady upward trend or a downward trend. So if you, the punchline here, in case it's overload, is that yes, it's reasonable what people are saying on the street, that there are larger parcels for sale that aren't moving as quickly, and that single family homes are moving very quickly. So that's what the data says, but here to tell us a little bit about more what he sees is Dick Seltzer. And so I am gonna, whoop, that's the next one. Here we go. So I'm gonna invite Dick Seltzer up to talk a little bit.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to tell you what you realistically already know. Housing shortage in our area, in the entire state, is a serious problem. California in the last 10 years has added very few new homes, new living units, apartments or homes. While the population has continued to grow, and at some point or another, every structure deteriorates and is taken down. We've seen that locally as well as anywhere else, whether it's because of fires or simply because the housing stock has aged, or perhaps it's in a redevelopment type area where the property is no longer best suited for residential use and it gets converted to commercial. Particularly short are rentals. That's a factor of primarily the cost of building multifamily housing versus the rent you can get. I appreciate the ads running right now for Prop 10 say, you know, the rent is too damn high. But I got to tell you, if you want to see more housing that isn't paid for by taxpayers, rents are going to have to go up, because you cannot build and rent at today's market rents in this area and come out. The only complex that I'm aware of that's under construction is the one on the corner of Norton and Main. It's going to be a very high density development. There are going to be 35 units in that complex, and they're going to be shoulder to shoulder. But it's the only thing that a developer can afford to build. Prices right now are about on par with where they were in 2006 before the downturn. That's kind of good and kind of not good in different ways. Right now we are at a crest in the real estate market. The houses that are no longer going up in value, they've crested. I don't know that they're going down yet. It's really hard to tell until you look back at it a year later, but it appears that they've crested. I don't think we're going to see a significant downturn, and part of the reason I don't think we will is because the prices are in fact at where they were 10 years ago, 12 years ago. The cost of construction during that same time frame has gone up. Timber prices have gone up. With the fires locally, labor costs have gone up. So those people that are rebuilding, many of them in Sonoma County or Napa County, where local contractors have been drawn out of our area for construction, we now have to compete to get those same construction people back to Ukiah to build. So it has been difficult. As far as the county is concerned, start looking over your shoulder. The price of property in the illegal cannabis, illegal pot growing era, the Spy Rock Road, 40 acres, 100 acres, lots of water, south facing, is no longer necessary to grow cannabis. Consequently, those prices that were ridiculously high, a 40-acre piece for $600,000, that has no utility value other than a single-family home site and privacy around you. Those property values have fallen by more than 50%. We recently listed 3 160-acre parcels with a ton of water and great southern exposure, have an appraisal in hand at $1.9 million for all 3 parcels. All 3 parcels together are listed for under $900. And by the way, they haven't sold yet. So in terms of assessed value and tax revenue, And I don't know what your distribution is for raw land in Mendocino County versus improved land in Mendocino County as far as your tax base is concerned. But for the raw land, the large parcel raw land, particularly in the northern section, start looking for those values to be coming down. As properties that have been held since before '06 sell, depending on how long before '06 or if they sold in 2010 or 12, you'll see some changes in assessed values. Employment, I think Frost mentioned that there are more employees out there looking for jobs. I appreciate that the statistics don't necessarily support that. I think the reason is that many of the people that are currently looking for jobs aren't in the unemployment numbers because they weren't looking for jobs a year ago. They were growing cannabis, or 2 years ago, or 10 years ago, and they are now entering the labor market. We recently ran an ad for a position for an entry-level receptionist position. I had 140 applications. So the employment picture, while the number of people looking, I think has gone up, the number of qualified people, I can't tell you. The only other thing I'd like to really focus on is the water project in Potter Valley. I think all of you are already aware of it, but it isn't critical just for farmers. That water supplies the Potter Valley Water Project. It then goes into the Lake Mendocino, which goes down the Russian River, and into Sonoma County as far down as Dry Creek. 600,000 people draw water from that watershed that goes through the Potter Valley Water Project. It's critical that we not allow that to be stopped. Thank you.
Don't go too far. So, okay, thank you, Dick. And Dick's going to come back up as well to give you his opinion on this topic. So many of you have heard about opportunity zones. So in the 2017 tax bill that passed through Congress, they created opportunity zones. The purpose of opportunity zones is to get more capital investment into low-income neighborhoods and creating housing and economic development. And basically what it does is it's a tax break tool that provides deferment on capital gains taxes if you invest in these areas. And we were asked to bring this up while we were talking about real estate because there are 3 areas in Mendocino County. It looks like one, but those are actually 2 separate census tracts that kind of hug Ukiah there on the bottom. And then, of course, North County up on top, which is Covelo area. And so the punchline here is they're not as exciting as we kind of hoped they would be, and I'll let Dick kind of elaborate on that. And partially, it's the way that they're set up. Now, this is totally new program that just came into passage, so I think we're still going to see things change. It's still forming. They just put out some regulations on the program for public comment. There's been a lot of people jumping into the market, trying to do research, trying to implement them, even though they haven't fully developed the regulations yet. And some of the key things are that, you know, they are still worth watching because there is potential that they could be a means to attract private capital into our areas where that are opportunity zones. And so there is still some potential for them. But in order to make sure that they meet the mission, there's an important role for local leadership, and there is a report that EDFC is it's still in draft phase, my apologies, but it's we have a full report that we've put together on the current status, and there's some recommendations about, you know, what we can do. And one of the big things is to keep tracking. Another one is to really engage with the state, who's doing a lot of work on opportunity zones. And you know, the third is, again, to encourage collaboration and public-private partnerships as we look at projects that might be a means to attract investors that have qualified opportunity funds. So I'm going to ask Dick to come up again and kind of share his perspective on opportunity zones because he has been working with them, or at least learning about them.
Learning about, not working with. And I don't know to what extent you are aware of how the opportunity zones work. When they were first put forward, it was going to be the absolute greatest thing that could possibly have happened. We would have seen a great deal of development in many areas. Unfortunately, as they continued to release little drips and drabs of information about these opportunity zones, the band of potential investors began to narrow and narrow and narrow. At this point, the people who can qualify and benefit from investment in opportunity zone realistically have to be selling an asset, realistically, other than real estate to generate cash. So if you have a business opportunity, if you have stock, if you have equipment, something that you're going to liquidate, you can take the gain that you would realize from that sale. So if you bought IBM stock for $500,000, it's now worth $1 million, you sell it, you can take that $500,000 of profit, of gain, and use that to invest in a property in the opportunity zone. You also then have to at least double the assessed value of that property within the first 2.5 years. And that's where the county is going to come into play. If you're talking about a piece of property that requires a general plan amendment, a zoning change, or perhaps even a complex building arrangement, 2.5 years might get past you before you were able to build. In that case, you lose all benefit of the opportunity zone. And again, it's a narrow group of people. They are not real estate developers, for the most part, that are going to be able to take advantage of this, because if you have real estate that you're liquidating, you're better off to do an exchange rather than go through the opportunity zone arrangement. One of the problems with the opportunity zone is, the benefit of the opportunity zone, if you don't know, is that when you liquidate the property, if you've held it for more than 10 years, your capital gain on that property is tax-free, which is wonderful. One of the problems is the only amount that you're allowed to invest and get the benefits from is the gain on the property that you sold. So you realistically, again, have to be liquidating non-real estate assets, taking the gain portion, putting it into the real estate development, and you can double the amount that you put in. So if you put in $500,000, you have to spend another $500,000 on your development. If you spend more than that, you only get the benefit of the waiver of the capital gains tax on the $500,000 of matching money. Like I said, it's complex and it's tricky, and there are going to be a very small number of people that are going to be in a position to take advantage of it. Those that are, if it's a piece of raw land, and right now we're seeing tremendous demand for warehousing type property in context of the cannabis industry. If somebody can move quickly, liquidate assets that they don't have in real estate, use that money, buy property, and build something that is cannabis specific, that individual, that small band of people are going to benefit largely from these opportunity zones. It's going to be a small group of people, though. Do you have any questions about that? It's a really complex topic. I'd be happy to answer them if I can.
I certainly appreciate your explanation. I mean, I've read through it multiple times, but that was a really good summary of the opportunity zones and the narrow window that you actually have to take advantage of them. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Do you have an opinion on how Mendocino County might best capitalize on these opportunity zones?
Best thing you can probably do is proactively rezone property to meet that kind of development, and or put in the infrastructure in advance, so that one of the critical issues is going to be that 30-month window that the property has to be improved in. And even if it can be done, an investor is going to say, what if it isn't? What if I spend my money and I'm 32 months before I get my final on that building? So they're going to be very sensitive to their ability to complete that project within the time frame. So anything you can do that narrows that window down so that I can be more confident that I'm going to be able to finish my project within that window.
So then, potentially, one thing the county might do would be to identify areas or an area in Round Valley and then Ukiah Valley and designate them a business opportunity zone or business enterprise zone and zone it accordingly so that new businesses could come in.
That's absolutely true. I'm not familiar enough with Round Valley to really be able to address that one, but I'm going to tell you that a smart investor is not going to build a project that shouldn't be built just to get tax benefits. So if you're going to do something, make sure you do it in an area that is reasonable for a developer to want to do something in. You know, don't go out and rezone the hillside in Round Valley for industrial use, because I don't care what kind of tax break you give me, I'm not putting up a factory in the hillside of Round Valley.
Well, although you mentioned there are a specific industry that, and so you don't necessarily have to name it a cannabis enterprise zone.
Nope, you don't.
But if it's a business enterprise zone, that might be what it actually is.
It might be, and in fact, my personal projection for the cannabis industry in Mendocino County, I believe that there is going to be a huge amount of competition from other areas. Mendocino County will have the advantages. We are part of the Emerald Triangle, and we will be able to benefit from that. We'll get a premium on our product that's grown here. The problem is that I think that the price is going to fall significantly, and the premium we get may not, in dollars, be all that great. The other side of that coin, however, is that the processing of cannabis, I think, has a very strong potential future, because the people that are going to do the processing don't care too much what the price of the product is. They're going to make their money on doing the value add of processing it, whether it's creating oils or rolling it into cigarettes or putting it into food products. Their product their profit is not going to come so much from the value of the actual plant, but it's going to come from the value add of changing it into some other product.
So back to the enterprise zone again, if I understand, to qualify, the individual investing would have to double the assessed value of the property. So it's not merely purchasing property and creating economic activity there.
Right.
It has to result in doubling the assessed value.
Right. And when it first came out, that wasn't part of the regs. And I thought, that means that you can go into an area at the north end of Ukiah, for example, and buy an apartment complex, and your gain on that complex after 10 years would be tax-free. That was nirvana. That was wonderful. That was going to be an opportunity that, you know, we would have been able to tremendously capitalize on it. But realistically, by the time you're done walking through all of the regs, you realistically have to buy raw land and build something from scratch. That brings in that 30-month window to do the completion of the project. Also means, obviously, that you have to have a user for that property, and it has to be a property you feel is going to go up in value significantly over the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. You made my topic of technology sound really simple after that. Okay, technology. For small remote communities, access to broadband is a lifeline, connecting residents to everything from innovative online education and cutting-edge e-health services to new customers in the global online marketplace. It's no wonder that statistics are showing that as rural communities adopt and use broadband services, incomes go up and unemployment falls. Access to technology enables individuals to pursue whatever range of employment they wish. Remember, technology is no longer a desktop and a printer. Technology is now a distributed model that allows us to access information through cloud-based technologies on any device, at any time, anywhere. As our county considers a roadmap to guide our growth and prosperity, it must include an overhaul to our IT infrastructure and universal access to broadband. Unlike water pipes and bridges that can last maybe 50 years or more, modern broadband networks and the technology it uses requires constant upgrades and improvements. That's a fact. Make no mistake that solving the challenge of closing the digital divide will not be easy or inexpensive. However, it will be the cornerstone of our successful transition to a global digital economy, and in the long run will provide safety and security for residents of our county. The ability to provide our residents with improved communication services, government efficiencies, increased revenue for thousands of small businesses, and a skilled workforce will rest largely on the key pillar of technology infrastructure. By way of example, consider how technology is enabling innovative programs to flourish in our own county. The Mendo Lake Food Hub is a stellar example of what happens when local individuals, in this case, owners of small farms, seek out ways to find new markets. Starting with a grant from North Coast Opportunity, they sought out ways to increase the availability of local produce and improve the survival rate of local farm businesses by connecting growers directly to buyers through an easy-to-use app. Technology use combined with well-designed distribution process is an example of innovation within our county that could not have occurred without the use of technology. The Mendo Lake Food Hub has seen dramatic growth over the last 3 years and has now transitioned to become a for-profit grower cooperative. This enriches all communities and raises our quality of life. You can see how technology plays a role in our economic growth when considering also the rise of the mobile worker. As of 2017, 40% more of U.S. employers have offered flexible workplace plans to their workforce, more so than they did in 2010. Telecommuting, or working remotely, isn't just a passing trend for our workforce. It's a very real, very prevalent way that many people are working their current jobs. The ability to work from wherever you wish is being adopted in greater numbers by all employees, and more is becoming the expectation of a younger workforce. In a county that is as beautiful as ours, welcoming these workers, many who are high-wage earners with the ability and desire to spend their money in the local economy, will require countywide cell phone coverage and high-speed internet access. They contribute to the county revenues through property and sales taxes, and many of us eventually choose a local lifestyle, becoming leaders and volunteers in the communities in which they live. In addition, there are independent workers paid by the task or project. Their growing numbers contribute to a more skilled workforce because their services is not simply in the tech field. These skilled workers are therapists, researchers, transportation technicians, architects, building planners, and doctors. The delivery of online healthcare is exploding. Organizations are starting to realize the cost savings and the higher quality of care patients receive when they can access specialists via an e-health initiative. For our rising elder population, being able to access specialists online in a virtual visit can be more accessible than a 4-hour round-trip drive through a challenging terrain. And finally, technology that expands emergency communications and online customer service will increase the county's capacity to deliver the services that business need to survive and residents need to feel secure. When you provide the public with 24/7 access to real-time, accurate information and create online portals for quick permit and licensing applications, you will improve customer relations and increase county revenues. And given our recent fires have underscored how important a resilient technology infrastructure and redundancy is for emergency preparedness and response. Your next presentation today will address the many benefits to expanding citizen communications. As a nonprofit organization, West Business Development Center focuses on the success of businesses. We say improved technology infrastructure cannot come soon enough. Individuals are leaving and businesses are closing. Our skilled workforce is diminishing. Lack of technology is not only the reason for these challenges, we know, but improvements to that infrastructure will grow a more educated and informed workforce, and in turn, help support a rise in economic fortunes for all. Thank you.
I'm back. So, as many of you know, EDFC took on the contract after Trish Steele left for broadband coordination, and a really important piece of that contract, which is going to be completed as of December 31st, so we can meet our CPUC grant contract, is completing our broadband plan. And so we've been doing a lot of work on that, and there's some really exciting findings. And, you know, I came in having monitored broadband from Congressman Huffman's office, and my coworker Diane used to work for the Broadband Alliance. So we have kind of a long history here. And there has been some really good shifts. So these are some important things that came out of our survey. We did not have, we had less response from businesses, but we did get about 47 businesses that responded, and 77% of those are self-employed. Another important thing that we really saw is that of all the respondents that we had, and we had nearly 500 respondents on the residential survey, 56% of them are working from home more than once a week. So you are seeing these trends happening in this county. It is out there. And anecdotally, I was in the Willits Library for about an hour this morning, and I walked in and I was like, I counted them. There were 8 people with their laptops working in the library, and I was dying to go survey them all because they were clearly telecommuting, and I restrained myself because I didn't want to break that confidence there. Yeah, and so what's really important, again, going back to some of the statistics, 78% of the respondents, which is almost all of them, said the internet was crucial to their business, and the ones who didn't believe was crucial said they couldn't perform all of their business functions if they did not have access to internet. Broadband internet access is it's interconnected with our economic development. You cannot separate the two. It's essential infrastructure. And I'm thus referring to it as our digital infrastructure. What I am super excited about, that I think everyone should be excited about, is that when you actually go through all of the data, which I've been processing all weekend, so I could tell you these wonderful things, is that the largest growth we're really seeing is actually in fixed wireless. And this is exciting for a couple reasons. One, it can be deployed at a lower cost and much, much faster than fiber. And people who, when surveying all of the people who have the different types, are much more satisfied with the reliability and the speeds that they're getting out of fixed wireless compared to something like satellite, and which satellite we don't even count because it's unreliable and it's very, very expensive. So fixed wireless is affordable and it's being deployed very rapidly. And one of the reasons it's being deployed rapidly is because it is being deployed by local companies. So wireless internet service providers are your small businesses. They're mom and pop shops, essentially. They're mom and pop shops of the digital age, and we love them because they are out there and they are getting critical access that is allowing our economy to grow, and they are locals with jobs. They're not large corporations with their big national bottom lines. And so when I come back to you, hopefully, and present the final plan, one of the big things that I think we're looking at is how can we as a county incorporate into our strategy how we're going to be supporting these small businesses. And of course, I do have some ideas, but I will leave you with that exciting point because I think it's really consistent with our county culture to have small local businesses delivering something that's so crucial and creates a lot of economic opportunity. So on that, oh, here we go. There's my slide for who's bringing you what. So again, you can see, there is a huge amount of cable, but there's also a lot of these small providers who are bringing other very critical services. So, okay. And so this concludes our presentation on the current economic status that we have in the county. I hope that information was helpful in your decision-making processes as you move forward into the next quarter. And just a note, this is the beginning of what you're going to be getting. EDFC produced its first economic report for the quarter. We plan to produce those every quarter and in the future, so we're happy to have feedback, as that was our first one. And coming up at the end of January, we're also hosting an economic summit that will take place in Willits, which will be working on visioning and setting goals and looking at the resources that we have and the gaps in the resources that we need to fill so that we can actually have a good, strong strategic effort towards improving our local economy. And so we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? All right, wonderful presentation. I do have one speaker form from Amy Nguyen.
I picked a good day to come. Chair, board, staff, this is absolutely fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. Amy Nguyen, Coastal Planning and Biology. This is actually the real reason why I came over today, was to make a comment on this item, Heather and Marianne and crew. In our business, we help people navigate the murky waters of planning regulations, mostly in the coastal zone, but inland as well. And there are two things that we experience massive slowdowns on, and that will help the economy move through if we can get some fixes on these. One is predictability of interpretations, not just within zones, coastal, but across zones, coastal zone and inland when it comes to the planning department. And another item that we've found is really slowing things down is when we have a planning department item that goes through county council's office review. Sometimes those reviews can take anywhere from 6 months to 9 months to a year to get acted on. Sometimes these are items that are as small as a generic deed restriction, so the operative word is generic. Should just be changing out the name and putting in the permit number, but those can take months. So I don't know exactly what's happening in with that communication stream. I don't know if it's a lack of tracking or if it's a lack of staffing. Staff is doing a good job, but it's just being able to get to items that are slowing down our economic development progress of making development happen, making actual physical projects come through. This fall, October was somewhat quiet for our office, and I started to worry, are we now finally at, the next slowdown? I know that mortgage rates have gone up. I know that a lot of our clients are pensioners that are living off of a fixed income, sometimes making minor improvements to their properties, sometimes actually building a whole new house. By the time they get through the planning process, a lot of times they don't necessarily have the money to make their whole project happen. Some of that is through our having to our company having to repeatedly reach out to county departments to ask for progress to move things through. So there's the monthly payment of a mortgage on land that you can't use either at all or to 100%. That people, their money is just going away. So I'm worried if there could be some assistance for predictability through interpretations, and also manage, however it is that you can encourage county council to manage their workflow. I know that they've got a lot going on, but this is economic development as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Question.
Could you give an indication of the nature of projects that might be held up for 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months you mentioned?
Sure.
What kind of projects would that be?
Like residential, non-residential types of projects, or the types of interpretations?
Well, I guess you're saying it could be either, that it...
Yeah. So we've got a non-residential project that's probably going to be about, actually I've seen the estimate for this one, about $200,000. That one we've been working working through the county on that one for about 1.5 years, and the major delays in both elements was the step 1 county council analysis, and then the step 2, the second bit went into county council's office in May, and that would be a super project to have come through. That's non-residential.
So it's a commercial project, and is at the end of the day, would that, if approved and constructed, would that result in job creation?
That would, that one, so the one I'm thinking of, would not result in job creation, that one in particular, but I actually can't give you specifics because it's something that's going to come before you guys. So
okay.
So I'm sorry, that was not
But anyway,
the right example.
regardless of whether it's residential or commercial, I think you said it's typically a 6 to 12 month delay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
in addition to whatever the rest of the process is.
In addition to, sometimes it's an interpretation that we need while someone is going through a planning permit review process, and so that planning staff can understand how they should move forward. Sometimes it's after the project's been approved at its hearing, and it's a condition of approval of recording a deed restriction or something. So again, I don't know if it's something between the departments or if it's just more support that that particular office needs. Whatever we can do to help facilitate that, besides calling all the time, because I know that's really annoying, would be fantastic. Do you have more questions?
I have a question. So could you just sort of describe kind of the range of the consequences of and we are primarily focusing on the coastal zone, although some of these issues are not coastal related, of creating uncertainty and just protracted timeframes for going through the permit process? Is the consequence always that the person just, other people see that and they don't build, or is the consequence also that people spend down their capital and they have less money for the actual project, or what's kind of the range of what you see?
It's both. So after the fires, we had a few people come to us after they've talked with realtors, and now they're interested in looking at properties, and because they wanted to leave the areas that are burning the second year in a row. The protracted permitting process was unbearable for I think we had two or three people. So the unpredictability of that process for these families that were looking to move to the coast. Some people, I would say, for these delays, it's both. People are building less of the project, so you've got less construction happening. You've got less. So if somebody's building, say, a single-family residence with a guest cottage, they might choose just to build the guest cottage and live in there instead of the actual residence. So that's less property tax. As one client I've got, I'm concerned whether they're actually going to be able to do their full project. Some people abandon the property. They end up saying, well, you know what, I got my permit, but I don't have anything left. So then they abandon it and they sell it with the permit on it. And other people just decide not to buy. When we're fortunate to have people come to us to ask us what the permitting process is like before they close on escrow on a property, and we love to help people match people up to the right piece of property where they have the patience to go through it and it has what they want. We're not realtors; we are planners. But a lot of times people will just run away screaming with, and we tell them it's anywhere from 2 to 4 years until they can get to do their building permit. But I need to start adding time to that now that I'm realizing how long some of these, the legal review is taking. So it's predictability. We had a project last year where we went through a massive amount of pre-application consultation with a state agency that and the state agency same person changed their opinion from last year to this year, and we designed the project according to that opinion last year, and county staff has the ability to override that, but they're not. I don't know exactly what's going to happen there, but we work very hard in our office to help people, to manage goals and expectations, help people get to their goals and dreams as efficiently as possible, and it's tough to do.
You bet. Thanks. Thank you very much. Next speaker card, Ron Edwards.
Sorry, through the chair, if I could. I would just invite Ms. Wynn, if she's got a particular issue, because I know there's things that she's been dealing with and we've worked with. But if you've got a particular issue, if you'd call me, Catherine Elliott, County Council, and bring it to my attention, that would be much simpler than coming over to the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron Edwards Willis. I thank West Company and the county for putting on this economic plan. It's kind of something I've been asking, seeing where's the county going, what our plans are. But it would be nice, I just found out about this, I don't know how it missed my calendar, to have dive into the issues in cannabis a lot deeper. We are looking at, we heard from Mr. Seltzer about dropping large parcel prices. I think that we could stop that slide. It would have been nice to hear a little bit about how the transferability would help protect what farmers are trying to do. As far as the impediment of building, going through, it would be nice to have it tiered so that we could keep our small farmers maybe hiring some more people so that they're not flooding the regular market, because a lot of people are leaving and applying for jobs. I know Home Depot had a lot of applications. Geiger's had a lot of applications, and that's another area where we're probably seeing a large drop is in retail sales, and that would just be simply looking at the tax revenue. I know the co-op in Humboldt County, I know the Geiger's markets are losing drastically. The Humboldt co-op is losing $25,000 a week, so they're not going to be expanding. So looking at those economic issues, things we could help here a little bit better. When we're talking about those opportunity zones, wow, what an opportunity. Pardon my pun, but if I know government, it's hard to move quickly, but if we could develop a team that would have a process. In other words, if you were coming in and you were creating jobs, there's another line for you to go into because it's vital for this county, maybe even for housing also. But we could we could have representatives at conferences to invite people to come to Mendocino to invest in these opportunity zones, maybe in Round Valley. There might be, but if these companies don't know about these opportunities, how are they going to know to come here to even take advantage of that for jobs? Also tied into the Visit Mendocino. What an opportunity. Why go to Colorado? Why go to Washington when you can come to where the best sun-grown cannabis is in Mendocino? And that would be benefit through farmers markets, since we don't have tasting rooms, but really start and coordinate those type of events so that someone could really have an incredible experience that we'd be offering here that you won't find in Napa or Sonoma County for a long time, because they are really behind on this. They talked about it earlier on about bud and breakfasts, but they really haven't done anything to encourage or even have workshops to see what we can do to develop these types of issues. And thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ron. Kim Tate? I thought you were just excited I called your name.
I was actually excited for Ron, and then like, my turn. Okay, so I'm going to repeat, well, I won't repeat it. Oh, Ron's so much taller than me. Kimberly Tate, Redwood Valley, One Feather Ranch. And a couple things I want to kind of maybe go back to what Donna was saying about the cannabis industry. And she was really precise, and she kept to her time, but there's so much to talk about. And she knows so much about it that we really should maybe talk to her some more about the numbers, because she may disagree with some of the people that have said a couple things. For me, right back again to cannabis tourism, I'm just obsessed with it. It wasn't mentioned a lot in the marketing stuff again, and how much that has a potential to be huge for our county. So I want to, again, add on to that and offer my services to help. And a big part of that is micro business, because as someone that wants to be part of the tourism, essential to that is micro business, because if we can't do that, then I can't even have people up there at my ranch. So I really am doing the process. I'm halfway through. I'm almost through, actually, more than halfway. It's just the F1 compliant building that I'm working on right now. One great thing about the micro business is the taxes stay here. Even if, of course, I've talked to Sherry about it, potentially if I go to a farmer's market in Marin County and I sell something, my tax dollars would come back here, my retail tax dollars. So that's, for me, was huge. Also, I don't know if you're aware of the state law, the AB 2020, about opening up cannabis events to other locations. That's huge for us. And again, that brings in micro business, tourism, and the whole thing. So maybe, I mean, I don't know if we have a working group yet. I keep asking. I want to be back, you know, because we had one meeting, and I'm hoping it comes back. So all these people with all these great ideas can get together and just really focus on Mendocino and just for the cannabis industry, it's not my only love of this county, but it's the biggest potential I see right now. And that's all I have to say, I think. But I have something I want to share with you guys, because we're talking about branding, and this is something I hope to do, but there's a lot of steps left before I can do it. So I'll just bring it up here.
Thank you very much. And last speaker card I have is Catherine De La Quadra.
Hello. I'd like to have my horses back, and I want to have my shipper come and get them out of Northern California, out of the area where we have been victimized here by this mob that was orchestrated by my ex-doctor's secretary and has chased us for many years. And I'm asking that there's no castration of any male horse, that there's no sale, no unjust enrichment of others, that I'm able to go take care of my horses with my own veterinarian until my shipper can come and get us out of here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public? Back to the board, anything? Is that for this item? Okay.
Hi, Anna Perna. So I'm on the non-cultivation working group, and we have scheduled our next 3 meetings to talk about micro businesses, and we've also been talking about how to create an economic plan for cannabis. So that's definitely something that's in the works. And we also have talked a lot about cannabis tourism, and I would echo the things that other people have said about that, about it being a really great opportunity. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware of the Mendocino Appellation Project. It's a project that's already started, similar to the example of Champaign that was mentioned, of creating appellations within the different areas of Mendocino County. So something can be Mendocino grown from Covelo, and they could have their own appellation with their own set of rules and ways, like methods of cultivating, etc. So that's something that also is already in the works. Then I want to talk about some of the challenges for cannabis. One big challenge is supply chain issues. Like, the growers can do a really good job of growing really high quality cannabis, but if they can't find a way to transport it or a way to a distributor, and then there's also challenges with retail. It's like the whole thing has to come up at the same time for it to function smoothly. And if there's a hitch at any one point, it makes it less likely that it's going to function well as a whole, and less likely that the small farmers are actually going to be able to survive when trying to balance the dropping price and additional fees and costs and all of that. On an entirely different topic, I keep hearing the need for more housing, and I'm also part of a forest reciprocity working group. We're currently trying to come up with a solution of thinning the forests to reduce the fuel load using the small diameter poles for round pole timber framing, and hoping to get some money for low-income housing or other middle-income housing projects to be able to build with poles directly thinned from the forest to both reduce the fuel load, create housing, and create jobs. So that's something you'll also be hearing more about from us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. We appreciate all of your hard work for the county. And with that, we will take a break and reconvene at 3:30. Okay, we are back in session at 3:30, and we will be following up with Agenda 5H, discussion and possible action, including a presentation by Client First and acceptance of the County of Mendocino's Information Technology IT Master Plan. The Executive Office is the sponsor.
Good afternoon, board members, Madam Chair. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I'm also here with Under Sheriff Matt Kendall. The board has been presented with information on the county's endeavors to present the board with the technology master plan. We've been working on this since approximately April of 2017. Went through a competitive process, selected Client First. Since that time, we've been meeting with county departments. We've been conducting workshops and assessing information and working closely with the Sheriff's Office IT staff as well as the county's IT staff to present to you the county's IT master plan. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Client First. They'll introduce themselves and we'll answer any questions as we go through the presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Jacobson. I'm a senior partner with Client First. By way of introduction, I'd just say that I just recently finished leading a very similar project to this for Mariposa County. I'm the team lead for Client First for an infrastructure upgrade project at Tuolumne County, and I'm also on the team for a Yolo County infrastructure upgrade.
Good afternoon. My name is David Crowd. I'm the managing partner for Client First, and I guess as way as introduction, all we do is work with local government agencies all across the country, cities and counties, and predominantly in California where we're headquartered. And we've been doing this for more than 20 years.
Okay, I'm up next. We have an agenda for you today. We're to talk about the planning methodology we used, an assessment of the current state, strategies, goals, and objectives, then a slide at the end on budgets. Methodology. This is the final presentation. As Janelle said, we've been working with the county since January of this year. We held needs assessment workshops with all county departments. We've spent a good deal of time with the both county and Sheriff's Office IT functions. We developed a plan and came back and did planning workshops. There are multiple rounds of planning workshops as a part of this process, and we're here to present the final report to you today. Assessment, these are the great things. We were really impressed with the information services staff, both here in County IS and the Sheriff's Office. They're hardworking, really competent, excellent at their jobs. They did a great job. The core applications, the major systems that the county uses, are a good fit for the county. We'll talk more about how that can be improved over time. The Emergency Operations Center performed much better this summer than it did the summer before. We worked with county staff to make some improvements in the interim. And we've made about $1 million worth of improvements over the course of the plan. We identified right away 14 high-risk projects. 11 of those are complete, so we're actually sleeping a little bit better at night. The real challenge is the county geography creates a great deal of challenge. This is a big county. We'll talk a little bit about some of the things we've learned from the recent fires. It's expensive because of the size and geography of the county to improve the infrastructure in the way it needs to happen. You'll see that when we talk about budgets. And gaps in cellular coverage, reduce the ability of staff to work in the field and complicate life in general. I've asked Greg Glavich to come up and have a talk with you about the Laughlin fire aftermath and some of the things we learned from that.
Good afternoon. Greg Glavich, County Communications Coordinator. The Laughlin fire was truly a disaster for Mendocino County. People lost their lives. Once the fire smoke settled and the fire cooled down, we were able to go up to the site and evaluate what was left of the Laughlin site. We did keep the equipment all running and functional. Power was restored with the county facilities and ultimately PG&E. But after we looked at what had happened, the building had been burned up or severely damaged. Equipment on the outside had been burned, the inside stuff was still functional and operable. It became kind of a rude awakening that had that equipment burned up inside the building, we could not have gotten spares for it. Some of the equipment it was built by a manufacturer that went out of business 8 years ago. We have a spare here and there to fix routine failures, but if that entire site was lost, our county communications for public safety, first responders, police, fire, sheriff, ambulance would have gone back 40, 50 years. We would have been pushed back quite a ways in technology. We started looking at all the radios, the dispatch consoles, all of our critical public safety and first responders infrastructure, and carefully evaluating where we were. And we were actually shocked to find that a lot of the equipment we have, about 60 to 70% of it, is end of life. And there are very few parts available for it. So we started making lists of what needed to be replaced. Client First has got, has all the details on it, and we have a good plan what needs to be done. We're kind of at a crossroads of upgrading technologies, going to the next level of dispatch consoles, of microwave, of radio. So the timing is pretty good. Anyway, that's really all I've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Just a couple of points. You see the building behind the trucks there is yellow. That actually was not that color before the fire. The outside coating burnt off the building. The actual microwaves are black. Well, there were covers on those too. Those burnt off. It's completely amazing that the entire system continued to function without these components through the fire. David? Yep.
Okay. Tom had made a good point a few months ago that the core application systems like your finance, your payroll, human resources, CAD RMS, justice, work management, et cetera, that you have good vendors in place for the most part. Usually when we're working with an agency, they're behind and they need to actually completely replace systems. So that's the good thing. By and large, your systems are not fully implemented and underutilized. There's opportunities to provide more online access for your residents to apply for permits online or make additional types of payments or get information, et cetera, on a 24/7 basis. There's a lot of paper and a lot of manual processes in the county. So some of these systems have automated workflow functionality that was just never implemented. And so we'll talk more about that. And a lot of training. So just a little more on some of these additional systems. The Munis system, which in the report is referred to as the ERP system, stands for Enterprise Resource Management. Essentially for you, that means your finance, accounting, payroll, human resources system. It's a major system for any agency. This is a very prominent ERP solution in mid-sized local government. You implemented that 8 to 10 years ago. It was kind of a light implementation. There's a lot of functionality that's available. There's additional modules and bolt-ons that could be added to create more automation and more efficiency. One of the comments I made to Janelle in a workshop recently that I've been doing this for over 20 years with about 100 agencies, and in all the work I've ever done, your agency has the most opportunity to create efficiencies and reduce labor hours among staff, which will free them up to provide better internal management as well as public service. The budget process here, another example.
Could we maybe underline that point?
Sure.
In all of your years of working on this, you have not seen another agency has more opportunity to improve efficiencies.
That is my assessment, yes.
I really like the way it sounds like such a positive thing.
Well, I mean, it really is positive because it is very doable, right, and you don't have to start completely over. Most of the systems that I just kind of rattled off at a court, those are 7-figure systems to start with. So you still have expense in front of you. You have a lot of process work, a lot of training work. You have to set up systems, add some additional bolt-on modules and whatnot, but it is doable. So I think that's a very positive outlook. And you have really good people. We wish all of our clients had people at this level that are even performance-minded, improvement-minded. Continuous improvement, I think, is part of your culture from the people that we've worked with here thus far. Moving on to the budget process, and this is another example. This is just one module in Munis. And you do have the module, and you do put the budget in the system at the end of the budget process, and then the system checks and you can run reports. But to create the budget process, as you know, is a many-month process. So it involves dozens of staff members from all departments. It's probably several thousand labor hours to do it, and it involves hundreds of spreadsheets. So we won't get rid of all the spreadsheets, but this process alone could be significantly improved for the county, as well as the reporting. A couple more systems of note. Your CAD, which is really dispatch, your dispatch software, records management, which is a whole lot of functionality inside the Sheriff's Department, and jails management. So you're in the process of upgrading this solution to the next generation of its. Again, you don't have to replace the vendor, you have a solid vendor. And there's really two initiatives here. One is to get the upgrade done and come back in a couple of years and actually do a utilization assessment to find additional functionality and training and whatnot to take better advantage of the system as a whole. The tax system, if you're familiar with it, a couple key points. 75% of your county's revenue comes through the system. It's an old legacy system from a prior century, and you are in the process of getting that upgraded, and that plan is in place. But this is a really critical system, and it will bring you into this century.
We have a question on the tax.
Yeah, just clarification. Is property system another term for that?
Yes.
Same.
Yes.
Thank you.
Land management, and just so you can understand, land management includes planning and entitlement, building permits and other types of permits, environmental health reviews related to that, code enforcement, property inspections. So that is what encompasses what we call land management. And you have a solution called Track It, which is one of the leading providers in the country of these types of systems. This system is pretty well implemented. There is room for improvement, and there's some additional modules and whatnot that need to be taken advantage of. Getting online things like online permits, online permitting, ability to submit a code case online, other types of things, as well as GIS integration, which has never been done. So your GIS system is completely disconnected from the system. So again, in the daily operations and processes, there is room for improvement there as well. Your cannabis permitting, the growers permitting and licensing processes are partially done in this, and we're nearing another project with you to streamline that even more in the system, to consolidate it and streamline it and improve it. So that's underway as well. Enterprise Asset Management, short for EAM. If you're familiar with these types of systems, this is really the work order, the work management system that the county uses. You use a system called CAMS. It's used in transportation, facilities, and fleet. There's some elements of the system that are actually highly utilized, but there are other elements that are not well utilized. There's still a lot of paper, a lot of work around what we call shadow systems like Excel or Microsoft Access and things like that. So there is room for improvement in this system as well. Electronic document management, sometimes it's referred to as an enterprise content management system. If you're thinking of records management, scanning, digitizing documents and different types of files, the county currently has 4 systems that do this, and so this initiative is really about consolidating that. It might not be possible to get to one single, but the goal would get to one primary, and then if you have to have other systems, they would be the exception to the rule. Once you get past your core major systems like your ERP, your land management, your CAD RMS, your JusticeWare, this technology here is the next biggest automation opportunity. It allows you to automate processes and digitize processes. So instead of passing paper around all over the county for approvals and things, you could automate that online and electronically do it. So instead of signing something and getting it in the car and going somewhere, as soon as you do your step, it shows up at the next person instantaneously. So there's a tremendous amount of opportunity with that system.
All right, back to the technology. As Greg described, a goodly portion of the infrastructure and technology that's in place here at the county is obsolete and at end of life. The plan includes replacement dollars, which we'll talk about more in a bit, over time to get those things current. We thought long and hard about the split of duties between the Sheriff's Office and County IS, and decided that staffing levels indeed were appropriate. What really needed to happen was better definition of roles and responsibilities so we weren't duplicating work between the two functional areas. So we're working to clean that up and give everybody clear lines of demarcation, really, of what work all the functions do, so we're not duplicating effort. We talked a little bit about county geography. You know, you'll hear any conference you go to, you'll hear about cloud computing. But right now, there's only one internet connection out of this county. So moving things to the cloud, to the internet's maybe not, is pretty a high-risk concern. So we've got some ideas on how to make that better. And then we really need to, work on emergency preparedness and resiliency. And the last item is just operationally. We think we can make some improvements within the IT function itself. Okay, that's the assessment section on the strategies, goals, and objectives. We've talked about end-of-life technology. I think the biggest single cost factor is the radio network and the network between facilities. That in and of itself is between $3 and $5 million of the plan. Next highest on the list are really risk factors in the Sheriff's Office for obsolete equipment. But overall, the plan invests about $12.5 million over 5 years in replacing and upgrading technology to bring you current. Emergency preparedness. As Greg said, we need to look for opportunities to improve resiliency, so if one of those towers goes down, the county still functions. We had a lot of, you had a lot of first responders out in the field that were dependent upon those radios in the various fires. We really don't want to be losing them in the midst of an event. We're going to continue to improve the Emergency Operations Center, and one of the key components of that is to develop a secondary Emergency Operations Center and disaster recovery capabilities. The plan invests about $3.3 million to improve resiliency overall. This is the county, the southern half of the county microwave network. The dotted lines to the lower left by Cold Springs and Point Arena are our dream portion. You can kind of see where we have loops. Greg talks about an east loop, which is the red, and a west loop. What we want to do is complete the rest of the southern loop here. Phase one is Point Arena to Cold Springs. We've got funding through a grant to replace the microwave itself. There's another chunk of funding required to raise the tower up, and we need to move to a new, more secure building, and we have to run electricity to that. So there's some funding still required that's in the plan to do that. Phase two closes the loop, and that's out in a future year. We talked about the need for backup internet access. One of the alternatives that we've been looking at is internet resiliency through the microwave system down into Sonoma County, where we can reach a point of presence, internet point of presence, and that's what this piece is. And then back to David for core applications.
All right, so a few more comments, and we talked about a lot of these application systems being underutilized, and a key point about technology, a philosophy that we have, and people kind of get hung up and they think of IT and they think of the IT department, they think of wires and equipment. I work with departments and their business processes and their applications, and so the foundation of what we think about is actually the business process, the operations, the customer service to your residents, as well as internal departments. And so these applications are really the backbone of those operations. And if you were to take them out, you're completely going back to, you know, pencils and typewriters and things like that. So improving the utilization of these applications streamlines those processes, frees up tens of thousands. Really, it's very realistic that this county could free up over 100,000 labor hours over time. So we'll talk more about this, but this is really, I guess what I want to say is it's really about improving the business processes. One of the things that we talk about in our different workshops is we try to educate people on return on investment principles, how to think about what is significant, what's immaterial. You know, we want to focus on things that eliminate lots of hours, not something that somebody does 2 hours once a year. And this will require reviewing the actual business processes, doing process reviews in various departments and functions related to these applications, identifying those improvement opportunities, and then prioritizing them and implementing them in phases over multiple fiscal years. And then kind of the last point there is that it doesn't just stop there, because if you stop at that point, then you'll do what you've done. You guys put in a lot of technology over the years, tens of millions of dollars, but then at some point, once you put it in, it kind of goes stagnant. So software constantly improves, good vendors improve them, new features, new technology, and you have to stay up with that. The other thing is that you have people that move around from position to position, different departments, leave the county, come in, they weren't part of the implementation. So that training and that knowledge, it's a continuous effort. The next couple of slides really kind of dig in a little bit to make some key points about improvement opportunities. I want to differentiate. So this was a technology master planning process. So we didn't do process reviews. We didn't walk through those detailed processes of those departments, but we did talk about the systems, and we did talk about key manual things and workarounds. So preliminarily, there were 161 identified efficiencies in that. That's very high level. As we go through these multiple projects over the next several years and do actual process reviews, there'll be hundreds of more, probably more than 1,000 efficiency examples. We did apply some numbers with Executive Office, and so I think about 32 of those 161 preliminary estimates, and that number was over 100,000 in labor hour savings if implemented. And that's high level. To be realistic, some of those are probably a little overestimated, some are probably underestimated, but it's a very fair example, and we didn't even look at 130 some of those. So the goal here, though, is as we free those hours up, we can do two things. One, instead of having people sign a piece of paper and it gets routed and it's really inefficient, you now free up time so staff have more valuable time to do more important things for the county, more benefit internally, as well as to your residents. You also, at some point, might be able to reduce the curve of your rate of hire. So the first graph here on the bottom left, what it's really depicting is as you implement the automation, as the county grows and its needs grows, this is actually, say, new hires, as an example. And some of, you have attrition, you have retirements, you have people that move away, et cetera. But the growth of the need for additional staff to do more work for the county, you can reduce that rate of growth, which is actually a tangible return on investment. The graph on the right is really a concept graph, and the truth is that there's a bunch of work to do before you can get the streamline in the automation. It's not like flipping a switch. You've got work. So you've got extra work. Staff are going to have to work on that, even with subject matter experts helping them. So it really, in the beginning, you have more work that has to be done, and you get the improvements after you start getting those implementations done. So again, part of the assessments is to figure out what the right priorities are, go after low-hanging fruit, and things that are lower budget with high impact. This slide really is I've pretty much talked about. These are examples of some of the major application systems that have significant efficiency opportunities. The example on the bottom, again, is just a concept. So what that says is that if you just think about 4 departments that could save 20 hours a week, I'm not talking about people, I'm talking about departments, 20 hours of efficiency. And we were just in the back talking about a couple of things, so you can see how realistic this would be. That's the equivalent of 2 full-time people. And with an annual cost, if you think about the labor efficiency savings in 10 years, which for any of these systems should be the minimum life of these type systems, that's $1.5 million in efficiency savings. And this next slide, we just wanted to throw out some examples. I talked about the budget process before, which involves dozens of staff, many months, hundreds of spreadsheets. So that's kind of not quantifiable at this point. You would spend tens of thousands of dollars to quantify that number, but needless to say, there's significant amounts of improvement opportunity for the county there. The next example is automating your requisition order file distribution. Every time there's an approval on a requisition, it gets printed and it gets routed. In the future, it would just be all automated online. You'll click the button, it'll show up at the next step automatically, literally instantly. Even things like performance evaluations, which you have NeoGov, but that's not fully implemented in a sense. And if you could just make that process more streamlined, less paper, less intensive, it's very realistic that you could save these types of hours. The other example of if we could just cut the procurement process for every procurement by 5 minutes, and if you math that out, that's over 10,000 labor hours. Okay. And the next slide is examples. I talked about online access 24/7, the ability to perhaps if you chose to have planning project and entitlement project information online that the public can see and the status and folks that are involved in those as residents or they can see that status. Being able to apply for certain permits online, even potentially pay for those permits, scheduling your permits instead of calling on the phone. For folks to be able to just submit code enforcement concerns online and have the system auto-route where these things need to go, who, and as well as citizen requests. You know, if somebody submits a request online, the system knows which department, which person. So there's, these things are largely manual and done in email, and so and from a transparency perspective, down at the bottom, we talked about EDMS, document management, which I talked about earlier. So if you have certain types of documents that you want to make available online and have them searchable from your website, just the technology is there to have those by type automatically be available as soon as they're scanned, as an example. OpenGov, you guys have financial information that's published on your website now, but there's opportunity to do more with that and actually make it more user-friendly. Next slide, we talked about employee access and self-service, and we were just talking about this. And this includes, there's different types of functionality, but so for example, instead of your paycheck stubs would be electronic instead of paper. Your W-2s would be there, all the history's there. Employees being able to go submit change requests like addresses and dependents and other things. There's a lot of paper involved administratively that can be reduced with some of this functionality. Mobile field capabilities. You flipped too soon? Sorry. Mobile field capabilities, and there's opportunity. You do have some folks in the field that are working electronically on laptops or toughbooks or other types of tablets and whatnot, but it is actually limited. Again, your geography is problematic because most of those systems today actually run on cellular networks. I think in some cases, those things have not been implemented because there is so much dark area, if you will. But I think consideration, you know, if I can cover this portion of the town and be on that tablet and do it immediately, you could still have efficiency gain. I'm still going to have to do it on paper or however I'm going to do it when I'm away from those areas, but then we can connect when we get back into connectivity. So there is opportunity there as well.
Okay, now I can flip. We talked about really three major systems that in the next generation will be GIS or geospatial based. The CAD, the computer-aided dispatch system, Track-It, the land management system, and the work order system. All in the future will have GIS underlayments, so you can keep track of all the work orders for a parcel or a piece of a bridge directly from that bridge, or all the permits related to a specific parcel. And then CAD is just totally based on routing and streets and roads and those kinds of things. So this is going to become more and more important for the county. Geospatial systems are also very good for storing information. And as the county moves towards becoming more data-driven, it's a great place to store information. So we think this is actually a key strategy moving forward for the county. Okay, so we've got a plan, and we'll talk about the total dollars in a sec, but we've got a lot of needs. We've got a lot of competing priorities. One of the things we need to do over time is make sure that we implement the plan appropriately, and that as priorities change, the plan remains flexible. One of the things we do is provide all the base documents so that the county can continue to use those documents and update the plan as a part of the budget process on an annual basis. The other thing we're working through is how to manage the plan through a steering committee, an executive committee, that will meet on a periodic basis to review active projects, correct any deficiencies, and adjust priorities as really you see fit. And the budget, we always leave the best for last. It's really close to 21 million over 5.5 years. The light green number is the infrastructure spending. As we said, that's really 60+% of the total plan. It spikes up in the earlier years. Department and applications, we realize that there is the blue. We realize there's a great deal of efficiency to be gained. And really what we tried to do is we really want to get to that work. We know we have some risks out there on the infrastructure side, but we really want to get to improving the operations of the county. So that's why those numbers are higher in the opening years. And then as you can see, GIS we talked about. Because of the other needs, GIS is really more slated to 2021. And I think that's the last slide we have, except for a questions and answers slide.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Judy.
Well, I really appreciate the report and the work that you and everybody else who was a part of the team that met over the last year has come up with. When you look at IT upgrades like this for our county, in other places, have you seen where other counties have or cities have found the funding sources to implement such plans?
I think, you know, I talked about some of the others I'm working with now. One of the things that came out of the presentation of Mariposa, of course, they had a big fire too, and their revenues went way down. It was right in the middle of their prime season. So they were going into a budget meeting after, and they were actually going to probably spread the plan out more. That's always an option. Tuolumne actually went out and borrowed money. They borrowed $17 million in order to fund the improvements that they needed to make over time. And Yolo County is still trying to decide what they want to do. But so we've seen all those kinds of things. One of the things we've talked about over time, because we need to make this sustainable, need to not get you in this place again, is a sustainability plan where funds are set aside through an internal service fund or some other mechanism, so you'll be able to keep up over time. Sure.
Just a couple of other thoughts in that regard. Sometimes folks change their paradigm of where they traditionally fund things. Remember when I talked about people think of an IT plan, they think of the IT department and computers and networks. And the infrastructure side here is significant because of your geography. So it goes beyond what most folks really think about. But if you think about the operation, so I've got a city in Southern California, they're building a new treatment plant. They're funding their work maintenance solution as part of that treatment plant with the idea that they actually need to maintain it once they build it, right? So putting that system on a $30-some million treatment plant is just a piece of that. We did a plan earlier this year with a city in the Bay Area, and their council saw the impact of their business operations. And in the council session like this, they talked, on the dais about revisiting their entire capital plan because and changing some of those priorities. So I would just encourage you to think about the impact to the county and the operations and the residents, and not think of it as just a typical IT expense. Most of our clients start funding these things from departmental perspectives as well as their traditional methods as well.
Just real quick, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. We've also been exploring other options as far as funding opportunities or funding potential. There are other counties that do an IT surcharge on every fee that they charge. They did reference, Client First did reference an internal service fund, which other counties do use also. We will be talking more next week during first quarter about the board's priorities as far as funding IT in the future. There is an IT reserve policy that is outdated and that, quite frankly, we haven't really paid much attention to. So we are exploring those options. Immediate funding is the difficult solution, though.
I can chime in for a moment. Matt Kendall, Undersheriff. One of the things that we need to think about, or at least I think about on a daily basis, we're facing some new legislation that has just come down the pipe and that is going to require greater reporting on the Sheriff's Office part, transparency of Public Record Act requests, reporting to the Department of Justice in the state, reporting to the United States Department of Justice, and this is all going to cause extra work. Not just in the reporting, but in the data that deputies have to enter. And every time that we look at these things and these things that are coming down the pipe for us, the bottom line for me is efficiency, because are we taking deputies off the beat, creating longer response times, making it a less safe place so that we can feed the machine because we don't have the proper tools to do it with right now to make it efficient. A couple of things that have occurred over the years, we were able to put computers in substations, and it saved hours, man hours, fuel. We were keeping deputies on the beat during those times. They were able to do their job much more efficiently. And if we are going to continue, because we have faced some hard times in the last few years, if we're going to continue to do more with less, we have to have the tools to get that done. And so my concerns are always, what are the man hours it's going to cost us, take us off the beat? Will we not be in the area that we need to be in when the emergency happens because we don't have the proper tools to be able to make these reports, to be able to get the things done?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and what we're seeing is there's a cost in not investing in upgrading. And I appreciate Deputy CEO Rao's comments about looking at developing some funding sources going forward. And as far as the presentation, I really appreciate it. I think it's obvious a tremendous amount of work went into this by the consultants, by all of our staff, working with the departments. But this does involve a big ticket expense, and there's plenty of stories out there about people investing in a system, and it might not have been the best fit for them. It might have had more bells and whistles than it needed. I think we might have had something like that in our criminal justice system 10 or 12 years ago, that we got a better system than we needed, and it resulted in complications for implementation, or, that's kind of my memory on that. I was talking with Marianne Petrillo of West Company about 2 months ago, and I didn't know the timing of this coming forward, just that we're in the process of developing the IT master plan. She said that she could pull together a peer review team quickly that could review this plan, and I think that might be a good exercise, and ideally it simply confirms that everything we're looking at is completely appropriate. But unless this is time sensitive in moving forward, and so far we just have the plan, so it just seems like it might be prudent to take another 30 or 45 days and see if Ms. Petrillo can pull together that peer review team and validate everything that's being presented here today. So I don't know if there's a response from the executive office on that or from the team.
If I might, Randy Johnson, currently Child Support Director, former Undersheriff. I was responsible to bring in the computer system in the Sheriff's Office in 2011, and that took a lot of work. It is a major piece of software, much like Client First indicated. That, along with others, is very substantial and well thought out software for the county. It does have lots of options, as does Munis, of things that we can use or choose not to use. There are items of which we didn't use because we don't have the need for that functionality, such as electronic ticketing, things of that nature. However, moving forward, what this plan did is tell us, what we didn't know, what we didn't know. Now we know what we didn't know all across the board, and we have direction that will definitely increase our efficiency in the county, which is important to provide service to our citizenry and to keep the deputies on the street and to provide the service that every county employee is trying to accomplish at the direction of the board. Because for quite some time we have the saying of doing more with less, and there's multiple pieces of software that have come into play for us within the county in the last few years, with personnel, with contracts, with the board agendas, with public records requests. Those are helping in many ways. So being able to use the systems that we have more efficiently will be tremendous. And that's, luckily we're not looking at buying much in the line of quality software. We own the quality software. We're talking infrastructure, some updates, and one of the issues on the upgrade for the Sheriff's Office, we weren't able to do it a year or two when we would have liked to, because our systems weren't up to the point that they needed to be and capable of taking on the new software. So it's a challenge for government, absolutely, to stay up with the new changes in software, whether it be Munis, whether it be Aegis. It moves faster than we can get it employed, and more importantly, to pay for it. So certainly we understand this is a very large ticket item, but just remember, the examples we have are in the past when we had the cable cuts, we pretty much were dead in the water. And that's just kind of what'll happen if one of these major systems goes down. That department or the departments that use it will be dead in the water until it's up again. So just keep that in mind. I think everybody's aware of the fact, at least on this side of the table, that it comes with very high dollar amounts, but we have to start somewhere. Now that we know what we didn't know before, we have a direction to go, and to try to make the missions happen that the board has asked for during the budgeting process.
Okay, thank you. I also really enjoyed the presentation. I think that it is a high-ticket item, but I think, it's easy to weigh those prices with, not just the efficiencies gaining staff time, but it's how quickly are people getting their permit to build. It's, how quickly and how safely are, our deputies getting places. I mean, it's on and on. So I think we have no choice but to invest in our infrastructure and into our IT. When is the next actionable item that we need here? I mean, today is just to accept the presentation, but
talking the budget.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, just to clarify, yes, it is to accept the presentation and the plan itself. The plan does identify and spell out quite a few risks that we're facing should we not implement a plan. Now, I say that, but you have a staff of IT folks all sitting here in this room that are going to continue to do their jobs without a plan, which is what we've always done. However, when you speak about next steps, we're here, we're presenting you with the plan, which went through a competitive process. Client First came in, that was the award winner under that competitive process. I mean, I would welcome any peer review. They could do that as a simultaneous process as well. I would hate to delay implementing anything at this point in time, but again, it's an open public forum. Next steps, we will be coming in next week to discuss the budgetary side of this. So we're not asking the board to take any action necessarily on funding the plan. I would also stress that these are estimates. When you go through a competitive process, even for solicitation of any quotes related to the work that we're going through, depending upon your circumstance, will depend on your price. So if we're going through it in a planned mechanism, you'll likely have some fairly competitive bids. If we're acting under an emergency, we won't be able to get bids. We'll just actually have to go and procure. So those are some of the risks that we face. But so that's next steps.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCarron.
Well, again, I don't think taking 30 or 45 days out to have a peer review to validate everything that's been presented is going to dramatically increase the risk to the county. So, I would appreciate it if the board would entertain that thought. I think, I'm willing to take Marianne Petrillo at her word that she could pull together a team quickly and provide a review. Carmel has her pen up.
Yes, CEO Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Krosky. I've been here 12 years, and for 12 years, I really have to say I have worried about our IT systems. I have seen Cody Snyder, Alex Land, and everyone sitting on that side of the room put together our IT system with bubble gum to keep it going. And I know we haven't called for public comment yet, but it may be that some of our staff that have been creative enough to keep these systems going would like to speak. And I appreciate Greg Glavich speaking. I think that Supervisor McCowan brings up a good point. The fact is, we've waited decades. What's another 45 days? There's a part of that I agree with. I think, though, that my one concern, probably more than anything, our systems could go down at any time. We have social services systems that are entitlement systems. If those go down, we have a major problem. I think the biggest thing, though, is around the Office of Emergency Services and the Sheriff's Office, and if those systems go down, it could be a matter of life and death. I would like to see a simultaneous process, and you could adopt the plan today. The fact is, there's nothing, in looking at the agenda summary, there's no money attached to this plan. You adopt the plan, and you direct that we work with Marianne Petrillo, and that we do a peer review, and that peer review come back to this board in 30 days. That is no issue at all to do that. But, my concern is, again, it's been, 3 decades. What's another 30 or 45 days to adopt this plan? However, I think it may send the wrong message as well. Not only is it a safety issue, but we want to give our employees the tools that they need to do their job better and to serve the public better. There was a whole process that involved all the departments to get to this point of hiring this particular consultant, this agency, to actually do this review. So I think it could be a dual process where the board does adopt the plan, and that, of course, is contingent upon having a second review by West Company and those experts and having that report come back to the board. And you don't put any money to the plan until that happens. And so you get what Supervisor McCowan wants, and we still have the ability to continue to study this plan and look at the phases and see where we would like to go. Again, you have staff in the room. I don't know if anybody wants to come up and speak to this plan and where we are today. And certainly, you know, Ms. Petrello was here earlier. I wish that she was still here right now, and then we can actually see what exactly West Company can do for us at this point. But I think there's a way to achieve what everybody wants here, which is we do the review. This board doesn't put any money to this plan until you get your second review. We are coming in on November 13th with the first quarter report. There will be a list of recommendations that we will make to the board. Certainly, we would be remiss not to recommend to this board that some general fund go toward the IT plan and that we begin to upgrade our systems. But again, that's your vote, not ours, and it's not happening today. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate the suggestion of the CEO, and I think the practical reality is, even if we said full steam ahead, we're not going to be allocating money within the next 45 days. You know, the process doesn't lend itself to that. So, you know, I'm completely satisfied with the suggestion that everything move forward just as it otherwise would, and yet we do simultaneously have a peer review process, assuming Ms. Petrillo is willing to pull that together and implement it. I don't think we lose anything at all by doing that, and again, ideally it validates everything that has been presented. So.
Okay, any public comment?
Oh.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Brown, I did not see you.
I can wait for public.
I think I'm on a trampoline today, sorry. Amy Nguyen with Nguyen Coastal Planning and Biology. You just have the best stuff today. Thank you, Chair and board, staff, and the consultants. What a phenomenally complex item. So I appreciate that. Relative to land management, there's an efficiency item that used to exist. Well, actually, I should first more praise. Track It, love Track It, and the referral agency documents, being able to see those. I know that going out through the land management module, I think that's all really super, and it adds a transparency for the users. So thank you for that. Something that used to exist in the online archives was a pretty deep archive of not only Planning Commission staff reports, but Coastal Permit Administrator staff reports. And I think now we've got maybe a year of Planning Commission staff reports online again, which is great. But as we're crafting our projects for our clients and going through archive review, we now have to go back to the county physically and ask for staff to go back and get copies, get archives transfers, paper archives transferred from one place to another if it's not already scanned electronically, or just take someone away from their more complex task where they're analyzing something or trying to take care of somebody else's complicated project. So if it's possible to get the depth of those archives put back, especially with the Planning Commission, more years, and then the Coastal Permit Administrator at all, would be absolutely fantastic. I think that would increase efficiency and reduce labor. Again, thank you. And funding, if there's a small IT fee added to application fees, I'm sure that our clients wouldn't mind. I mean, a small fee that increases efficiency is always appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No, come forward. Just state your name for the record, please.
Alex Land, Information Services Computer Operations Manager.
I just want to say some of the items that are on this presentation are in progress, as you probably already know. The property system is going to be replaced, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Was one of my questions.
Yeah.
How soon?
Well, we'll know more soon, but as you may know, it's been held up by Riverside County and some
it's
other.
Riverside.
Yeah. So we're going to push forward, but a lot of these items are going to come forward whether you fund it or not. I mean, if the microwave goes down, we're going to have to get that thing back up. So I just wanted to bring that up, keep that in mind, that, I mean, some of these things are just going to come like a train and run us over. So, I mean, that's really all I wanted to say. Everything else was pretty much covered, and I hope you can vote to fund most of this stuff. So, thanks.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Just wanted to add a couple of things.
State your name again, please.
I'm sorry, Greg Lavich, County Communications Coordinator. There are several pieces of, or a few pieces of our equipment on our county infrastructure. Our sheriff's voting receivers, which process all the sheriff's deputies' radio traffic. Those systems are 28 years old, and that hasn't really been detailed or put out for you folks yet. But we have a lot of things out there that are very old, that if they do fail, we're looking at weeks or months to get them back up. We don't have products on the shelf that can be shipped in to fix them right away. It does take quite a bit of engineering to get new systems incorporated in. Part of the microwave system, there is 3 key parts to the microwave system. There's the transportation layer, the receivers and transmitters and the dishes that move the data around. And then there's the computer data, or the MPLS layer data, and the TDM layer data, which is what does all the radio traffic. Our TDM layer is what is 8 years old, or what was 10 years old, and what was discontinued 8 years old by the manufacturer. Manufacturers have been gone for 8 years. If that system were to fail, we'd be looking at 4 to 6 months to get a new system in place. And that's when I say our radios would go back 40 years, where we only have individual repeaters and only a few in the county. We wouldn't have any ability to connect to our coast deputies without installing temporary repeaters, which would be difficult for the deputies to use, or more difficult. So there's parts of it that are more critical than others. It all needs to be looked at as a package. But anyway, I'm sorry, I don't want to bore you with the technical details, but any questions at all?
Just one point of clarification. TDM stands for time domain multiplexing. What it is how you slice up a pipe and send several signals across a network at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
We don't like to use acronyms.
That's okay. Okay, any further comment? Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, that was one of my questions I wrote down, and it was clarified or termed the tax system replacement. And worried, I'm sorry, it's still hung up in Riverside, because I think we were kind of on October, so now it looks like November, December, or maybe further out. But I'd sure like it much sooner. What resounds with me is the infrastructure. You know, software we may have, but yeah, you can't have that old of items, of equipment, and replacement parts, just as you said, they won't be there. And I think a point was also made about the need, rather than being an emergency, start the process now so you get the very best price possible. And I believe, and I think Supervisor McCowan will explain it more, that maybe a review committee of individuals that step forward that are very capable in these areas will be the kind of equipment that you do get, you know, help with some oversight. So I'm not quite sure. I just know we have to go forward and we have to have a plan. We just cannot continue. It's like having really good wheels on an old jalopy. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and I do appreciate the public comment that we did receive, because no one wants to see the property system replaced more than I do, and the rest of the board. I think it's fair to say we were shocked when we learned what a critical situation that was in, that it was perpetually on the brink of failure. It was basically governed by a dead computer language, if I recall, and there were only a few people who could communicate with that system in terms of writing a program. And so, you know, nothing I've said is intended in any way to slow down the replacement of any needed equipment. I don't think I'm responsible that we have 48-year-old radios or something like that. So, you know, anything that needs to be done should go forward. And as Alex said, that it would, in fact, and I have no doubt. So again, I appreciate the suggestion of the CEO. I think we can both approve the plan and also simultaneously request that the executive office explore opportunities for a timely peer review. And I don't think that will slow up anything. So I'll convert that to a motion that...
Hold on, we have CEO. Angela has a comment first.
Oh.
Thank you. I just want to make... I want to recognize the IT staff again, because you very rarely see them in the boardroom unless there's a problem. You rarely see them at all unless there's a problem, because they're there doing their job. And that's usually, you know, behind closed doors, whatever. And I don't think it's easy for any department to sit in this room and hear a review of their department and the work that they do on a daily basis. Though I would hope that you would like this report and realize that this report will help you do your job better. But I would really like to ensure that this board understand what a great IT staff we have, how hard they work, and everything they do to support the county. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's worth noting that the very first thing that was brought up in the presentation was how great our staff is, and how, you know, that they do have that drive to work. Not everybody has that, so that is definitely worth saying. My last comment before we have a motion, or we can do consensus and directive, but I guess I don't necessarily feel that we need the peer review. I mean, we went out for an RFP. I feel comfortable with our plan as presented, and you know, I do think we went through the competitive process already. But if the rest of the board members do feel that we have a peer review and have that extra level of transparency, I'm okay with going for that. So.
And first of all, I want to concur with all of CEO Angelo's comments, because I know that it is our IT staff that we rely on literally 24/7 to come out and keep things working. And you know, it couldn't be me, but my computer spontaneously messes itself up occasionally, and when that happens, it's IT staff that straightens it out. So thank you all.
And Supervisor McCowan, I was just going to mention your cell phone. Will you please go in and have him show you how to erase messages? Your box is full, and you cannot leave one. Thank you, sir.
Well, I did that a couple of weeks ago. Is it full again? Yeah, so the inefficiency of the operator is something that we may not be able to address here, but maybe there's a program for that too. So I will move to accept the presentation and the IT master plan and request that the executive office explore opportunities for a timely peer review, simultaneously explore opportunities.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, vote by the button.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hamburg absent by prearrangement.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work and wonderful presentation. All right, moving on. 5I CEO's report.
Chair Krosky, no CEO report
Okay.
today. And there is no ledge report either.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Okay, and then our last item of the day, 6B, Supervisors Reports.
I'll just start off.
Okay.
A couple years ago when we had a one-time funding opportunity where we were allocating small grants throughout the county, one of those small grants was $5,000 to the Piercy Community Center, which is also the fire hall. And I just wanted to report, on Saturday, I was at their annual fire barbecue and community barbecue, and they've continued to make renovations to their building with other community donations far in excess of our $5,000. And it's at the midway point now of fixing up. These are like 1,900 school buildings, basically, that are these two community buildings. Anyway, just looking really good there. And tomorrow is the monthly Mendocino County Retirement Association board meeting. I think Supervisor Cross will probably cover our MCOG meeting, which was up in the 3rd District this month. I have a meeting later this week with some people in Fort Bragg, including the hospital, to just discuss possibilities for Measure B implementation on the coast.
Okay, thank you. Want to go next, Supervisor Brown?
Sure. I'd like to report on Area Agency on Aging, and I brought a packet for Supervisor Jurdy since they had one sitting there for him. I just didn't want to leave it, so brought it and dropped it off to him because he is my alternate. But there was a resolution passed to approve a new contract. It was a contract amendment with California Department of Aging. And why this happened is because we got increased funding for our programs. Yay! And I wanted to mention that the increase was $5,327 for coastal seniors in Point Arena, which is a big deal for them because they're very small, and $22,947 to Redwood Coast Senior Center, and that's Fort Bragg, and I think they do Casper. I'm not sure how big their area is. And then Anderson Valley received $1,014. So all of these increases were extra funds that were not being used at a state level, that then you apply and you can get them back in certain percentages to divide up with your contractors. So I know everybody's going to be really happy about that. And there were Lake County senior centers also got their increases, like the ones here in Mendocino. NCO also got an increase, and that was $28,574, and that has their community care for both counties received $15,563. So you see that, you know, both counties, this little dab of money really is what it is. Means a lot though, and it does go a long way. Also, the Ombudsman program received, I'm not sure how much they individually received, but evidently there was legislation that went through Sacramento that said this must be a program that is well funded, because they're the ones that go to the rest homes and, you know, go throughout the areas and check on our elders and make sure that they are receiving proper care. So they did receive a big increase too, and we really need to look at getting volunteers in this area in order to help the staff that's being paid to go and do these visits. So, and Jerry Cheney was once again approved as a public member at large, to be on the governing board, and he has served now several years. And we usually rotate with Lake County, and they just haven't been able to surface anyone with Lake County. But we also had our audit handed out, and anyone that wants to go over it, I'm happy to share it. I'm still dogging the Russian River pilot, and this is a program that's going to be written into the California Water Plan. I just haven't been able to attend their last 2 meetings, and it's in its final stretch, and any comments need to be made if you want to see changes in the plan by November 16th. So the deadline's coming on that. Excuse me. I attended the NAMI open house and saw their new office. They also have a library. They were very appreciative of all the help the county has given them. And they are kind of in the back part. I call it the old general. It's the hospital I was born in. I think you too, McAllen.
No.
Oh, you weren't?
Palo Alto.
That's right. Your parents were out. Yeah.
No, I got caught running on the roof.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I forgot. But anyway, NAMI's back behind Project Sanctuary, and I think you know where that is on Dora. But you should just run by. They got a really nice lending library. They have a staff room for, or an office for their volunteers, and also for their director. But it was just really nice. Next thing, Sustainable Agriculture Lands Committee. It was a grant that we approved, and our RCD worked with the Ag Department, and they wrote a plan for Mendocino County. And among the action items in that plan was that there be an ongoing committee. And so I'm continuing to participate with them. They presented at LAVCO on Monday. Supervisor McAllen was in attendance as well. And I had shared with them the Cal LAVCO white paper that talked about the preservation, conservation of our resource lands. And so they wanted to come introduce themselves and say, here we are, we're here to help and here to share information and some of their tools that they have in their action plan in order to preserve our resource lands, as you know, going into Williamson Act, conservation easements, urban growth boundaries, but they just have a lot of different tools. But the plan, if you haven't seen it, it's on the RCD site, but it's here. I have a copy too. I'm happy to share it with you. And I also have a copy of the LAVCO white paper. And do you want to talk about LAVCO? Or you want me to?
Oh, go ahead, please.
Okay. LAVCO met, and as I said, we heard from this committee, and they did a presentation. Jennifer Banzi is an alternate. She actually is on the board for Ukiah Valley Fire. So we have special district representatives on LAVCO, and so she'll be the alternate member. And John Huff, Mendocino Coast Recreation and Park District, will be the regular member. And he wasn't able to be there at the meeting yesterday. Public member representative interview and nomination appointment, I guess you would say, will happen in December. And we do only have one candidate. That's Jerry Ward. He's, I think, been on LAVCO a really long time, but presently he's our chair and treasurer. So he really works hard. So that'll happen at the December meeting. Anything else I've left out?
North Coast Resource Partnership.
Oh, yeah, I've got some more, but I'm going to let you report on that one. Anyway, there was just one more thing. It got canceled. We were to hear a report on the Mendocino Coast Healthcare District, because there's landowners, Ore Springs Road, that are within a half-an-hour drive of Ukiah. We're going over to Fort Bragg and using the hospital over there, even though they're in this district or services there, is an hour, I believe, over an hour drive. But these people are within that district, or property owners.
Well, they're not really served by the hospital,
They're not.
but they're included in the district.
In the district, and we don't know exactly how that all happened. And So it will be just a report. There's no action really we can take at this time. But these individuals may be coming forward to look for a detachment, which could be quite costly for them. So I did give information to county council so that, you know, everybody's communicating. Our lawyer is Scott Brown for LAVCO, but I think it's important, given some past experiences we've had about assessments on parcels due to initiatives that have been on the ballot, that we all communicate this. But that the presentation will happen at the December meeting, and we'll have representatives from the district as well as property owners present. And at the executive committee meeting, I sit on the executive committee. We talked about fire service out of area service agreements. And so we'll be coming forward at the next LAVCO meeting with the same report and more information. And that also is important, especially over in Anderson Valley. Coming up will be Inland Water and Power meets on Thursday. We will have Ukiah Valley Sustainable Groundwater Agency. It will meet also on Thursday. And what they have on their agenda, IWPC is pretty routine, but the most important is an update as to where we are with our consultants and the Potter Valley project. And Janet Pauley, who chairs IWPC, and myself are also an ad hoc. So we continue meeting with individuals, entities that want to talk about the Potter Valley project. So which is important, so it is a lot of work. We will have Larry Walker and Associates at our Sustainable Groundwater Agency Commission meeting, and that they're just going to go over their plan. They've already started on the stakeholder interviews that are being conducted, so everything's going straight forward with that. And then, don't fall out of your chair. I'm talking to Carla. We'll have the Eel Russian River Commission meeting on Friday in Sonoma County. And it begins at 10 a.m. and will be in the Board of Supervisors chambers. So a lot of things kind of got bundled up in being processed with this meeting. And so anyway, everything's okay and meeting's going forward. I think that's it. Oh,
Are you sure?
yeah, because he's going to do North Coast Resource Partnership.
Thank you. So Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority did meet. We are in the process of recruiting for a new executive director, and County Human Resources is helping with that. North Coast Resource Partnership did meet, did approve the process for submitting applications for the next round of funding, which is currently in the pipeline. CEO Angelo, Planning Director Brent Schultz, Steve Dunnicliffe, and Darcy Annell and I all attended a meeting of Los Cien in Sonoma County. They had as a speaker Ben Metcalf from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. There was some information on the first round of housing funds that have been allocated for fire recovery from the 2017 fire. And CEO Angelo and I also attended the breakfast for First Five's 20th anniversary. And I attended the second Mendocino Latinx Alliance luncheon. They had a guest speaker from Sonoma County, interestingly the son of the president of Los Cien, down in Sonoma County, speaking on the importance of the Latino vote, or the Latinx vote. And then we all attended the broadband public outreach meeting, which our Chair Krosky will report on, I'm sure.
I like how I keep getting all the ones to report on. Anything else for you?
No, well,
Okay.
that was an invitation for
For
you.
me to step in. Okay,
Yeah.
so the broadband meeting was good. So that's I think the first meeting that we've had since Trish stepped down. And a lot of good updates. So there was a long update from Rick Ellert on FirstNet and just overall public safety. We discussed that for quite a while, and they talked about our digital infrastructure plan and our broadband survey update, and trying to get that actually completed and out the door. So they are not going to have another meeting until March. So I won't be at another broadband meeting, unfortunately. So.
Oh, you could still attend.
Well, I could, I suppose. So another meeting that I did attend is the Stepping Up meeting. So, this, I will be able to attend the next meeting, but I just want to put a plea out there that some other supervisor does take this on as something that they want to attend. I think it's important for us to encourage other staff members to attend. We've had kind of an ongoing problem over the last year plus that we can't get everybody in the room to talk about this to get it to go forward. It was a good meeting. We had the sheriff was there. We had Chris Dewey was there. We had representatives from the all of the different departments that we were hoping to. And the main goal.
Emergency room doctors?
Actually, I take that back. That at the last minute, the doctor was not able to come. But what we did do, and I don't think it's in my agenda, it was online. So we did identify who we want to be on this agenda, get a point person from each department, so that as we go forward, we have somebody from each department who is committing to coming to this meeting so we can start to move forward. So it was a good meeting. It was really just what do we want to do, who's going to be part of it, and how do we move forward. So stepping up, it's actually happening, so that's good. And the MCOG, we had a tour, I guess that was just yesterday, and it was, we try to go off-site once or twice a year with MCOG and go see some of the current projects, and it was a really good tour. Thankfully, it was Willits and Laytonville, so for me, it was really nice to go see some of these projects, and it was attended by MCOG staff as well as staff from Caltrans, staff from City of Willits, some of the staff up in Laytonville, and just community interest members up in Laytonville. Something that I've brought up multiple times with Caltrans is the danger on their Highway 20 Blosser Lane intersection just to the west of Willits. It's a really quickly traveled road, and it's where a lot of kids cross, a lot of cars cross, because there's an elementary school on either side of Highway 20 there. So they are able to do some changes to the crosswalk with just some maintenance overlay, put a bulb out there. We discussed possibly putting in one of the flashing pedestrian activated lights. So just to put some safety measures short term. There needs to be a longer term plan for that intersection, whether that's a roundabout, which I think is probably too costly there, or a pedestrian, overbridge or something. It's a very dangerous intersection.
I agree.
Yeah, it is definitely. And City of Willits, they are redoing all the sidewalks on Blosser Lane, though, probably 2020 or 2021, but that'll be good. A lot of them aren't actually just kind of a gravel sidewalk, and they're also very heavily traveled. And they're hoping to put in bike lanes, too. Unfortunately, we probably aren't seeing as many issues on that Blosser Lane road and that intersection because the schools have really discouraged kids from walking and discouraged kids from riding their bikes. So here we have all of these active transportation things. We're trying to get people out and walking, and we're trying to keep people from walking because it's not safe at our elementary schools. So it's nice to see some of those projects starting. We also looked at the electrical charging station there in Willits, which is completed, and the one that will be going in Laytonville, which will have fast chargers at it. So that's pretty exciting. They're going to have, I think, 4 spaces for fast chargers and then 2 tier 2 chargers. So that broke ground and is supposed to be done by the end of the year. And then we went and looked at the Branscombe multi-use bridge, and they did pull down the things, let us walk across, and it was very nice. It's a wonderful bridge that ties in a lot of projects up in Laytonville, the multi-use trail, and then some of the sidewalk improvements that they've done over the past few years. So I think that's. Can you think of anything else? We did get some great numbers on SB1 and just how much money is coming in to our county. So
let's pray.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, but I don't have them. I think they're. Oh, you know what? I think I put them in my phone. I believe Caltrans stated that the SHOP program. I think it was. So the SHOP program, over the 10-year plan that they have from Caltrans, is $1 billion that's coming in, and of that, about $500 million is prioritized from the SB1 money. So.
And another big figure is that the local streets and roads program that goes to the county and to the cities is just over 10 years will be $67 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if Proposition 6 fails, we get the money. If Proposition 6 passes, we don't get the money.
Right. So there's 7.5 million in the 2018 cycle from the STIP, and yeah, the SHOP, the $1 billion was that's pretty impressive over the next 10 years. So we'll hope that we have the right outcomes at the polls tonight for Prop 6. So I think that's all I have. Anyone have anything else?
I forgot to mention, since our last meeting, we did have a meeting in Fort Bragg, and we had Michael Oliphant from the building department, myself from the county, and then the city of Fort Bragg planning director and other people talking about second units in the county and in the city of Fort Bragg. And we had close to 100 people there probably. So maybe 80 people were audience members. And they were evenly split between city and county residents, and everybody there was interested in building a second unit. So I think we're going to see a little uptick in the number of people building second units on the coast. One of the things, there have been at least one workshop in Ukiah prior to this that were shorter, and the main thing that was different about this workshop was more details, including a financial analysis by a CPA that kind of gave examples that were realistic construction cost numbers and deductions, and the takeaway was that basically if you build a second unit, it's probable that you'll have enough deductions that you will equal your rental income off of it. So in a way, your rental income will be tax-free income, and it still has to pencil out for you in terms of will the rent equal the construction costs, but I think it's pretty likely. And based on the numbers I've seen and that he was using. So it looks like it's probably a pretty good investment for people to build a second unit, because not only are they capturing enough rent to largely cover the mortgage cost, but they're increasing the value of their property at the same time. And the number that wasn't given at the meeting by a realtor, but I've seen twice on different websites about second units, is if you take your rental income, and the average in Mendocino County for a one bedroom is $1,350, you would multiply that by 100, or you would say you would effectively add $135,000 in value to your house if you have a second unit. That's just rough numbers that are used generically around the country. Anyway, so it was interesting, a successful workshop, I think, and it could be replicated with those kind of details here in Ukiah, and it is already on the county website. It's listed as Fort Bragg Community Meeting, but it's actually about second units.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've had a number of things, including Supervisors Report, that highlight our greatest asset, which is our staff. So we had staff that attended this ADU workshop, and some of them drove over from Ukiah to be there, I assume. Or,
Michael?
Yeah.
Michael lives in Fort Bragg.
Oh, okay. Well, so, but we also had our community meeting for the cannabis ad hoc, and I think we probably had about 8 to 10 county staff who were there to answer questions and also to meet with people after the meeting. That was 5:30 to 7 in Willits, was that meeting. We had the IT presentation today with all of our staff members who contributed to that. We had the leadership presentation with everyone who's involved in that. We've had the ag workshops that they've been holding recently, and then we had the public expression of appreciation for our planning staff and the work that they've done to keep that private project moving. And there were a couple of instances that I know of where there was an issue with the plans, and our staff, as I am told by the private industry, worked over the weekend to do the plan review, make necessary corrections, and get it back out so that they could keep that project moving. So it was nice to see them come in and acknowledge our staff and going above and beyond.
Absolutely.
So.
Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, the stepping up.
Yes.
Now, you're on that because of your appointment to the mental or the Behavior Health Advisory Board, or is there another supervisor? What is the makeup?
Yeah, so I am on it because it's been presented multiple times to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board,
Right.
to which I'm appointed, and Dr. Miller and Jan McGordy have been the two that have been really pushing and leading this. So they brought it to me on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and asked if I would help to, encourage some, let's all come together. And so, yes, because of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
You were saying you would hope another supervisor
Right.
would step up. And I'm inquiring, just exactly.
Right. That's
that
how.
okay.
It's not an.
Because I would be more than willing to be on that particular body and
Wonderful.
attend their meetings. I brought the original initiative before this board a couple of years ago. I'm not really sure. I think
Longer.
I think we were the first California county to pass it, as it came from NACO. But I heard about it and went to, I don't know, it was about an hour, 2-hour seminar just to talk about it. But I'd be more than happy to do
Wonderful. I will have them put you on the distribution list for it, so
Okay.
that you can come to the next meeting. We can both be at the
Be
next
there.
meeting.
Okay.
And then you can take over from there.
that. Okay,
That'd
sounds
be great.
good. I just want
stay to Sacramento for a CalCog Board of Directors meeting. And I did get a chance last week to take Assemblyman Wood to the museum, which he had never been to the Mendocino County Museum. So he was able to go see the Out of the Ashes exhibit. And so right before it got taken down, that was great that we were able to get over there. And he was very impressed with the museum and all the work that's being done there. So, okay, anything else? Here we go. We are adjourned at 5:03.
Good job.